All right, guys, in Facebook, YouTube, and Clubhouse, and other places, I would say welcome. This is Odysseus Ethica with you, and Mr. CJ and Mr. Rajab, all of us here in Equatoria Nation, in Clubhouse, and Equatoria Free Forum, in Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, other channels, and also with all those who are here. Welcome to you guys who are joining us later, and those who join us now. Today, we are hosting Mr. Rajab Mahandis, one of the activists who continually been activists. I don't know since, but he will give us a little bit biography himself, and then from there we'll go ahead with questions later. With no further ado, I want to welcome you, Mr. Rajab. Please go ahead, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother, for the welcome and also for convening this session for Q&A on the proposed roundtable conference. I'm happy to be here to discuss this subject matter to the extent I understand how it came about and what is intended for, and I'll be happy to respond to the questions. And so if you want me to start with first my introduction, I'm happy to do that.
Yes, that'll be great. So people can know you and know the faces or the people behind many of the great activism that you go on your activism. As our brother, we know you have been active in many humanitarian cases and something like that deal with the issue of South Sudan and Equatoria. So we know, as we Equatorian nationalists, I don't want to go far, but regardless, we still have great respect for those who continually work activists to make some changes in the world. So please feel free and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much once again. I have been in activism for quite long, and that started way back in my school days. And after I completed my high school, I went back home to my hometown in Maridi, and that was around 2000. And so, I saw a lot of things that needed, that were not right, especially in the area of education. And the young people, had difficulties moving forward with education. Those years, there were no recognized examinations in South Sudan. So you would finish senior 4 and don't have a recognized certificate. And so in our hometown, it appeared like that was the end of education. And so I had to mobilize the young people who were completing high school in the neighboring countries, Uganda and Kenya, from my hometown to get home and to try to help in, first of all, teaching, because most of our teachers then were taken into the army, those who were trained during the old Sudan days. And so we had only very few old men and women, and then very young people who were not trained, who were struggling to teach. And so that was how we started trying to, went on to establish centers for the youth and even opened schools and registered, students in the neighboring countries to sit for senior 4. And we could teach them and move them to the neighboring countries for exams. And, so many of those young people who had then the opportunity through our school to sit for national exams in the neighboring countries went through to the universities, and so many great today as I speak. And that was where we built these ideas and interest in really serving the community and trying to get the best out of them. And so throughout that, I moved on and had the opportunity to work a little bit with NGOs, international NGOs, after my undergraduate studies, which also came through this activism work, where our bishop at the time in my hometown just came and asked and called me and said, "Listen, you have been doing all these things here when you are just a high school graduate. If you go to the university, you'll be very helpful to us, to the country." And so he offered to sponsor me, and I got the opportunity to go for undergraduate, and I got back, worked with him for 1 year, and then went to work with NGOs. Now, the NGO I worked with was a very big US international organization, the National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, focusing more on issues of democracy and governance. And these organizations are like twins with the Democracy International. And so if they are both in one country, one works with political parties, the other one works with civil society. So at that time, Democracy International was working with civil society, and the Republican Institute International Republican Institute was working with the political parties. We were both based in the same compound, Juba, by the riverside at Aftek. So we worked mainly on elections because that was the major political development at that time. One of the major agenda of the CDA. So our work, personally, my work was to support civil society participation in the elections and also the referendum. In that was to train them to go and conduct civic education and voter education, to mobilize South Sudanese to participate in the elections, to monitor or better called observe the electoral processes. And we did that in 2010, 2019, 2010, the elections, and then 2011, the referendum. So after that, I was at least based in Western Equatoria at the time, and then got the opportunity to be based in Juba and to work with civil society across the country. And so I moved to different parts of South Sudan to engage with civil society colleagues and also the communities to support their participation in, raising demands following the elections and the referendum. Now raising demands to the legislators. And we had a very interesting program called Constituency Dialogues, where we would organize people in respective constituencies and take their members of parliament to go and engage with them, to listen to them so that their discussions in the parliament would reflect, the demands of their constituencies. And it worked really, really well. And, it was an interesting program. So after all that, I moved on and worked with the another NGO after NDI left South Sudan, which was another similar US organization called Democracy International, and also doing almost the same things. Now, I felt that, there was more opportunity in the civil society to be actively engaged in our national issues than working with NGOs. With the NGOs, you only support the civil society, provide them resources, provide them training, support them in their work, but you don't speak out directly on those issues, because as an international organization, they do not have the voice. And if you speak out from the international organizations, and if the government wasn't happy with anything you say, the organization would be in trouble. So I felt that I was restricted in the NGOs. And so I resigned and went to work directly with the civil society. So that's where I have been most of the time. And of course, engaging at the national level with all the actors, but also reaching out to the different states. We did quite a lot in our work as civil society. And we commanded a lot of authority and respect among the people, the citizens, but even among the international partners and the local authorities and also the national political actors. We were honest in our submissions, in our criticism to them, and of course constructively, and also defending citizens who are being wrongly treated, in fact arrested, detained, and all of these. So I have been to really so many challenging situations, both in Juba and also in the States, to the many detention centers to get people released. And so we were able to secure release of so many people who were unfairly, being arrested and detained and all that. And we had a lot of input on the national issues. We had averted a lot of decisions that we felt were not right. And we also immensely contributed in the peace process. In fact, when the agreement of 2015 was signed, we constituted something called the civil society, the voluntary civil society task force on implementation of the peace agreement. And our role was to monitor and report on the status of implementation. Consistently, our reports were indicating that the agreement then was not meeting its intended objectives. And we would report and submit this to IGAD and engage with them and all that. The agreement was not declared that it had collapsed, but at the end of it, IGAD had to accept to get it revitalized. And in good faith, we contributed to the process. We were invited as delegates because of our active engagement in those processes. So all along, we have been doing that. How did we get here now and to the National Consensus Forum and the Roundtable Conference? This came as of our participation in what we refer to now as the People's Coalition for Civil Action. And how this came about was that I was in the mechanisms of the peace agreement. In fact, the highest oversight mechanism called the Reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission. It's a mechanism that involves the parties, the civil society. In the terms of the agreement, they are referred to as other stakeholders, and then the international partners, the regional partners, and the frontline countries, and also representation of C5 of the African Union. And so all reports of the security mechanisms and all other mechanisms of the peace agreement were submitted to us. And from all those reports, you would see that not much was being done in terms of the agreement. And we were not comfortable with that because we felt that we were sitting there to represent the people and wanted to see the agreement deliver peace to the people. And so when it was not doing that, we would challenge the authorities and we would realize, in fact, the forces, the commanders of the forces in the various security mechanisms, those security mechanisms like the Joint Defense Board, like the Joint Transitional Security Committee, and all of them were made up of the different forces. And these guys, right from the time the agreement was signed in 2018, they did quite a lot, quite professional, and also, they worked together, producing plans and reports and recommendations on how the forces would be organized based on the agreement and also their technical expertise, with massive support from military experts brought in from different countries. And so they had really prepared to move the process, but they were denied resources, they were denied political support. All their reports would just be ignored, recommendations would be ignored. And as we engaged with them, they would tell us that, we have done so much to contain the forces, to maintain them, to work together, to all do all this, but we cannot do this forever. To reach a point where this will break down if we do not get the support necessary to, ensure that this process succeeds. And that was how it was going. And so from the peace agreement perspective, we felt that the agreement was not delivering. Then we had colleagues who worked on the national dialogue. And of course, as civil society, our role was to ensure that if there was any process, we would ensure that this process met the aspirations of the people. So when the national dialogue was announced, we also did our consultations with citizens in Juba and around the country, in almost 10 states. And we brought out reports on what people said, quite a number of things that they said. And those were really constructive ideas that helped also to shape the national dialogue process, including demands of the people that, if the president remained the patron of the national dialogue as he initially did, that process was not going to be taken as credible. It would be considered as a political process that he initiated and influenced, and would not be considered to have reflected the views of the people. This demand was pushed strongly, and several others, and of course on the issue of independence of the process, and the president had to relinquish his position as the patron. And this process really took a life of its own at some point. And even those in government, especially with the national security, said that process was now a process that was being used for regime change. And because they felt that it had slipped out of their hands, it was now with the people and those who were leading this process, especially Angelo Beda, Honorable Angelo Beda, was mostly chairing this and running around with these guys, working, of course, with Abel Alier, were completely almost independent in the process and put it up to the people. And so that process then we felt was genuinely coming up because the people were free to speak out, especially in the grassroots consultations. And so we had to sit with those friends who were in the National Dialogue Secretariat, and those were colleagues like Abraham Awolich. And we consulted, said, how was the peace process moving? And I told them that sitting at the RJMEC, the highest oversight mechanism of the agreement, I didn't see this agreement delivering peace to South Sudan. And we did that since 2020, all the way to 2021, before we issued the declaration of the PCCA. And then we also discussed the national dialogue process. And Awolich told me that, we are working on this thing, honestly. It is a great process and people have spoken, but that he was very sure that process was not also going to deliver anything. That they were sure they would produce the reports, but the reports would not be implemented. The outcomes of the national dialogue would not be implemented. So we saw those as two major political processes that were destined to deliver some level of change in the country. But now that they were not meant to do so, they were being undermined, we felt that we were just going to be wasting time sitting around the peace agreement and the national dialogue. And at the end of it would just be a waste of time without genuine peace being delivered to the country. And so we said we should challenge this situation to draw the attention of the political leaders and also the regional and international partners, and of course, most importantly, the South Sudanese citizens, to understand that what we were hoping for to deliver peace, we're not going to deliver peace. Not because those processes were not right, not because the agreement was not good, but largely because there was no desire to use those processes to deliver peace in the country. And so we started working on the declaration of the People's Coalition for Civil Action. We did that until we issued this declaration on the 30th of July. And we expected that someone would see sense in citizens putting up recommendations or challenging the situation with honesty. But of course, as you know, this was not received well by the authorities, and immediately they started hunting for us and got our colleague Kwela Guerra arrested. And because we were at that initial stage of really trying to explain our position, we had to find ways to avoid being arrested, because we knew that that would just simply kill the idea. So then we went on to continue to speak out and to mobilize and to call for citizens to come out to challenge the situation, and the responses of the government. So we believe in a peaceful process, a peaceful political process, or non-violent processes as civil society, which is our mandate, to bring change to the situation in South Sudan. And we know that there is a lot of power in non-violence, and literature on non-violence and violent means of bringing change indicate that non-violence has more chances of succeeding, especially if people are mobilized effectively. So we have been in the PCCA all this while since 2021, July 30th. And for us, in our party engagement in the National Consensus Forum, or the Roundtable Conference, we came up with this idea at the initial stage early last year, and specifically in in March. On the 15th of March, we wrote to IGAD about the peace process. And we said the agreement was not working. We were drawing the attention to that situation. And we went on to make recommendations to IGAD. And out of the recommendations that we made, one was to call for what we call an all-inclusive political dialogue among South Sudanese. And the idea was to ensure that a new inclusive process was designed, because we said these guys were not going to deliver elections by the end of last year, which was the schedule after the extensions were made earlier in those years. Remember, we had 2 extensions before this one of the 24 months. And so in the language we used was that the country needed a new broad-based political dialogue involving the parties to the peace agreement, those involved in the ROM process, the armed groups that were not part of the ROM process, the non-violent political forces, and the broader civil society. And that the objective of this new dialogue was not to re-establish a power-sharing agreement or government, but to work out a shared vision for South Sudan, which doesn't clearly exist now, that we subscribe to as citizens. And that this is also to establish the new rules of the political game and build consensus on constitutional matters. And that the dialogue should aim at ending violence, saving lives, uniting the nation, and building a new political consensus and preparing for elections. So that was the recommendation we gave to IGAD. Following that recommendation, we then engaged with the other political parties, those even including those in the peace process, by the way, and also the non-signatories, trying to share this idea of what we initially referred to as the new broad-based political dialogue. And we had some good conversations, and these political actors, especially those in the non-signatory group, also had their own conversations. And as these conversations were going on, I think they also liked the idea, and so they went on to start issuing statements calling for roundtable conference. But after our statement in March, we had another multi-stakeholder roundtable discussion that was held by Professor Amir Idris, if you followed, at the Department of African and African American Studies at Fordham University. And so in that also, a statement, the outcome of that conversation said, called for a similar idea of a roundtable conference. And if I can quote from this, they said in the recommendations that the second is to create a new track giving the people of South Sudan the opportunity to meet in an inclusive political forum and agree on a new transition led by a new leadership to transition the country to a viable state and a nation. The majority of participants prefer the second option because there were several options on how to get South Sudan to transition from the crisis now. And so the majority of participants in that meeting preferred the second option, which is the option of creating a new track, the second option, that encourages South Sudanese to discuss a new transitional arrangement with a specific mandate to prepare the country for elections. For this to happen, a political forum, in their words, is needed where South Sudanese can converge to discuss the future of South Sudan, forging a social contract that defines who they are and how to govern the country. So you can see that these were similar ideas emerging from completely different groups. And then after that, on the 5th of July, so you can see the sequence of things. On the 15th of March, we wrote that memo to IGAD. On the 3rd of June, we had this, there was this multi-stakeholder roundtable discussion at Fordham University. On the 5th of July, Pagana Moom issued a statement from his party. again calling for a similar process. And in his words, he said the mechanism and process of the National Dialogue Conference was constituted, commissioned, financed, facilitated, and shepherded by the president. The result of that historic process must be evoked and utilized. That means the dialogue. That the role of IGAD, AU, Troika, and the UN would be to facilitate South Sudanese stakeholders in crafting a new political and a governance dispensation and to support the interim arrangements post-February 2023. Now, on the 13th of July, the non-signatories now, of course, Pagan included in this party, issued a statement. Now, they said, we call on all the South Sudanese stakeholders to convene on a roundtable conference in a neutral venue conducive to freely exchange ideas about the fate of the country and to agree on a new dispensation beyond February 2023. We also call on our regional and continental organizations, the East African Community, IGAD, and the African Union, as well as on the United Nations and members of Troika, and indeed all the friends of South Sudan, to support this inclusive call for the holding of a roundtable conference and to render the necessary support for its success in rescuing South Sudan from total collapse. Now, interestingly, on the 24th of July, we had this group in Juba called the Voluntary Civil Society Task Force on Implementation of the Peace Agreement, which also issued a statement as discussions were going on for the extension of the transitional period. This civil society group issued this statement. And they said, and I have all these statements, I can share the links, put them up on our website. They said, we are concerned that 7 months to the end of the transitional period, key components of the RRCs have not been implemented. And there is no clarity on how the remaining aspects will be implemented. We have keenly monitored the implementation of the RRCs from the time it was signed and witnessed several extensions of the time frame for implementation, yet not much was accomplished. Therefore, we caution against any further extension of the RRCs beyond February 2023. Any conversation pertaining to the next dispensation must be an inclusive, people-driven process. So that was completely an independent civic group in Juba that issued this statement. And I quoted this from their statement. And on August 6th, now, following this lengthy conversations between the PCCA and the non-signatories, we convened a multi-stakeholder meeting that involved the non-signatories group that's known as the SOMA group. So now you would see that SOMA 1 and SOMA 2, following these conversations, merged to the non-signatory South Sudanese opposition group. And so we had these conversations and we agreed to host a multi-stakeholder meeting, which involves both the PCCA and the non-signatories, but also other civic groups, civil society entities, of course, different groups. And so we had a meeting and issued a statement on the 6th of August saying, we categorically and unequivocally reject another extension of the transitional period. Of course, by this time, the extension was already now put out. We reject this transitional period beyond its current expiry of February 2023. The RRCs has already been extended twice in the pre-transitional period, and the Artigono has failed to achieve sustainable peace. Now, President Salva Kiir has repeatedly said that this agreement was designed not to be implemented. He made similar remarks about the initial RCs of 2015, that it was not a Bible nor a Quran, meaning it was open to violations. We call upon the people of South Sudan in all their diversities to unite and embark on a broad-based consultative processes that would culminate in an inclusive political dialogue by all the South Sudanese stakeholders in a roundtable conference, in a neutral place, agree on a new viable transitional arrangement. So these were sequences of things that moved on to this stage. And so this multi-stakeholder meeting that was convened by the non-signatories and the PCCA then moved on to constitute what we call the National Consensus Forum. So the whole idea of the Roundtable Conference is for South Sudanese to actually build consensus on the situation. So this is one approach that we believe is a non-violent approach to changing the situation in the country. And all of these are recommendations. And if you followed these short introduction I have made, you would see that groups from different backgrounds meeting in different places, discussing independently, but coming up with a similar recommendation. They may differ in their wording. For example, the civil society, the voluntary civil society task force was calling for an inclusive, people-driven process. Others would call for an all-inclusive national political dialogue. Others would call for a roundtable conference, and others would call for a new political dispensation or new transitional arrangement. So all of these were recommendations. And from our perspective, these were made in good faith. And also, of course, as a witness that people have made recommendations for a change in the situation. This is not completely strange. As I said earlier, when we constituted ourselves into a civil society group monitoring the 2015 agreement, we were producing a similar recommendation that the agreement was failing to meet its intended objectives. Because for political reasons, no one wanted to say the 2015 agreement actually collapsed after 2016, the violence that happened in 2016. People would simply say the agreement, like RJMEC, the JMEC chairperson, the first chairperson, Mokai from Botswana, would say, well, you see, the agreement has been wounded, but it is still limping, it is still there. Others would say, but from the region and from the parties to the agreement, no one wanted to say the agreement collapsed. And so, if you had said the agreement collapsed, you would even have nowhere to engage. And the language we were using was that the agreement was not meeting its intended objectives. And of course, at the end of it, unfortunately, after many people had died because of that violence and under the agreement, then he gathered to say, well, you see, we should revitalize this thing. And of course, that recommendation went from Mokai himself. And so that decision was taken by IGAD leadership. And so they revitalized that agreement. And these calls are similar, not necessarily now to revitalize the revitalized agreement, but for South Sudanese collectively to agree and say, this is not the South Sudan we wanted. And so let us agree on the South Sudan we want, and also agree on how we deliver that South Sudan we want. So there should be a consensus on the direction of the country that works for everyone. So that's the idea. And of course, engaging with different people, we were shocked to realize people even condemning us. I remember engaging with someone, and he said, we do not want these violent processes. We do not. I say, excuse me. We are saying an inclusive roundtable conference. Can you define how roundtable conference is a violent process? And so there is also this lack of understanding of this whole idea. But we strongly support this idea of an inclusive political process. That is if we are able and willing to listen to ourselves. But if we are not willing to listen to ourselves, then I don't see how we're going to easily get out of this crisis. And I want to make this say this as the final one. From the 30th of of July, when we made this call, our statement as the PCCA, we put out the declaration. Until today, thousands of South Sudanese have died, and they continue to die even today. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, got displaced. The situation has been extremely miserable. You can go around the country to look at the events and so many of the violence. It is not, the records are not good at all. If you saw what was happening in Kajukeji recently, along Juba and Nimule Road, you go to the rest of the places, go to Jungle Estate, the Greater Pibo administrative area, you go to Unity State, some of those horrific pictures that we saw in Lair and so forth. All of these things have been happening. In my own state in Western Equatoria, we had over 460 who died, and almost an entire county of Tambura displaced, population of over 80,000 got displaced, and all of this. All of these things have been happening under the watch of this, under this process of the peace agreement. And the longer we continue to pretend that things are working, the more South Sudanese would die out of this crisis, because this situation doesn't provide a viable solution. The implementation has been lost. It is now political calculations against one another among those in the implementation of the agreement. And you would agree with me that we are the only country in the world where a whole first vice president is under detention, and this has been normalized. So there is no peace among these parties to the peace agreement. It is only a matter of maintaining themselves in power, and some of the parties are being used to justify that, an agreement is working and all of that. So we have a bad situation, and it is good to be honest with that. If we had taken steps, or if there was really genuine interest in this country, we would avert a lot of disasters that have happened. And so with this situation now, we are stuck. We are not moving. The agreement is being used to undermine any meaningful process for peace. It has been used successfully to silence all voices, civic voices, and we are just like a boat that has run out of fuel in the middle of the sea and floating, and it can be pushed to any direction. And it is a disastrous situation, especially as a country and as people. And everything else that is happening is as a result of the failure now of the leaders to implement the agreement that would deliver even an effective government that would manage affairs of the country. Now we are in a situation where the state itself is now weakened so much that it's partly two things. One is that it is completely unable to manage even the simplest of issues in the country, but also, and not only in the country, also cross-border issues. But another one is that there is so much unwillingness. But also maybe the third is that there is also willingness for some of the bad things to happen as they do. Some of the intercommunal violence, some of the violence among parties to the peace agreement or sections of the parties to the peace agreement, and so on. Some of the defections and the clashes are directly facilitated by parties to the peace agreement. And this is a very unfortunate situation. So that's where we are. And we registered this call for roundtable conference as one approach, not as a universal solution, but it is one approach. And this approach is on South Sudanese listening to themselves. The first simple thing is that we should stop this violence against ourselves, stop these killings of ourselves, destruction of our country, and let us sit down to say, this is not the country we wanted. And so all the different sections of our society should be able to put forward on the table the different concerns they have. And we will have a better South Sudan only if the different concerns, different parts of the country have different concerns. Peace is not the same thing to someone in Nimule as it is to someone in Lair and as it is to someone in Tuk in Jungle. I did a public perception survey before I left Juba, I think around 2019 or 2020. And we asked people what they wanted, what was their priority for peace that the government should deliver. And you would go to a place, they would talk to you about cattle raiding, abduction of women and children, and some of these things. You would go to another location, the voices are completely different. And so peace would mean providing universal national solutions to all of these different aspects so that each one in their different locations understands that, yes, there is peace. Until we get to that point, I don't see how we're going to be at peace in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody has a question. First of all, I want to also welcome Didi. I know Didi is not feeling well, but just want to say thank you for joining. But what I want to ask, so if any question, the CJ have been here earlier. You have any question for Mr. Rajab at the moment? And meet yourself, Mr. CJ. While CJ try to figure out what's going on with his device, my question to you, Brother Rajab, in this particular thing that you have mentioned, and I thank you again for joining us and narrating many things. Just before that, um, you said your organization again is CTA or what again? Could you remind me, please, Mr. Rajab?
Yes, the organization is the People's Coalition for Civil Action, PCCA.
Okay, thank you. And the PCCA, like I think from what I've understood, your guys' perspective, you agree on this idea of roundtable to come and stop the violence because that's the main objective of yours. In this roundtable proposal, do you think this is the only way that this is actually going to bring somewhat clarity to a solution, or you think it's just a trial? You will try it anyway, maybe, or perhaps it will bring some change. Or is it like you guys are confident because even you have mentioned something that even some others they look at it in different way from the group within who are all in this round table, or should we say the procurators on this round table, um, they have different perspective, but yet you agree that you need to have a dialogue where you can come to a solution. So I hope my question understood you. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for the question. Yes, from the PCCA perspective, we believe in a violent approach, and this non-violent approach can be in really many ways to bring change. First of all, let me talk about that. Our primary non-violent approach is to mobilize citizens to come out on the streets to demonstrate and demand that the situation in the country should change, and demand that they reject these unbearable conditions of life being imposed on them all these years. They want the best out of this country, and there must be change in the country. And so that is using the citizens who are deeply concerned and on whom the sovereignty of the country is rested. So we believe that this is the major approach that would deliver peace to South Sudan easily. But in a political setting, there is no only way in a political environment. I have always heard people say, for example, that the peace agreement is the only way for South Sudan. Prior to that, the national dialogue was said to be the only way for peace in South Sudan. There is no any single approach to political process. So peaceful demonstrations or protests is one approach. And then you can also use, petitions and so forth. You can use different ways, including a roundtable conference. So a roundtable conference is one alternative. And this alternative is based on, asking all the forces in the country, both in government and in opposition in their various formations, that we need a peaceful process to understand ourselves. So stop the violence, stop the killings, and let us sit together and reason out. So this is one approach. It is not a universal solution. It doesn't. It's not. It's not. I don't say that it is only way to solution to South Sudan. We believe that non-violent processes can be so many different ways. That is our understanding of the process. So the Roundtable Conference is just one of those many approaches. But for this particular one, it brings in all the violent and non-violent forces to a non-violent process of change in the country. And as I said earlier, it is based on honest understanding and willingness to agree to reach consensus, basically, as we have always said, for a way out of the crisis in the country, where everyone in their different, first of all, different interest groups, but also different regions and sections of the society to sit together and then reach consensus on what works in a manner that accommodates all the different grievances of the people. The grievances are not necessarily the same, and so unless you kind of agree on something that works, it will be difficult to harmonize these different views and produce a political dispensation that responds to them holistically. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you. Um, and then this question, while CJ or Didi, if they have question, I know Didi is not feeling well, like I said, but if you have any questions, you can come up now. Or anyone up down there who are listening also, if there any question to you, I hope you guys can hear me. It shows me there my signal is terrible. But one thing from this roundtable, and the controversy, we're going to the controversy of the roundtable. Um, the roundtable, of course, as we know, is included all the opposition, the non-signatory, as you mentioned, and also those who are in civil society. But what we notice also in these civil societies, there is some who are not included, which is one of them, those advocates, if I could say, those who are calling also for their regional right or their statehood, like us, Equatorial nationalists, who are demanding or actually, you know, this is a call for us to be a nation. From what we see in this crisis in the country, add to the injustices committed against our people and the land occupation and the mass displacement of our people, which is almost just in a almost like they're trying to depopulate and also exterminate our population. But in all that, our call, of course, generally known to be for the land of Equatoria and the people of Equatoria. And in this roundtable, they have rejected, um, you know, to publicly they spoke out that they would not include um, those Equatorian nationalists or those who call for independence of Equatoria. And also, there was mixed messages. Some of them say, no, we will include you. You just have to apply. And I know maybe some people applied. I can't speak in their behalf because I never, and I always have stood against it for a lot of reason because the letter, and I remember, I read that letter before, the letter that the statement that was brought, especially by the group of Soma and others and non-signatories who said they are definitely against disintegration. That's the number one thing. And they have mentioned it very clearly without any apology. And even there was an interview with Bagana Mum was asked about the Equatorians' nationalist demand and if they can be included, and he kind of like gave a negative opinion on that. So I want to know this: if this proposal is to stop war and injustice and all these things, why are they making it exclusive? I mean, only into some groups, particular. It's almost like a club where the others are not welcome, but the ones who are welcome are those who are chosen by those who think they have the right to speak for the people, while the people who are speaking for their right are ignored, never been even recognize. So what could you tell us about that? And do PCC? I mean, sorry for not pronouncing the name correctly. If you can write it down there, the name of the organization you represent. And what about your organization? Do they also see the same views of those in Soma who refuse any of those Equatorial nationals to come out and kind of speak for their rights in that matter of the roundtable, or this roundtable only just for those who want to force unity and want to just ignore the issues of Equatoria in particular? So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much once again, Brother Odysseus, for this question. Now, I will say a few things really in response to this. The first is that throughout the statements that came out calling for a roundtable conference that I actually quoted from earlier, the language has been an inclusive national process, an inclusive people-driven process. And so inclusive means inclusive, meaning that everyone is considered in this process. You said there are public statements that the Equatorial nationalists or groups calling for separation are not wanted. That does not, that is not in line with the call for an inclusive national process. And as I said earlier, grievances across the country are not the same. What people feel as peace in different regions are not necessarily the same or different states, but also as groups, civic groups, they are not all that the same. And so unless all of these things are harmonized in a manner of consensus building, we will never have peace. So there is no way the nationalists would be rejected from this process. And so if there are statements, as you are saying, that some groups have said they do not want this, I don't believe that is the case. The language, the vision, the idea, and the concept is clear that it is to be a national and inclusive national process, an all-inclusive national process. So there is no discrimination, especially against the separatists. That's one. Number two, we should accept differences in ideas. There are lots of splits in the country. There are people who believe that the arrangement, the current political formation in the country will deliver peace. Others do not believe it will deliver peace. There are people who believe that the country will never work again as a united polity or political formation or political entity, and so it should be divided. That there are others who still believe that it can still work. So there are these difference of opinions. So the right that you have to demand that South Sudan should disintegrate, break down into different countries, is the same right that someone else has to say that it should not disintegrate. So when there are these differences of opinions, it is understandable. And the purpose of consensus building is that we harmonize these differences in opinions. Now, you as an Equatorial nationalist group would be defined in one of these three forms of society. Either you are a business entity, or you are a political, partisan political entity, or you are a civil society. That includes the media and the civic groups. So if you are not doing what you are doing in order to gain profit, then you are not a business entity. If you are not doing what you are doing in order to get political power for yourself, as Odysseus and as the nationalist groups, then you are not a partisan political entity. Then that puts you squarely as civil society. And so, as a civil society, in my view, your role is not necessarily to say everything that is being designed, any political arrangement that is being designed, will exactly fit your objectives. So the role of the civil society is to shape political processes And that is how we do it. For example, the national dialogue process, when it was announced, the process, in my view, was meant to be politically, influenced process. Ideally, that's my thinking, for President Kiir and to be able to dodge the peace agreement and say specifically that, listen, the people of South Sudan have spoken, and this is what they have said. They say they want their government, they do not want these groups and so forth and all that, and possibly take that as the voice of the people. Our role as civil society is to say that any political process reflects the will of the people. And so we had to get in to demand. Initially, it was, some of these political actors who were formed into the national dialogue leadership. I don't know what they called it at that time. Now, we went in to say that if you want this process to be a process that reflects the will of the people, then it should look like this. So we got in without invitation. So as a civil society actor that is representing a constituency, your role is to jump into any process and try to shape this process to reflect the interests of the constituency that you represent. So do not wait to be invited. That is what we have shared with our religious leaders in the country. In fact, we believe that if the religious leaders were to stand on the principles that they defend or they preach, the suffering in the country would have stopped, because they would have demanded for simple things: stop the killing of our congregations, of our followers, of the sheep that we shepherd. In the Christian, believers are referred to as sheep, and those who manage them are referred to as shepherds and so forth. So they are supposed to make demands. They do not need invitation. They do not need specifically that these political processes should match with what they preach. They have to make these things work for their people. So that is what you should do. So this is one process that has been announced, and there will always be a starting point. So there is a starting point for the call for the roundtable conference. It might have started with one person, one organization, and it's pulling in together different organizations. So your role is actually to get in and shape this process the way you want it to go. It is not going to be put exactly as you would wish, but you should be active enough, proactive enough to get in and do it to fit the interests of the nationalist groups. So by saying these, I first of all want to re-emphasize that this is an inclusive process. It is meant to be. And until we have an inclusive process, there's going to be no peace among ourselves as South Sudanese. The killings will continue. So that is one. So the nationalist groups, Equatorial nationalist groups are not excluded, deliberately not wanted in this process. The second thing is that these processes may not reflect your wish exactly, but as a civic group, as a civil society entity, you reserve the right to shape this process and any other process so that it works in the best interest of your constituency. And on that note, I would encourage that you look at this process, positively and see what you would get out of it. Now, that means if this roundtable conference is to happen, you should have a seat at the table to bring in the concerns and the grievances of the constituency that you represent. Until these grievances are taken into consideration, there is not going to be a fair arrangement for peace. But there is something very important. Now, the grievances and concerns people bring to get this situation addressed are not exactly the same. And some of them can be completely at extreme ends. For example, you want secession of Equatoria from the rest of South Sudan. Another group of actors exactly like you would be South Sudanese who would want the country to remain united. And so you are going to be at extreme ends of the spectrum. And those who want South Sudan united may not get it exactly 100%. You who are advocating for Equatorial secession may also not get it 100%. That is where consensus comes in. So you, at the extreme ends of this controversy, would have to find a common ground that works for both those who are calling for secession and also those who are calling for unity. And so at the end of it, there should be a way out of this. And of course, with that, it comes in the respect of rights. If the demand, agreements could be reached to get a situation addressed. And so I would encourage that we pursue this process of dialogue and analysis and conversations. The worst thing is if we do not have conversations among ourselves, then we will always have confrontations. Confrontations can be verbal confrontations, they can be physical confrontations, and the end result of these confrontations are not good for everyone. For example, what is happening in our country? We have always said that the situation is bad in the country and it is bad for everyone. Everyone is a potential victim, including those in positions of authority. When we used to engage, following the violence in the country, we said things were not right. There were people who would criticize us a lot and say, you are against the country, you are traitors, you are all of these things, because they were holding very powerful positions in the military, in the national security, in political positions, and so forth. And we were saying that if the country is not going to work for some few, it is not going to work for everyone. It is just bad. It's only a matter of time. You will be the next victim. And some do not believe because they had massive political power. What happened at the end? Actually, it did not work for some of them. At some point, they became potential victims. I remember some of them, we met them outside the country. Now, as either as rebel leaders or as non-violent opposition groups, and it came after they had gone through hell from the system that they believed was working for the country, just because it was working for some of them. And so consensus building through conversations and understanding among ourselves offers the best option. Outside this option, and you, Odysseus, as we speak now, you are non-violent, I believe. You speak, you demand for a change, you demand for cessation in a way that should happen for Equatoria and all that. Now, you are not going to continue non-violently forever. When you find that there is no way you would achieve this, all ways to actually reason around these issues are blocked. You cannot speak out, and the same situation we have faced. We try to demand that the situation in the country should change. The killings should stop, and there should be a good political process that delivers this country, and no one listens to us. If we are not patient enough to still hold on to non-violence, we would become violent. And you, Odysseus, as you speak now, you are doing it non-violently. But there will come a point if no one listens to you. There is nowhere you would go to make this non-violent call work. You will end up with the guns in your hands to use the violent process. That's exactly where you are being pushed to. And so, with all honesty, we would say it is important for South Sudanese to listen to themselves, and also for the international community, the region who are supporting peace in South Sudan or trying to do so, to listen to the voices. These voices are peaceful, they are genuine, they're raising concerns. When you say things are not right in the country, you are not a traitor. And so those are ways I see this. So I would encourage you not to see, even actually now, for example, if IGAD says this agreement should be revitalized, you should find a way to get to IGAD to be part of the process and say, no, you did it in 2015, it didn't work, you did it in 2018, it didn't work, you are not going to do it again the same way in our watch. As Equatorial nationalists, this is what we demand, this is how change would come into the country. And that is where you will influence change. You may not get 100% of what you demand, you would get some percentage at least, and find something out of that. And it is a process. Even if you want a secession of Equatoria, it has to be a process. But the best process is a process of talking to each other and listening to these voices. Thank you.
Thank you. I have so many questions, but I will limit my question, and then from there, I will give a chance for those who want to ask questions. Uh, Maybe CJ or DD, if possible, or anyone who's listening down there. Um, there is some things you explained your point clearly. Even though, let me just remind you one thing also about us as Equatorial nationals. Well, you say we can even go to IGAD on these. There is some things as Equatorial nationalists when to clarify to many who are not aware where our stand. Yes, we are an organization where it deals with politics. And the same time, we also deal with the social issues of our people. So we are a combination. I'll just put it that way. You cannot be defined in one thing and left the other. Both of us, like we play big roles in everything, if it's political, legal, or social in that matter. Uh, the point that I've noticed from the roundtable, because I say it's a controversy. Why? Because the procurators who are heading this roundtable are mostly different organizations who don't believe mostly in the secession of any territory within the so-called South Sudan, and they are very adamant on that. Yet you say all are welcome. It's inclusive, not you know excluding people. Well, from what we know, who are the main, if I could say, the question is, who are the main heads of making decisive things within this round table in particular, like making the final decision? Because of course they gotta be like a hierarchical kind of like administration in within that round table. Oh, this round table, just everybody come in. You don't have to be invited, as you said. But when we hear others say, no, no, you have to be actually meet the criteria. I think we meet all the criteria. Only one thing is that we are not for unity. We are secessionists or Equatorian nationalists who call for independence of Equatoria, and that kind of put us as a target that not to be accepted. But yet you said that there is a chance for us in there. I'm really, to be honest, I'm not into this idea, but I'm just asking this question genuinely for those who still think, because there is some people who had that thought and idea that, oh, we need to join that round table. I said myself, I don't. I said we don't have to, because I don't even think the round table will ever uh, discuss genuinely the issues that Equatoria are facing, because our issues, if compared to Upper Nile, we are different in on the subject matter. The conflict in Upper Nile is completely different from the conflict within Equatoria. Equatoria is being occupied, being terrorized, being displaced, while in Upper Nile is a tribal conflict that had been waged for years, and the SPLA also helped to increase this fight, or to elevate this fight into where we see today. It entered into political stage where it was only a tribal kind of primitive fight, but then it went deeper into the political arena, where now it's confusing even some of the politicians to come up with a clear message, because some of the politicians are part of the problem itself. Like they are part of this group who cannot even come clear to the people and say, yeah, this conflict. Because and who's paying the price is we Equatorians. So we Equatorian nationalists have always stated that our position is completely different, because we know what we have and what is our case. But in that matter, my main question is, who are the ones who are leading this in subject matter, the round table, like the heads, because they said there is, I think there's the civilians, and there is those who are, politicians, whoever. So can you just enlighten us on that, please? And thank you. And if anybody else later have question, they can ask after that.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you once again for this question. Who are the main decision makers of this roundtable conference or this process? First, the, uh, the the call for the roundtable conference now, which is being led by the National Consensus Forum has, over 20 different entities or organizations. The decision makers are representatives of these organizations. The decision they make at this point is to mobilize people for the roundtable conference, that it is a worthwhile idea and that South Sudanese should embrace this idea and get together to talk on the issues affecting the country. Now, that is where we are at the moment. So there is the National Consensus Forum as a broad group with representation from, so far, these groups or organizations that have been calling for this roundtable conference. And it is this group, the National Consensus Forum, that holds discussions on this process, on how to get out the people, and actually defining this process itself at the moment, trying to, as a way of mobilizing. Now, the roundtable conference, ideally, these decisions have not been finalized because, this is a process under development, is that this process would be facilitated. It will be facilitated, and we're yet to, eventually reach consensus on who would facilitate or moderate this process. The idea is to have people that all different actors or stakeholders would agree to facilitate this process, so that there is confidence in the process. And once that is reached, and we have the facilitation team or group, then, for example, we would agree and say maybe the faith-based groups could facilitate this process. Or we can agree that eminent African personalities, former heads of states from the African continent, could facilitate this process or something like that. This decision, if reached, then those facilitating would be involved in deciding now some of the things and most of those. But for now, the mobilizers are these groups. This includes the non-signatory groups. It includes us, the PCCA, and several other civic groups so far that have been engaging in this. So it is kind of, just people coming together to a recommendation. Now you say you do not agree to the roundtable conference at all. Obviously, that is how we differ as citizens, and where we exercise our rights. You do not have to agree to anything that comes up. For example, I want to take the national dialogue as a similar process. When President Kiir announced it, not everyone agreed to the national dialogue process. However, while you are right to disagree with this idea, is respected and recognized by everyone, what I would throw to you as a challenge is that do not just reject and keep it there. Reject this idea in totality, but propose something that would help us move forward. Do not only propose that, but also find a way to mobilize the country to be able to subscribe to that idea as a solution to the situation in the country. Now, I agree with you that there are different grievances in South Sudan. As you referenced, Equatoria has completely different grievances. Upper Nile has completely different issues. All of these constitute the crisis that we face in South Sudan. That is absolutely right in that sense. And of course, there should be a recognition to the reality that Upper Nile and Equatoria and Bahar el-Ghazal constitute what we refer to as South Sudan at the moment. And so the solutions to South Sudan problems and the solution to the grievances raised by you as an Equatorian nationalist would very likely be found in association with the South Sudan with South Sudan as a country. In other words, It may be difficult for Upper Nile independently for now to find its own solutions to the problems, when actually South Sudan as an entity has an influence in that situation. The situation is up in Upper Nile is partly manufactured from Juba by the different political actors who rival for power in Juba and do their fights, use Upper Nile ground as the battlefield. It is partly manufactured by Juba. When I call Juba, I'm referring to the government and the political actors, the formations. Some of the grievances in Equatoria are manufactured by these formations that hold political power in the name of South Sudan. That includes Upper Nile, Equatoria, and Bahr el Ghazal. And so it is going to, to find a solution, an independent Equatoria, it is highly likely to involve some form of engagement with South Sudan. That engagement can be peaceful, that engagement can be violent, and we cannot rule out that possibility. So Upper Nile, Greater Equatoria, Bahr el Ghazal, they have regional concerns or forms of issues, but they are all connected by the political authority in Juba, that is the government, that actually is partly or directly responsible for some of these situations. So peace in the rest of the regions in the country will come only if the formations in Juba are, are changed in a way, either completely removed from power, or for some reason, if there's a miracle, they change to make things different, to behave differently. So that is the situation. And I agree your position is completely different. It is obvious your position is completely different. But what I believe in is that by maybe accident of history or whatever situation or coincidence of history, you are in a way entangled in the whole challenges or crisis of South Sudan as a country. So you have to this burden of struggling for to try to resolve that. And of course, if I may take this further in a form of explanation, I remember, of course, I would reference these two countries of South Sudan and Eritrea that actually pursued similar interests like you are pursuing. Something so interesting that you should learn from them was that South Sudan initially, actually, South Sudanese felt that they should fight for South Sudan. That was what some of the Anyanya leaders wanted, and Anyanya 1 and also Anyanya 2 before the SPLA was formed. And when the SPLA joined them, in fact, their initial position was also to fight for South Sudan. But when they realized that they would not get support to do that, they then agreed to fight for unity of Sudan. Ethiopia, Eritrea did the same thing. They fought for decades to get Eritrea independent, which did not actually work. And both South Sudan and Eritrea, those who fought, learned from the previous decades of their struggle. And what happened so interesting that you should take as a lesson was that they ended up fighting for unity in order to get secession. The Eritreans fought for unity of Ethiopia, and then they got separation. We as South Sudanese also fought for the unity of the Sudan, and we got secession. So you should be open to ideas that would involve you engaging with South Sudan as a country in order to get your problem solved. And it is a matter of strategy. If you see that this strategy of getting Equatorial independent works, then of course there is no argument. You can follow that. But if you see that it is difficult, you need to be strategic enough to consider also fighting like they did, the South Sudanese did, fought for unity and got independence. Like Eritreans did, they fought for unity and got independence out of that. So you should be open to different approaches to support your to achieve your intended objectives.
Yes, thank you. Well, again, I appreciate what your honest and sincere point. I hope I hope you finished because I didn't know your voice just suddenly cut off. Oh,
Yes, yes, please, take it up.
okay. Thank you. Uh, I just want to say again, I want to appreciate you and welcome you, Brother Rajab, for joining us here in this Q&A with Round Table sorry, Twist of Time Procurators, those who are, you know, responsible on this roundtable program. Well, my actual main question was in beginning when I asked you, I want you to I like define to us or identify to us those who are in this who are leading this process. Like I heard, I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard one of them is Emmanuel Ajawin. He's one of those who actually leading this program, and you got also Bagana in that. I don't know. I mean, if you can enlighten us, because if it is for the people, because those are the people who are hardcore liner who said they cannot accept those Equatorian nationalists or those who call for secession from South Sudan. Well, and also I want to just say something. I will disagree with you on one thing here, and disagreement is not bad. Of course, some people say, "Oh, when somebody disagree, he's just disagreeing." No, I have a reason. I can disagree, and I can explain why I disagree, and I'm here to explain it, and that's good. And this is how the dialogue is, and I appreciate you for the open mind, Brother Rajab, for that. For what I disagree with you on the matter of the Upper Nile, you mentioned that it's all the main or say the heart of the problem within Juba regime? Well, I will say no, because this conflict, it might be Juba administratively holding, but Juba is not even in the position of power, because if you have power and you can maintain control in all over the region, then you have no any any what do you call um uh, I forgot the word, competent kind of like administration. What is going on in Upper Nile? It's completely an anarchy, a tribal anarchy, where the absence, I won't say absent of government over there, because what is happening, these people hijacked the government, went in as tribes, represent themselves, made sure that they began to look at their tribes more than they look at the country, and they began to kind of like distribute all whatever they need, which is one of them weapons and all that. But this still cannot say that the one who's creating the chaos is in Juba. The chaos is in Upper Nile is because these people have an old history, go back to the time where they already been fighting before even they had the weapons today, like those sophisticated weapons like AK-47, those machine guns. So before that, they used to kill each other with those old weapons, and they were not to that extent of committing atrocities like today. But today they can commit so much atrocities in both sides. But when it comes to Equatoria, of course, we are being there is a campaign from this regime. Their main objective, especially when they came into Juba, they felt the access now, they have the power to go and spread. And if you look at it, most of the time they try to run out of Upper Nile and say, oh, there's a conflict in Upper Nile, and then they move to Equatoria and try to settle. Even like you heard recently, Kir was mentioning that he want people to allow these people in POCs, if I'm not mistaken, POCs or those refugees who are there to be given those lands or to be given another lands within Equatoria. That's a pure occupation. That's a pure a tactic from them, because the regime in Equatoria, they are organizing to make sure that Equatoria is assimilated and destroyed, while in Upper Nile, there is a conflict, a power conflict between those tribes who think they are majority and they have the right to be in this power. That's why I could see there is a game here where, especially us as Equatorian, and I see some of Equatorian politicians, even some of Equatorian activists who have missed the sign or the thing that is clear to us, why this thing is not what people see. It's more complicated and more uh, based on only particular group who are running the show. And as Equatorians right now, when we come in front of them in any table, if we have no position, if we have no ground, then we are in the losing side. So that's why I asked this question: who are those running this show of so-called the round table, and how are they running it? Are they running it democratically, or are they running it based on you know, one man show, which is more like dictatorial? So I want to know that. And if you can give us, you said 20 groups already in this round table. So can you, give us just names of those, identify it to us for an information purpose for people to know what are, because we need everybody who's going to speak about cases like that, even if he don't represent my case, yet he say he's representing a national case. We need to know them. Who are they, and what is their job and program? So I hope it's clear, and thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, with respect to the question on who are the main procurators or main decision makers or the lead in these, of course, you mentioned Pagana Moom and Emmanuel Ajawin. They are at the top leadership, obviously, but they are there as representatives of their institutions. Ideally, to be honest, well, I wouldn't put it that they are Pagana Moom and Emmanuel Ajawin are the ones leading the process and pulling in the rest of the people. As I said earlier, from the PCCA side, we actually reached out to them. We had conversations with them, and that is how it came that both the national, the non-signatory South Sudanese opposition group, which is the combination of SOMA 1 and 2, and then the PCCA were the conveners of the meetings that led to the formation of the National Consensus Forum. So at the very top of this decision making, we have the individuals you mentioned, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, Honorable Pagana Moom, but you also have the rest of us from the PCCA and also the other organizations that are part of this engagement at the National Consensus Forum. So it is not totally a kind of an arrangement that is being administered or dictated upon by Pagana Moom and Emmanuel Ajawin. And if I understood you clearly, these are both individuals from Upper Nile, and seems like there are crises in Upper Nile, and they have been part of this crisis, and they are also leading a process in a way like that. That the the Roundtable Conference is kind of their formulation. That is also an Upper Nile thing. It is totally not an Upper Nile process. It is a process that we have been deeply involved in right from the beginning. And so all of us are part of this leadership, and that includes Pagana Moom representing the real SPLM, Ajawin representing the National Democratic Forum, National Democratic Movement, Patriotic Front, and others in that process. Now, with regard to your disagreement on that, the issues of Upper Nile are purely violence of Upper Nile, not necessarily Juba based. Well, if you see that would be correct. Most of our communities have had problems. Most of those problems at the initial stages, really, the way I know or understood them from my time as a child and to this day, were largely on issues of cattle rustling. Going to get cattle, and then you fight over that. And it is a common problem with cattle keepers, both in South Sudan, but also outside South Sudan. When you go to the region, like you go to the Turukana, there have been groups involved in cattle rustling among themselves and also across the border in some way. You go to the Karamojong in Uganda, the same thing. You go to other groups, those involved in cattle. There is one belief they have that the cattle belongs to them, each of these groups. For example, one group in Upper Nile would say the cattle all over the world belongs to them. And when they see it with anyone, they would want to get it for themselves. Others just want to get it as a kind of a tradition that for you to marry, you have to have cattle. For you to have cattle, you must be a man enough to, go and get this cattle from another man, and those kind of things. So those were the issues that personally I have known. But when it comes to the political issues, these things about power struggle in Juba. And most of the people that are involved in those crises are associated with power in Juba. They are either struggling for power in Juba and they fight this at the local levels, or they motivate groups to do that. There are reports that indicate that Juba has been known to have supplied weapons to groups to cause crisis. Now, when you follow, like the recent crisis, all of those guys have been part of the struggle or the crisis at the national level. These different armed groups, and the unofficial reports in the black market tend to show that some of them were actually motivated. For example, if you take these groups that have been fighting of recent, you have Agwelek, you have the Kitgwang group, and you have the IO group of Riek Machar. All of these groups have agreements with Juba. And looks like some of these agreements were meant to actually cause them to turn against themselves. And so some of these crises that happen in that part of Upper Nile, the real Upper Nile state, have been strongly associated with the issues of Juba. Now, in Jonglei State, we have had some of these, and also complaints of Juba in support of some of these groups. But as I said earlier, yes, this crisis of cattle rustling and some of this have obviously mutated to what we have today, of a situation where people now have weapons, and they can use these weapons violently among themselves, as opposed to using spears in the olden days. But here is the situation we have. Whether the crisis is there as a kind of a character of people, or the crisis is there because of politics, the purpose of a state is to create harmony. It is to hold to account those who want to be stubborn in a given territory to cause crisis and violence, and punish them. And it is only when there is punishment for crimes that people begin to fear to commit crimes. Corruption prevails in many African countries because they are tolerated, and the corrupt are not punished. In most cases, if you are corrupt, very big corrupt person, sometimes you even get promotions. And if there's any punishment, it goes to the small corrupt ones that are so low down in the echelons of power. And in that case, whether we agree to the definition that it is a regional problem in Upper Nile, or it's a national problem reflected in the regions, the fact is that there is a centralized political power that is supposed to have an authority to bring sanity to all of the regions in the country. In the absence of that, these problems will only multiply, whether they are internal regional problems or they are national problems being battled regionally or locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from you guys have a question? Mr. CJ? I'll give you a break for a minute, brother. Rajab. So anybody from the speakers have any question to brother Rajab, or even also the audience later? But if you have,
there is.
Go ahead.
Yes, there is. There is a question here in the chat box, Odysseus, from BL Con, who is saying, will the resumption of wrong peace talk be an obstacle to the roundtable initiative? Now, the roundtable, if I may answer this right away, the roundtable conference. Okay. The call for the roundtable conference is not meant to be an obstacle to any other political process. So by simply announcing that people should have a dialogue, it does not mean there should be no wrong process. There should be no Equatorial nationalists' demands, there should be no other demands. So there should be all of these processes, as long as they are genuinely meant to deliver peace for the people of South Sudan. And so we see the wrong process, honestly, as a process that is also like the peace agreement in Juba. It is being used to legitimize the authorities and to act as a smoke screen that we are engaging in peace. We are actually engaging in peace, you know. So it is not, again, really an honest process. But if the wrong process emerges to be an honest process, there is nothing wrong with it. The only concern we have is that it has not been an honest one. At one point, you know, people would say we're not going to the wrong process. At one point, they would sign agreements, and there are two I remember of these agreements. There's the wrong declaration, which the parties made. It's an agreement as part of the Rome process that they committed to the cessation of hostilities agreement of 2017. That agreement that was signed in Addis prior to the current peace agreement, that the parties committed to that agreement, which means cessation of hostilities, protection of civilian, and facilitation of humanitarian access. I can speak here with the confidence that they have violated this for 100%, which means they are not honest in that Rome process. The second agreement they had was called the Rome Resolution, that they resolved that the non-signatories would be part of the security monitoring mechanism, and that they would be participating in that process. They agreed like that. And that was way back, I think, around 2021 or so. Until as we speak now, these groups are not part of this peace monitoring mechanism, which is essentially is citizen VM, the ceasefire and transitional security arrangements monitoring and verification mechanism. Interestingly, that mechanism is actually a mechanism of the RRC. So you can see that they are supposed to be absorbed into that mechanism, but they're essentially into the RRCs. And that has not also happened. It has been violated to 100%. They have repeatedly said they were committed to the Rome process. That in itself is also kind of a declaration in itself. But unilaterally, they would just say, we're not going to Rome for this process. We're not going to go to Rome. And this changed only when Pope was coming to Juba, that now we're going to participate in the Rome process. You know, so you can see from these events or statements and actions that there is some way of dishonesty in these conversations. It is meant to be some of the peace agreements that have been happening on the African continent, where a sitting political power reaches a peace agreement only as a way to neutralize the opposition groups. So essentially, the idea was to negotiate, the groups, like what has happened to the others that are already in Juba. They were negotiated into Juba. They have been completely, completely disorganized, weakened to the extent that they have been rendered almost ineffective in demanding for the change they were fighting for. So the Rome process, in my view, is something that was meant to be like that, with Juba negotiating these groups in slowly, and so these groups seem to be also aware of this arrangement, and so they get there, they put their positions, and they reject some of the things that they see would compromise their ability to demand for change in the situation in the country. So if the Rome process resumes and it goes with honesty to deliver peace, that would be a welcome development. Otherwise, if it is going to go the way it is going, now they started this thing way back, until as we speak now, not much has changed and people continue to die, then that may not be a process that we would clap for. We would rather say, if that is the way it is going to continue, they better stop wasting time on that and try to find another process. And one of these would be the Roundtable Conference, which in a way would be similar to the Rome, but The issue is that it is more inclusive. It is not only going to be the political actors, as it happens with the Rome process. Different groups may have to be in. And our understanding is that government Rome process, partly because of the Roundtable Conference, they believe that it is going to pull in the civic groups. The civic groups are not going to negotiate for power. So they are not going to be bribed by positions, or they are not going to be motivated by handouts of opportunities in order to subscribe to the status quo. They are going to, first of all, have a very clear position, and it is likely that their positions would be firm. For example, if you happen to go to, you happen to be part of this process as the Roundtable Conference instead of the Rome process of this year, you are going to be very firm on your position, and you are going to be very honest, and you are going to expose all the things you know as the evils. And you are not going to do that alone. Most of the other actors are probably going to be the same way. And very likely the opposition groups that are engaging in the Rome process will also have the same position. So very likely the only odd one out would be the government. And therefore, the region and the Rome groups or authorities, Saint Egidio and others that are facilitating this process, and possibly the international community, would tend to side with those who are representing the voices of the people, and that their voices are almost the same on the issues affecting the country. So the government doesn't want to find itself in a situation of being the odd one out in a process that involves more actors, not necessarily actors that are chasing for political power. And worse still, if the civic groups have positions that also agree with some of the opposition groups and leaving the government as the only odd one out. So they would now understandably prefer to go back to their own process, which limits it to themselves and also to the non-signatories. And they would play the same games of reaching decisions and violating those decisions and not reaching an agreement. And years will continue to roll by. And as this happens, more people will continue to go to the grave untimely and violently. I mean, in a manner that they that are not right, are not natural. So that's the situation we have. So any process is not blocked by the Roundtable Conference, but what we would subscribe to are processes that are genuine and honest and meant to deliver peace in the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Any one of the speakers want to say question? Let me give, or just go to break and then come back and you can put your questions to Mr. Rajab. Speakers?
That will depend on Rajab and hi, brother Rajab, Odysseus, CJ, and myself. Yeah, that would depend on Rajab if he wants to go on a break or if he wants us to proceed and take his break later. And yeah, what would you think, Rajab?
No, for me, I'm available.
Okay.
If the moderators want some break, that's fine, but me, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. If CJ is not there, I think I can ask my question. I just wanted to thank you. Or CJ, if you wanted to speak.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. Hello?
No, because you came before me, so I just thought you were far.
No, go ahead. Yeah, you're good. Ladies first. Don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you. Rajab, I just wanted to thank you for coming, and sorry for the delays a bit. And can apologize. Me too, I came late just due to some health issues. I just wanted to say, hoping that my questions will be clear. I'm just wondering that, regarding, you guys returning back, if, let's say, if everything goes well and the process of the roundtable and you guys have to join in the organization and all the movement that follow the steps. And knowing that Riek Machar has been in similar condition, and when he returned, there were some issues that people say he ignored some warning signs, and uh, some few processes that were supposed to be completed or done before he returned. That includes certain, will of entering into good agreements or security purposes wise before he returned and stuff like that. So let me say, what if you guys go back? What happened? Or let me say, what are the guarantees that that most of you, or all of you, will not ended up in similar position that you will be compromised, like Riek Machar has been compromised politically. You cannot even exercise, your rights, and all the good things that you have expressed to us, and making people to believe in what you're gonna do, and then all of a sudden you find yourself being compensated, like being in restricted, uh, and also, to make it worse, is you ended up in a travel ban or travel restriction, that you could not even travel out of the country if you wanted to make a escape. That's question number one. How are you guys gonna deal with that? And then the other question is the question of disarmament. Knowing that guns in the hands of the wrong perpetrators, many different militias, especially from Upper Nile, and probably some groups of similar people that are engaged in the tribal revenge war that has been politicized. Most of them, they are armed, and in order um, to overcome this, you're returning to basically to deal with the same people that have the root causes of all these things that have happened, the Riek Machar and the Mr. Salva Kiir and stuff like that. Knowing that they arm these people, and if you guys, has your organization have anything in mind that concerning this armament, and if you do, how are you guys going to go around this, or how are you guys going to accomplish this? What are the process or engagement that you guys will do that can lead those violent people who are armed, you know, to be disarmed? That the country might basically maybe might come to a peaceful resolution. And then the third one, the last third one that I was thinking of, that you're my brother, Equatorian, and I cannot even begin to express all the things that Equatorians are going through, because you know it. I think to some level even that are even more deeper than what I know. I would say that given the intensity of the pressure, Equatoria, extremely is undergoing right now, brutally betrayed and mercilessly crucified, for the unity of South Sudan, and Equatoria become a battleground and a sanctuary or as a stronghold for the leaders of South Sudan. Leaders of South Sudan, yes, that holding Equatoria hostage now, killing our people, displacing our people, running a project of what you call occupation, land occupation in Equatoria. If you guys manage to be back there, will there be any sort of accountability that you guys can, sort of, bring some sort of what do you call it, compensation to Equatorians regarding their lands, that they might come home and settle back to their homes and heal and stuff like that? Will that happen? And will the rest of, if that's going to happen, will the rest of the people go back to their territory, their villages, their counties, or their cities, or their regions? Will they be asked to return back home, and also you know, that if you guys have any something better for them, like programs that might return them back and hopefully have some creativities that can give them jobs over there. They might have jobs, because right now people are really redundant, living in other territories that are not their territories, but they're claiming that they're looking for jobs when there's no job. For example, the jobs that are there only, you know, the unknown gunman, the killing of people, all the atrocities that have been caused. And you talked about reports earlier, and it's true that from one of the reports of the UNHCR, United Nations, it talks about how these people were well organized. It's basically a terrorism that these people are doing to people. They've been organized by what is called the government, and then the community leaders as well. They're the one engaging in those things. And how are you guys going to be dealing with that, diffusing all these things, returning all these people to resettle back in their homes, having creative programs for them, and some might even need healing in order to start thinking the worthiness of themselves, and that they can be contributing towards their society and something like that. So if are you guys going to able to do that? And if you guys going to do that, how are you guys going to manage to do that, knowing that the very perpetrators are the leaders, Kir and Riek, and they're going to be there? How is that going to be? And the last one, I would say, you've mentioned something to me with to do with when South Sudan has to separate from Sudan. There was some hard work that has been done, you know, and if Equatoria wants to, I'm just thinking that considering that you said also if we want to break out, that will also engage a lot of hard work, whereby I would say extremely hard work, really. And what if that happened? That extremely hard work, Equatoria begin to put in and weigh in, and started working towards their self-independence. What will become of your organization? What would happen to you guys? What would your approach be towards Equatoria? What are you guys going to do? Would you continue, or would you, especially you as Equatorian and most were Equatorians, and as well as the others, what would you guys do? Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Sister Didi, for these powerful questions. Let me take considerable time to provide responses. And first of all, good to meet you on this platform. And sorry that you're not feeling well. I wish you a quick recovery, my sister. All right. So let me get to your questions. That if we go back to Juba, based on maybe the roundtable conference process or whichever process, what are the guarantees that we would not end up in the same situation like Riek Machar, now his opposition group, and also the other opposition groups in the peace agreement? They went back. They have been largely silenced, deprived of the powers to shape the process in the country, in the peace process, restricted from movements, from holding discussions with the public, and all of that. I don't remember the last time Dr. Riek Machar personally spoke to media, from events being covered that he participates in, and then the media reporting those events. I'm not aware of any recent situation where he actually convened a press conference, invited both local and international media, and expressed voice as a vice president or as a party leader. And I'm aware of harassments to opposition leaders from his party and other political parties. I'm aware of violations, including dismissal of individuals or officials from their parties, from structures of the peace of the country under the peace agreement, like the case of Jungle Estate, where the the speaker was dismissed, not procedurally according to the agreement, rejection of individuals he had wanted to get appointed, for example, in Upper Nile and so forth. Yeah, so what is the guarantee that if we, as the People's Coalition for Civil Action, get back to Juba, we would not get into this situation? Well, it is important, first of all, to say that at the end of all of this, we must be in South Sudan. We must get back to South Sudan. But also, we have to learn from our past. And I would go back to the Anyanya one and this Addis Ababa agreement that they signed in 1972. That agreement, and also the previous sort of agreements, the 1947 Juba Roundtable Conference, and then the 1954 October Roundtable Conference. And I would encourage you really to read about this 1954 Juba Conference if you have the opportunity to get it. If not, I will share with you that document, the outcome of that meeting, or a report on that meeting. That was more powerful meeting, 1954, than the one of 1947. The one of 1954 was convened by South Sudanese leaders and not by the colonial authorities. And the people discussed and really put forward very clear recommendations. And most of the things that happened to Sudan until South Sudan became independent actually followed exactly what they recommended to the colonial authorities before Sudan became independent. Now, and then the SPLM as well, possibly learned from those previous records of those discussions of the roundtable conferences, and also the 1972 agreement. The 1972 Addis Ababa agreement puts almost all powers in the hands of the Sudan government, and the Anyanya group that signed the agreement did not really have so much power. And so the Sudan government and then sat on that agreement and dismantled it bit by bit until they dismantled it completely and people went back to the bush. Now, when the CPA was negotiated, they took a lot of those experiences into consideration. That's why it became a little bit difficult for Khartoum to dismantle the CPA like they did with the 1972 Addis Ababa agreement. Now, we have seen how things unfolded, both with the CPA, but also with the RCs now, the 2015 agreement, the 2016 agreement. And because people learn from history, there is no way we who are pushing for really genuine change in the situation in South Sudan would accept a situation where we would maintain the status quo just the way it is. So as we call for the roundtable conference, we are not actually calling for visas or for tickets, flight tickets to go to Juba. We are demanding that the situation should be completely different, and that different situation should be agreed upon by broad-based and inclusive section of the society. That includes everyone. A large section of the active actors in the situation in South Sudan, bringing in citizens from the different regions and political diversities and so forth to do that. And that means that any agreement to restore a new political dispensation should not restore a political dispensation that only advantages the status quo and again weakens the people from ensuring that their sovereign will is exercised. So if we just want to get back to Juba, it is not difficult to go back to Juba and be part of the status quo. There is even no reason to bother with a lot of difficult and long processes in order to end up going back to the same situation. The situation is already existing. And so if you just want that situation to continue, you just go and fall into it as it is. So the idea of the change we're demanding for is really to have a situation that we have a political dispensation that creates a state that works for all South Sudanese, and that was what we would subscribe to. And for that to happen, we believe that this change would happen on the South Sudanese soil. The changes, the demands, and the improvements to allow people to get back to their homes and villages. That's the first question. The second one was on the issue of disarmament. Does PCCA have any idea on disarmament? Yes. Out of the recommendations that we submitted to IGAD in March last year, one of them was to do with, two of them relate to issues of disarmament action. One was to do with new security arrangements, and the second, and these new security arrangements would actually include disarmament in a way to so many the current forces in the country. And that would mean setting up a criteria for being in the forces, in the South Sudanese National Army. And then all of these guys who hold weapons would pass through that screening process. Those who are so old and weak and sick and disabled and all of these may not necessarily pass through that. And so in that case, you would have most of these disarmed, and that is part of disarmament process, especially to those forces. The second aspect of the disarmament is a civilian disarmament, which is extremely important. Now, we recommended that in addition to an inclusive political dialogue and unification of forces, civilian disarmament becomes the next priority. A national army that can wield power impartially and is able to secure all citizens equally could succeed in disarming the civil population. This is necessary if South Sudan is to succeed in its journey out of the fragility trap and towards a peaceful democratic transition. I'm quoting from our statement. The people of South Sudan considered civilian disarmament their number one priority during the national dialogue process. They are willing to disarm if there is a professional, accountable force to protect them and their property. So now people call for disarmament. In fact, if you read most of the reports of engagements held by different organizations and also even the government, the national dialogue that they organize, people put disarmament, civilian disarmament, as a priority. Because now most of the fighting, these guys have been so careful and intelligent that they have moved the fighting from their forces to civilians. And so some of these political confrontations are actually done using armed civilians. Now, the disarmament of civilians, as people have been calling for, is genuine. However, it is unrealistic at this point for many reasons. In fact, if I should go back a little bit, in Addis, when we participated in the peace negotiations, the agreement now, we from the civil society strongly pushed for civilian disarmament. And that was actually signed, initialed as part of the agreement, the content of the agreement. Now, when the agreement was almost collapsing in Addis and it was eventually moved to Khartoum, there were a lot of discussions. In fact, the security arrangement was almost renegotiated completely anew. And in that, issue of the civilian disarmament did not come up. It was dropped almost completely from the new text of the transitional security arrangements. When we followed up on that, Sudanese security experts who facilitated discussions on the transitional security arrangements, which is chapter 2 of the peace agreement, said it is not possible for you to disarm your civilians now because you do not have a national professional unified force that would act on the mandate of the country. You have a lot of forces who are tribal. And so when you send these guys to go and disarm, some may end up disarming groups that are not their own tribe and leave their own groups, or others may end up joining their own groups and complicating crisis, violence in the communities. So that is one. The second is that your forces are not very strong to be able to disarm the civilians. And on that note, if they are not very careful, even the civilians will disarm them. And this has happened in many occasions where civilian forces, in fact, obliterated, contingencies of the government forces. And the situation in Tonj was one typical example where civilians, armed civilians, overran a military barracks, killed almost all the soldiers, and took control of their bodies and could not release the bodies to the government, and the government could not also get those bodies from them. And many similar examples. So civilians, armed civilians, are even more powerful than the government. I remember in some of my engagements with the authorities, there was one time, I think around 2019 or 2020, I'm not so sure, a massive group of youth mobilized and started moving from Jonglei to the Greater Pibor administrative area to fight. It was disaster because of reports on the size of the force that was moving, armed civilians. Now, we call them armed civilians, but some of these civilians, armed civilians, are highly trained and experienced fighters from the SPLA time. Some have been in the bush since Anyanyawa. And so they are no longer in the regular forces, whatever is left of the forces. They are part of these civilians in the villages, and they've joined in this group. So they could actually organize very good military formations to fight in what we refer to as civilian confrontations among communities. And so I went to the National Security Service as somebody to complain and said, you are in charge of the security of the country in terms of generating intelligence and advising the political authorities to take decisions on issues of security. We are deeply concerned that the security situation in the country continues to worsen, meaning that you are not actually doing your work. And now we have this situation of this massive force moving, of armed youth moving to the neighbor, to go and attack in the Greater Pibor administrative area. And with honesty, this guy told me, very senior general in the national security, that, listen, these guys, the force is over 50,000 men strong, armed with AK-47 and other artilleries and so forth, assault artilleries, of course. And so, if we organize now to confront them and stop them, we would succeed to mobilize up to 4,000 soldiers that we can deploy. Now, 4,000 soldiers against 50,000 armed civilians, with very many of them as veteran fighters, is not a match. And the best we can do is only to plead with them to try to stop. So we will use the community leaders, political leaders, religious leaders to plead with them to stop that. Now, this is a situation where clearly you would see that the army cannot disarm the civilians at the moment, because we know that the state is weak, and the armed forces of the state are also weak to handle these situations. So civilian disarmament under the current situation is not realistic. The other issue is that the government, weak as it is unable to provide security for all the civilians throughout the country. Now, some of the people hold guns illegally, but what do I say? Legitimately. I remember when the US, when NATO was being roasted for its intervention in Europe and these cases of Yugoslavia, they attacked, they confronted those authorities that were committing genocide without the authorization of the UN Security Council. And when they were confronted that they did that against international law, acting using force, on a country without authorization of the United Nations. Their lawyers argued and said, yes, they agreed the intervention was illegal, but it was legitimate. So, because humanity was at stake, being destroyed, and there is no way they would just sit because they didn't get an authorization. They had a legitimate right to intervene, even if it was illegal. Now, it is illegal to hold weapons for civilians, to have weapons, if it's not registered by government and sanctioned by law. But it is legitimate because the government doesn't have the capacity to provide security for you. If you are attacked in your village or in your house and you don't have a gun to respond, effectively, either you get killed or your people get humiliated, abused, and so forth. And for that reason, communities or individuals decide to have weapons to protect, to defend themselves, because the protection of the government, the legitimate authority that is supposed to do that, is not effective. And so, again, it is not right for the government to go around disarming people and leaving them vulnerable for attacks from rival communities and so forth. So civilian disarmament for this time now is important, is legal, but it is not reasonable because of these reasons. We have tribal forces who are affiliated to ethnicities, and if they do the disarmament, they would do it along those lines. We have incompetent security forces that cannot do the disarmament, and we have an incompetent government that, in terms of provision of security. And so if you disarm the people, their security cannot be guaranteed. So to do the civilian disarmament, which is extremely important, so for you not to see individuals moving with the guns, you are digging in the farm, you have a gun on your back, or you are moving with a kettle and you're holding a PKM or RPG, you would need a security force that is professional, not acting along tribal lines, to disarm the country really also uniformly. You don't disarm one section and then you then disarm the other one later. That would cause disaster, because the group that is disarmed first becomes vulnerable. So it would need a comprehensive simultaneous process to do that, which has to come only when you have the forces and the government that is capable of doing that. And when the government is able to protect the people, that is only when they have justification to disarm people. So that is about the issue of disarmament, my sister. Now let me get to the next question, which is about will there be a form of accountability, especially for Equatorians? As an Equatorian nationalist, I understand why you would be so concerned of the constituency you represent. Accountability for Equatorians. If PCCA goes back to Juba in that regard, will the rest of the people return to their homes and territories with opportunities for jobs, developments, and so on? Which in my interpretation means that those who have come so much to Equatoria, will they go back to their original homes and villages and so forth? Will there be economic opportunities, jobs and development projects that will attract them to actually engage in those activities in their homes and villages? And how would that be done? Now, here is the situation, and it explains why we feel that there should be a change in the situation in Juba. First, in post-conflict settings, there is always now what they refer to as transitional justice process. And this concept emerged following the rise of democracy in Eastern Europe and also Latin America and so forth. When groups agitated for democracy, for changes in their repressive systems of governance, they some of them went through violent processes. There was massive, large-scale violence, and many people were tortured, killed, disappeared, and all of this. Now, when they succeeded to bring the changes they wanted, they had to deal with the issue of delivering justice to those who were aggrieved. Now, what happened was that They discovered that first, after all these struggles and suffering and crisis, their judicial institutions became even weaker. So they were not realistically able to deliver justice effectively. But also, there were people in either hundreds of thousands or in their millions who wanted justice. And that human life would not be enough to deliver justice for millions of people. If you are a judge at 25, for example, you will spend the rest of your life up to maybe 70 or 85, depending on when you fully retire. You would not deliver justice to a million people because it will take you many, many years to do that. And of course, many of these people would die without even justice being delivered to them. So there is no scale of judicial mechanism that would address this scale of post-conflict violence. And that is when the concept of transitional justice was developed, that the justice would be delivered in many forms. One would be through processes of reparations and compensations, which may not necessarily be judicial. But, for example, if a community was displaced, their schools were burnt down, their children could not go to school, you could deliver justice as a form of a compensation by putting up schools and hospitals in these communities, because you are not going to compensate each one individually for the time their children could not go to school. And so you put up good schools in these communities that were affected to compensate for the losses that their children had without going to school. That in itself is a form of justice, just because you can't deliver justice to each individual family whose children were not able to study. So there should be a process of transitional justice in our situation in South Sudan. But this transitional justice cannot be delivered by an authority that is even partly accused of commission of these crimes against the people. And so this brings in other examples of transitional justice. We have it in our constitution, in the peace agreement. It is meant to be delivered by this sitting authority. But of course, many people believe they can't because they are also prime suspects. Then this takes us to the examples of, for example, South Africa as a case and also Rwanda. And most of these transitional justice processes, even in Yugoslavia and the rest, if you follow those tribunals, those transitional justice processes in South Africa and Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia were delivered by new authorities. There was a complete of the regime and an institution of a new political authority that then facilitated the process of transitional justice in three mechanisms. One was the normal judicial mechanism. If you were aggrieved, you knew that I committed a crime against your family, you would go to the normal courts and file a case against me. And the courts would adjudicate over the case. And if I found guilty, I would be punished according to the law. So that was one mechanism. The other one was the tribunal, the tribunal for Rwanda, which was established in Tanzania, which was used. It was an international tribunal and was used to also handle the cases of transitional justice in post-war conflict for victims of the genocide in Rwanda, and it handled a few cases. And then the third one was what they call the traditional process of the gacaca, which handled most of the cases. Of course, they have not finalized the transitional justice process. Not all the cases have been had, but largely justice has been delivered either through the gacaca courts or through the normal courts or through the ICT in Arusha. So these processes are necessary, but as we saw in Rwanda and also in South Africa, it was a complete change in the regime. In South Africa, it was the post-apartheid dispensation or authorities that delivered justice that against crimes committed by the apartheid regime. So in South Sudan, honestly, if we want meaningful transitional justice, it would require at some point, honestly, a complete change in the system, in the regime. That would then create a situation that would deliver justice. It is going to be difficult for these authorities in power now to go to court, even to establish the hybrid court for South Sudan and begin to take their supporters to those courts. That is going to weaken their political positions, and they are not going to very likely do that. Even the non-judicial process that does not involve punishment, I mean, like the judicial process, the transitional, what do they call it? The Commission for Truth, Reconciliation and Healing process. It is also difficult. They are not also, open, willing to do that, because that commission is meant to do what? Truth, reconciliation, and healing. To allow people openly to speak the truth about the crimes committed against them. These truths are likely to go against some of the people in authority, to implicate them. While this is meant for reconciliation, the outcomes are also important for the hybrid court. So some of these records would be taken and used for the judicial process in the hybrid court. And those, as you know, those who will be implicated involve those holding political authority. And so they are not going to easily do that. It is difficult to see, a suspect who is large, who is highly believed to be, a criminal, to handle a process that takes him or her to court and for punishment. So that is the situation we have. So I don't believe that the transitional justice process outlined in the agreement, Chapter 5 of the agreement, is going to succeed. This brings in the question of, what do we need first? Do we need justice first, or do we need peace first? This is a very major question. Advocates of justice, our colleagues in the human rights section and so forth in the civil society, and international advocates of human rights would not want you to say, we need peace first and then justice later. But really, out of experience in the different situations around the world, and also talking to South Sudanese today, if you go to the villages, if you go to the refugee camps, if you go to the IDP camps, you go to ordinary citizens, they would actually demand for peace first. Because with the peace, they have guaranteed to be alive. And that way, then they can pursue justice. But if there is no peace now, and you set up a hybrid court, even if you set it very far away from South Sudan, set it up in Vietnam or someplace, and the people will be taken there. The person who is taken there to file a case has relatives back in the country. And they know that if the perpetrators find that this is going to harm them, if they do not find ways to catch up with you because you are taken very far away to a hybrid court, they will target your relatives and all of this. So, and if the court is set up in the country, it is not going to be possible because of this same situation. So that is where we are, and those processes would not effectively deliver at the moment. And so for me, I would pursue peace first, stabilize the situation, and then have an authority that has both the will and the power to deliver justice. So as of now, I would call for peace first, justice later, because there is no way you can deliver justice now without delivering peace. That does not mean the authorities that can deliver justice outside the bounds of South Sudan should not do so. If there are authorities that could use other mechanisms, of course, that would work. But for us as ordinary citizens, we would need peace first and then justice later. Now, with the peace, what happens? Now, the issues of people displaced going back to their homes and villages becomes possible. At the moment, South Sudan in most of its parts, and that's why we say the country is a failed state, because it is governed in some places simply by, I would say, tribal warlords in a way. And they define who would live in the community. I remember cases where some individuals cannot go back to their communities because they have been earmarked for revenge. So some of these people are stuck outside their territories, outside their home villages, and most especially in parts of Equatoria, because if they go back home, they will definitely be killed very quickly as a revenge for someone their relatives might have killed many years ago. So when we have an authority that then criminalizes revenge killings, now if you kill for revenge, you are punished. People will begin to fear. And once this stops, and people are made to follow the law, and sometimes people are also justified, unfortunately, to take revenge killing, because you have your person killed, relative killed unfairly, and maybe many relatives killed, and the person who has killed these people, is here sitting, and you go to court to raise this alarm, to file a case, and there is no court that will deliver justice. You are justified in a way, out of pain in your heart, to begin to take law into your hands. You are pushed to that extent. And so if we have an authority where if someone hurts you and you have a way to go and get justice, and if someone unfairly misbehaves, is punished, then people will begin to feel safe enough to go back to their homes and villages. So some are out of their places because of this situation. Some are out of their home villages because of the issues of the violence. The violence is more in some areas in South Sudan than others, and Equatoria has largely been non-violence until starting from 2016 and so forth. So that caused so many people to come around for safety in Equatoria. But we also have rural-urban migration. People naturally move from the rural areas to urban areas for opportunities. Families who want to get their children to school move them to towns and so forth. Now, South Sudan narrowed up to Juba mainly as the major area for fair opportunities. If you need fairly good schools, you'll find them in Juba. If you need some level of referral hospitals, you would find them in Juba, either Juba Teaching Hospital, even in its bad shape today, but also other private hospitals. So Juba has been the main referral center for almost all medical cases in the country, and it is the gateway out. You know that we have one international airport, which is Juba International Airport, and roads are not easily accessible. So most of the people come to Juba either to connect out or to live in Juba, because that is where you also get some possibility of jobs or anything like that, or those kind of things. And of course, there is the issue of the concerns you have raised about land occupation and so on. Now, I was actually also based in Juba for similar reasons of opportunity. If there is a stability, first of all, many people will be interested to go back to their ancestral lands. My home village is in Maridi. And that's where we would want to go and settle and develop and have our place. And we can do that only when there is peace in the country, and we can travel on road to Maridi and all of that to our home village, deep in the village. So some of these things will happen naturally and very easily. And if there are more Jubas created in the rest of the country, so that Juba is not only the center for opportunities. If you need good hospital, you can also get the hospital in Bentiu. You don't have to come from Bentiu to settle in Juba, so that you get education or for your children or some of these things. And you do not have to necessarily come to settle in some parts of Equatoria or other regions, because there is peace and you are not going to be attacked by a neighboring community to take your animals or something like that. So ideally, there is that inbuilt love with your own home village. And many people would rush to their home villages when the situation normalizes. In 2005, when the CPA was signed, we saw that example. Many South Sudanese in their thousands came back from Sudan. And along the way, they started dropping. Those who were coming, those who were from Rang stopped in Rang, those who were from Malakal stopped in Malakal, those who were from Bor stopped in Bor, as the barges were moving southwards to Juba to deliver these people. So people would definitely return based on arrangements and the level of peace. And people are not going to be pushed to go back to their homes and villages just mechanically. And this calls now for people, especially those in the refugee camps and IDP camps, are being told, there is peace in the country, go back. There is peace in the country, go back. It is not going to work. When there is peace, that feeling of peace is going to go to people. They are going to feel it by themselves. And that is when they will begin to voluntarily go back. So for now, people are simply running. And jobs are also important. For example, if well-paid jobs are now there in our local governments, in the counties, in the states, if that would remain to be the structures of governance in the country. So many of our young people who are loitering in Juba, running borders and doing some of these who are qualified enough will go and take positions in their home, in their local governments and all of that. And there is so much joy working among your people. And so people will go back to those their places when these opportunities are created. And so I would leave it at that, that there is no going, I mean, there will always be these issues of mass migration and rural urban migration and so forth until the situation normalizes. And finally, on the question of secession, secession, you said, would require hard work, and if that happens and Equatoria is to secede, what would be my reaction? Maybe as an organization, as PCCA, or maybe as an Equatorian. If Equatoria is going to secede, what will happen? Now, I earlier on told you that there is no only one political path to solutions to a political situation. South Sudan as a country is a political project. And so there is no way you will have only one way to solve a political problem. There will be many ways. And I like, many people would disagree with John Garang, but I still like the way he articulated the issues of South Sudan. And just like it was done in 1954, I mean, by the Juba Conference of 1954. They articulated a number of things. In that conference, they said they wanted, the South Sudanese wanted from the colonial authorities, they wanted guarantees for equal participation of South Southern Sudanese in the Sudanese post-colonial dispensation. If that is not there, they wanted a kind of an arrangement where the countries would be federated. South Sudan would be governed separately. Sudan would be, I mean, the North would be governed separately, but then there would be a government of national unity in the middle. Or if that would not work, then there should be a complete independent South Sudan. That formula they proposed to the British. They did not take the first option. They did not take the second option. The people of South Sudan ended up with the last option, which was the way SPLM articulated that is. And I love to reference this because we should learn from some of these. They are both good and bad examples that we can take from these those sections of our history. The SPLM and particularly John Garang was saying that we needed bicameral system. I mean, the situation that first of all, we needed a united secular Sudan that would work for all Sudanese. If that was not accepted, then we would need semi-autonomous arrangements where the South would be governed semi-autonomously, and then the North as well, and then there would be a unity government at the center, similar to what they had in the interim period of the CPA. And if that would not work, that means unity was not now realistic, and also a form of federal system that would have these countries, that country governed in semi-autonomous manner would not be possible, and then the disintegration of the country would be the last option. Now, you see systematic ways. So if realistically this calls for a better South Sudan for all its citizens do not work, we are left with the other options of either having a federated system, or whichever people love to call federation or confederation or whatever. And if not, that is still part of keeping the country together. If no one wants to listen to that, then there's a possibility of what happened to Sudan happening to South Sudan. The country may disintegrate. So I see all of these as potential solutions. Each one depends on the willingness of the South Sudanese citizens and political actors to agree to make the country, to agree to make unity of the country attractive. And really, I love these things of the CPA that say we agreed to make unity attractive. But that unity was not made attractive. And so it did not work, and people ended up with secession. So as long as unity is not made attractive, disintegration of the country will be an attractive option. Just like peace and the freedom of expression is not made attractive in Sudan, I mean in the country. And so life in the country politically is made so unattractive that the push becomes attractive. When you disagree in a political system, democratic arrangements demand that there should be an independent judiciary to adjudicate among these controversies of democracy. Democracy is a divisive process as well. You divide, you control, it's controversial. But when you disagree over elections, over something, you go to court and get justice. Where these courts are either not there or they are owned by your opponents, and so you are going to this court as a rat going to a court that where the cat is the judge. Of course, you know that the rat will never be innocent in a court where the judge is a cat. And you would always know that you would never be innocent, no matter how innocent you are, when you go to a court where your opponent has a political power to manipulate the court. These processes, peaceful processes of justice, are made unattractive by those actions. And therefore, violent process becomes, attractive. That is what takes people to take law in their hands, as I said earlier. Someone kills your brother or sister or wife or rapes someone in your family. You know the person, you go to court, the court doesn't deliver justice. You are left with the option of taking law into your hand. And so until these are done, everything is possible in South Sudan, including secession of South Sudan. What I would definitely support in this case is a process that gives power, that allows people to decide their fate. And realistically, this should have happened in an organized, peaceful political dispensation, which if it doesn't happen, then the options of other means, including the use of violence, is unfortunately going to be the means left for many people, including you, Didi. As I mentioned earlier, today, you are calling for secession of Equatoria peacefully. And no one listens, and you reach a point where you know that you are not going to be successful to get Equatoria a seat, and there is no change in the situation for the constituency you represent, you will be forced to use other means, including the use of violence. And it is unfortunate if we would be pushed as citizens of the country to those options that would only involve a lot of bloodshed before it delivers the justice and the peace that meets the aspirations of the people or the constituency you represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Rajab.
Yes, Didi, thank you. Let's go to Mr. CJ. Question. Did you have any other question before we go to CJ, and then later we can let the audiences, because I see Abango, I want to come up and also ask some question. CJ, are you there? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Am I clear? واضح؟
Yeah, واضح. ممكن في ناس تانيين بيقولوا عندك صوت low, but just go ahead. I hope he's heardable. People can hear him. Okay, yes, it's clear.
Yes, I hear him well.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Sorry. Hello. Yeah. Hello, brothers and sisters. We say hello to every one of you guys. Brother Rajab, It's good to have you with us, gentlemen, as PCC activists. I wonder, my first point was, actually, I don't know what was the title of this PCC. If you would please, go ahead and proceed.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Yeah, what's your
Yeah,
position?
I think CJ, your volume is a bit low, I think.
All right, let me move this out. I'm sorry. But this, am I clear now?
Yes.
Hello?
Very loud and clear.
Yes.
Well done, that's great. Yeah, brother, I didn't catch up, your position in PCC, people coalitions, I wonder, what's the position? Could proceed, please. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you want me to respond to this, or you have other questions?
Oh, okay, all right. Never mind. Okay.
Then it's a question to you. What's your position?
Yeah,
your position within the PCC.
In the PCC,
yeah, I heard you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe let me respond to this right away. I am a founding member of the PCCA. The PCCA has a flat structure that is mainly for coordination purposes. We simply act as what do I say? We function in a manner that we are not structured in terms of leadership, having chairperson, deputy chairperson, or some of this. But we have a flat structure. At the very top, we have a coordination team, and then we have what we call cells and so forth. And we run the coalition in that manner. Now, I am a founding member and also a signatory to all documents of the coalition. So myself and my colleague Awolich and a few others, we sign documents of the coalition, and we serve like a coordinators on a flat structure. And the reason is that we do not want to have a rigid structure of a chairperson, deputy chairperson, and all of this, because our experience is that with South Sudan situation and politics is that once you have a formal organized structure, first of all, that structure becomes a target. And a target by the political formations in Juba and the security agencies to try to either infiltrate and disorganize that structure or capture the leader of that structure and therefore begin to cause all of these things we see that have been happening with most of these groups. Secondly, the issue of having a rigid structure with a chairperson, deputy chairperson, secretary keeps people wasting a lot of time on positions and hierarchy and bureaucracies and so forth. And we try to avoid all of that. And also we try to be simply open in a manner that all our members, both those who are openly known as members, but also those who serve as members but not openly known as members, to be able to equally contribute to our decision making. So that is where we are. But if you want me to be specific, I am one of the main leaders of the coalition. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, just if I don't mind, if I interject quickly, Mr. CJ, or just go ahead later. Just remind me, I have something about what Brother Rajab mentioned earlier. So go ahead, CJ. Continue with your question. I won't interrupt the questions. Just go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead.
All right, okay. All right, Brother Yapiers, I'm really a little bit confused about your position at the meantime. As a member, one of the SOMA, of course, groups, who are now brought up the proposal of the round table.
Just correction, he's not SOMA, he's a PCC. The
PCC.
yeah.
No. I understand.
Yeah.
You remember Soma? Well,
yeah, those are the round table. If you talk about the round table, they are the group of the round table.
Well, I've seen a group. No, what I mean is that there was a group recently who have just come up with this proposal. Am I right? Or I don't know whether it's a proposal or it is something that is like a decisions. Some people have just come up, and then the rest has to come and join them. That's what I mean to say. Yeah. Did I differentiate among on that particular points?
Okay, I think you didn't, but I'm just trying to remind you. Maybe you did not notice.
No, I understand.
Yeah, those of Rajab
so it's part of the
civil society
look out.
calling themselves PCC.
No, I understand.
Yes, and the Soma, of course, joined them in that round table, and that's why we're asking them on the question on that matter.
So you mean they joined later? They joined later.
Well, they said they worked together. They came. I think they came with a proposal.
Yeah, because they're the one who established. They're the one who established the forum. Is that right?
You can ask him. You can ask him.
What they are now pursuing.
Please clarify. I just wanted to just remind him you're not Soma. That's all I just want to say. He's not Soma.
No, I understand that. Yeah. I understand that. You're not part of Soma.
No. You first complete your question, and then I will respond.
Oh yeah, great. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, my main point is that I have been listening to your presentations, and I come across Moga, and his take on the revitalization peace deal that brought those of Kir and Mashar to the second round of government of the ongoing regime at the meantime. So I wonder, if there are any changes based on your proposal that you have brought it to the table? Did you experience any changes that allow you to get this opening so as to go and mobilize the entire nation or the South Sudanese, political parties or any other, to come and get to that negotiation table of the round table? And how far do you trust the ongoing revitalization peace deal that brought the same elements who have messed up the country in 2013, 2015? How comes that, you seems to be trying to correct, put things in order in an orderly way from within? That gives me an idea that, you had wanted to fight from within the ongoing structure of the regime. So how fully are you trust that this structure does represent the people of South Sudan, or remains a government? Do we have a government over there? If you have to ask yourself, do we have a government right now as we are looking at? Is that really a government? Have we reached the extent of government? Because what I know is that it was a transitional. It has been hijacked by the same elements. All of a sudden, what we can see is that, consecutively, agreement after agreement of two individuals who have fought each other as a politician, as a political wing, went on dividing themselves into two groups. The result, due to their, the use of power of the government of the people, they went on using it to their advantage. That put them back again to square one, to the power, which make it confused. So my question, as I've said, how far do you trust that? That will be the means. The ongoing regime can be a means, a way out that would serve our people. So this is one. Number two, the structure of your round table. How do you structure it? Is it based on the 10 states or 3 regions? If yes or no, why? Why is that? Does it, and will it guarantee Equatoria, the people of Equatoria, will they guarantee them all the possibility of gathering themselves and establishing as they were before the 2011, before the independence of 2011? will it guarantee that Equatoria will come back to its square one, where the people of Equatoria are fully participated in the decision making and everything? I will end up here. I've got more to say, but this is one. Also, the issue of if I can add additions. Can I go on, or should I end up here?
You feel free. You don't have to ask me. You're also one of the contributors and moderators and the Q&A, because you are the one who have questions.
Well, I don't want to confuse, brother. Yeah. I don't want to confuse, brother.
One by one. Sorry, I got
no. Let me ask this idea. Yeah. I mean, what do you think of that, brother Adam? Rajab? Hello, Rajab?
Yes.
How do you feel? Should I continue? Should I add up another question? Or
feel free to add, then I will respond. But then the response will take long because the questions are big. So feel free to add.
Yeah. Today, I wonder, Rajab is outside the country. And I've heard you did so many activities down there. And I appreciate that, actually. You did play some roles inside the country by the time when you were there. When you're part of the, you're part of the government. Let's see, being a minister or anything of that. You told us last time, I remember, playing the role, of course, of within your fields of study. I wonder, now all of a sudden you're out. Are you out? I believe you're outside the country. So you seems to have mentioned a point a few minutes ago that it's so difficult to get into Juba. So how far? Could you tell us? Could you tell us how served are you? How far that you guarantee you got all these privileges that it's not difficult, you can get in. How far did you get that? What can guarantee that you can get in easily and get out? Does it mean that you have no problem at all with the ongoing regime? Or that means you don't feel any well-founded fear or danger compared to the others who are now in oppositions, who cannot be able to make it easily home, probably for years, because they have declared themselves opposition to the government. So I would like you to elaborate on that point as well, if you would. Otherwise, it's up to you. And then, when it comes to the, you seem to have talked about the structure of the army, disarmaments of the civilians and all that. Now, I wonder, with the ongoing agreement, revitalization peace deal of Kir and Mashar, I strongly emphasize and says Kir and Mashar. You know why? I don't know whether you know it or not. Because after all that, so I can see today is a tribal kind of regimes. So, looking to the situation in the country today, what do you have to say about it exactly? The army, if you compare it with the Lagu time, the integrations of the people was not easy. It wasn't so easy for people to integrate. That was one. It took them a while with the North Sudan. There was, of course, a conflict. Because when they come, even with the Equatorian, with the people of South Sudan by the time, they were also suspicious of each other. Because some of them even went against Lagu, that they don't want that peace deal, in 1972 peace deal. So Lagu put it this way. Each group got their own army and forces. Equatoria were having their own forces, as well as Bahar Ghazal and all that. That is built. And then, of course, later on, there would have been an integrations. So today, the game seems to be, let us establish a national army. When real facts, if you can look today to the situations in those new groups that has been graduated under the regime of Kir and Mashar, it is horrible. Probably it has been dominated by two tribes out of 64. So that makes me shocked and doubt about your proposal, what you have just said about the reintegrations of those people, I mean, establishing of the national army, even the structure, somebody, I wonder how the structure is going to be. So also, I want you also to elaborate on that particular point, because it is more serious towards the Equatorians when it comes then going to the issue of the land and our call for separation. Our call, when you look at it, of course, it is clear. We spoke about it many times. All is about the land. In the situations where we are, if we're to push with this revitalization, I mean, this round table, what will guarantee you that, we'll get our land back? And that our people will come back as well, looking to the Dr. Carroll's letter last time, report, Obama's booklet, of course, reports, he was given an assignment, to go and make some, collect some reports and all that informations that she collected in the booklet, probably. He says, according to her point there, she says, the ongoing regime, Galdinka will go on and occupy the other people's lands, Upper Nile, Equatoria, and those people will not make it back. What will guarantee you, if you look to that report, proper report, that even from the writer points, she went on to say that even the UN, by the time when she says there was some kind of a genocide over there to the Equatorian people, they went on denying it. No, it's not ancestral cleansing and all that. There's some kind of controversial issue here. So that is also another issue that we know. It is so serious for us as Equatorians to get our land back. You put in the structure of Ethiopia and Eritrea. If you look to that particular point of Eritrea and Ethiopia, that's what first will be a response to what you have said. Ethiopia, the Ethiopian people, they went on collectively joining themselves in a line to fight Mengistu when the Eritreans were already there long ago. So not until when they get to the front line, that is when they began to communicate with each other. That is, it is not in the earlier days, rather than the later days. When they joined hands, that was when they got to succeed. So the structure also, if you can look to the style over there, it's quite different totally than the one that you're now proposing, that we should get in. What if those people, if we were to go to this round table, and then as we can see all those colleagues of yours, if they were to say there are those who are standing against our proposal or call for self-determination. So how can you guarantee us our right as well within that arena? Leave alone that, we have recently, it has come to our minds that, some of our colleagues who have forwarded their letters, their applications based on the process that you brought it up, were denied. So that's another issue, Brother Rajab. Hopefully you get it. Thank you. I'll end up here. I've got more to say, but I don't have to make it that long. You already spoke enough. I don't have to press you on that particular points. You went on, of course, touching some other areas, which is good also. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, CJ, for these questions. They are big questions, and I will try my best to provide responses based on my understanding of the context and the processes. Now, the first question was my position in PCCA, which I responded to. The other one was in relation to SOMA. You seem to have some issues with clarity between maybe the PCCA and SOMA, or who are the kind of initiators of the roundtable conference, or some of these. Now, we put out our statement on this call for roundtable conference, and we engaged with the leaders of SOMA, key leaders of SOMA. The SOMA groups went, SOMA 1 and 2 went, held their meetings. They put out a statement for roundtable conference. And then the PCCA and SOMA, or not that, but that now the SOMA groups united in what they call the non-signatory South Sudanese opposition group. So that is a combination of both SOMA 1 and 2, if you know what that means. And then together as PCCA and the non-signatories, we then convened the meetings that led to this common call, and also that led to the formation of the National Consensus Forum. Simply a forum or a coalition of these groups engaging together to mobilize and popularize the call for the roundtable conference. So that is how it is, and how we relate to the non-signatories. They do not so much call themselves SOMA now. They call themselves so much as non-signatories. And together, as PCA and the non-signatories and other civic groups, we are in the National Consensus Forum, mobilizing and popularizing the idea of the roundtable conference. Now, the major questions you ask: how far do I trust the same elements that brought together the same? The agreement or the process that brought together the same actors that created the problems in the country? How fully do I trust that this structure represents the whole of South Sudan, and do we have a government that's in the country, in South Sudan as such? Now, how do I trust these structures? Maybe the agreement that brought these actors together. I'm a signatory to the agreement. I was part of the negotiation as a delegate of civil society. And our role was to ensure that the decisions and the decisions
Sorry, I think Brother Rajab muted. You might be distracted with some phone call. Just bear with him. He'll be with us soon. So, sorry guys, I got disconnected. Come on, just give me a minute.
I had a breakdown and I was trying to fix my internet. Now, well, the issue of trusting these people to come back together and lead a transitional government together, first of all, as those who are directly responsible for the crisis that led to the negotiations and the agreement, and whether the structure is inclusive. Now, this is an outcome. The agreement, the peace agreement, is an outcome of a negotiation of a civil war, after civil war, or actors in a civil war. Now, a civil war, by definition, if you go to political science or literature, you will find that it is a conflict that involves at least two groups, or at least that involves more than two groups, one or two or more groups. And the definition also says that at least one of these groups must be the authority or the government in a country. So it is a conflict. Civil war is a war within one country. And in that war, there would be several adversaries, 2 or more adversaries involved. And that one of these adversaries must be the government. And so it is a war kind of against a sitting government. Under that, it must include at least 1,000 deaths for it to qualify as a civil war. And these deaths would come from both sides, at least with a minimum percentage of something from one group. And that at the end of the civil war, these adversaries will live in the same country. So that is a civil war. Now, what happened was a result of a way of ending the civil war that was there in South Sudan. That involved initially the government on one side, and it was an interim government of the post-CPA, and the SPLM-AIO on the other side. So there were 2 main adversaries to the war, the civil war, by the time the 2015 agreement was signed. So the conflict met the definition of a civil war. And that at the end of the civil war, the adversaries would live in the same country. That is what a civil war. So in the discussions, first of all, how did we trust to get these guys back? They were the adversaries, and they were not going to live in different countries. So they were going to live in one country. That's natural process of the negotiations. Now, usually, these such negotiations involve elites who are involved in the crisis. The assumption is that they wield more powers, either to end the crisis or to continue the crisis. And if they negotiate and reach compromise and they implement the provisions of the compromise, which is an agreement, then they would end the violence. So that is the basis upon which IGAD brought in those adversaries, SPLM-IO and the government, the interim government that time. Now, when they signed the agreement, they became a transitional government, both of those groups. And the idea is that each of them would provide checks and balances to demand that the provisions were implemented. The unfortunate part that happened was that one group appeared more powerful and of course wanted the agreement implemented in its own terms. So where they had these disagreements, they had the confrontations of 2015, the 2016. So normally you would expect that for like we had in the Anyanya 1, it was the Anyanya 1 and the government it was fighting that had to negotiate to come to an agreement. And that has happened in many countries. Even the struggle for independence for many countries in Africa, it involved the colonial governments on one side and the resistance movements or pro-independence movements on another side. So then at the end of it, they had to reach an agreement, which ended up in most cases in the independence of the African countries. So that was how they came together. Did that represent the whole of South Sudan? It represented the parties with their components. So those that had components from the different parts of the country had those components in the agreement. Those that were limited also had those limited representation. Now that was the issue with the structure that went on from the agreements in 2015 and also the one in 2018. Now, do we have a government as what we have reached to a state or a government or not? There is always this question that we do not have a government and we do not have a state. And many people, because of the failure of the state, believe there is no state. Because of the failure of the government completely, the people believe there is no government. Now, these are opinions based on really the failure of the government to function as a government and the failure of the state to function as a state. But it is not; these are not legal. These are not legal facts. Legally, we have a state, and that state exists, and it has not been there. In fact, when a state is constituted and recognized, it remains as a state. It is like a human being. Like if you have a human being that is sick, the human being can be sick, can become, can be mad in a way, you know, can lose sanity and all of this, can face damages on the body and all of this. As long as that human being is alive, he is a human. That is exactly the same case with the state, which is actually considered as a person under international law. So South Sudan exists as a state, but as you would describe for a human being, you can say is sick, the human being is disabled, the human being is incapable of walking, does not reason well, does not, you know, perform functions. You know, in the African culture, sometimes marriages break down because one of the partners cannot perform the functions in marriage and so forth. So that is where our state is. So in political science, one would refer to the state by adjective, say it is a weak state, weak in a manner that it cannot effectively discharge its functions. As I explained earlier, it is weak that it cannot disarm civilians. And then we said in Tonj the other day, armed civilians, youth, obliterated a whole army barracks, you know, that kind of thing. So that is a weak state that cannot provide, provide security. It is a failed state because it has failed to deliver on the core functions of a government, which includes protecting the sovereignty of the country, uniting the country around a common vision, enforcing law and order and stability, and all of this, you know, defining an economic plan that works for everyone, developing the country. This state has failed on all of this, so we say it is a failed state. Now, the reason I would call it a state and also call the government in Juba a government that many would agree with are here. One, it is a state legally. That there's no question about that. The second, I believe that many of the crimes being committed in the country are committed by powers of the state. Powers constitutionally mandated to the state to protect people, to do all of these things that would make a country function. Now, these powers are actually being used. So the state can now be charged for crimes against its citizens. It can actually be described as a criminal state because there are situations where there are just enough justifications to believe that forces of the state are involved in crimes against humanity in South Sudan. So the moment we say South Sudan is not a state, first of all, then we cannot hold this thing that still uses the powers of the state responsible and accountable, criminally accountable for the crimes they commit. Secondly, if it is not a state, then it also gives reason for anyone, any warlord, any criminal group to do anything in the state, in the country against anyone because it is not a state. So anyone, even from a neighboring country, is allowed to grab whatever size of land they want because after all, we're just a territory, we're not a state. So legally being a state comes with the responsibilities. Now, that also goes to the issue of government. Do we have a government? It is a government that has failed. It is a government that is weak. It's a government that's also a criminal government because it has committed a lot of crimes against us. Now, you may not recognize it as a government. I recognize it as a government because these crimes are committed by the powers vested in the government. Now, let us take these people individually, for example. Many people are bitter against the president. But if you want to go against the president as an individual, he is actually largely innocent of so many crimes. For example, he has not openly gone to our villages to rape people. He has not taken a knife and hurt anyone, slaughtered anyone, or taken a gun and shot at anyone. So as a person, he can be innocent of these crimes. The only reason you will charge Salva Kiir and some of the governors and officials of the government is that they wield political power, that they are supposed to have legitimately used in the right way for dispensation, exercise of the sovereignty of the people that is vested in them. Now, because of the fact that they hold those authorities and they do not use these authorities to protect the people and deliver justice to them, they now become criminally accountable. So as the president of a government that is responsible for crimes against the people, Salva Kiir will be held responsible for command responsibility of that position. So he has to be the chair of the president or the head of a government that has committed these crimes for him to be held accountable to that. You take the government away, there's no government, he has no responsibility over the things the forces are doing because then he's not in charge of those forces. So he doesn't have command responsibility to answer for criminal accountability on those bases. So let us be careful when we want to dismiss the government. We are giving them an opportunity to deny crimes that they committed using the powers of the state that has been vested in them by the Constitution. So that is about the issue of do we have a government or do we even have a state? And if we have a state, then it is this state that we are challenging, from which we want to get our powers and that sovereign power. And if it is a secession, it is from this state that you want to get that secession. And if you want to go and get support from other countries, for example, intergovernmental authorities like the AU, like IGAD, like the United Nations, you have to get South Sudan to them as a state. That is what they do because they are member states, and South Sudan is a member state of those institutions. So it is on legal basis and some of these issues that I personally don't see any reason why I should not say South Sudan is a state. And when it is not a state, then every citizen of South Sudan becomes stateless. That means you dismiss their passports, dismiss their nationality, and they become stateless. It's a very dangerous thing, actually, for ordinary citizens, especially those whose nationality is South Sudan alone at the moment. And of course, I know the demands that people feel regionally that we do not believe in this because it doesn't work for us. That is the situation, and is the reason why you want to have something to work for you. Now, let us then move on to the other question. Is the roundtable conference based on the 10-state structure or the regions? Now, first of all, there are criteria that are being identified.
Yeah, would you please, Brother Rajab, can I cut you short? There is an interjection, Remember the way how those people have come to the government, The reason why we're speaking that, there's no government, because it is a transitional period. This is what's so-called Hukumat al-Hidiyah. When you have a transitional, which is a preliminary government or interim government, when there's an interim government, I mean interim, is something that is not yet temporary, it's temporary. That means delegations has been given to you. But if you misuse it, we will not define you other than a criminal. That ought to be out of the way. Because by talking, based on your talk, it shows that if we were to give those people a green light that they are a government over there. My friend, before all these European tactics, those systems, as you can say, political science and all that, that is political. But the reality, if you look to the structure of the ongoing situation in the country, this is a conflict of two individuals, leave alone that we have two laws, customary laws, and as well as, let's say, a national laws, right? So there is a differences here. If things were to be given to the people, we would have settled this issue in a short period of time. For instance, Dinka, this is not something new between those two individual tribes. They had ever been involved in similar situations when they were there. So it cannot be categorized as a civil war. The way how you categorize as a civil war, it is totally wrong. For me, the way how I look at it, it's totally wrong. Why? Why do I say that? By the time when those people get engaged in this fight, they have never reached out killing Equatorians or any other groups other than targeting the Dinka and the Nuer themselves. They start killing each other. The others got killed in a crossfire. This was a clear guidelines. That is not a civil war. A civil war, yeah. Well, you can say that for being in a government, holding the government, you have hold the government against the will of the people. The way how they structure the constitution. Do we have a constitution in that country today? We don't have any constitutions. Do we have a police, a proper police, an army? We don't have that people, those kind of things. It is structured on one individual tribes. When we were diversity, when we are different, we have been structured in the nations, 3 nations. We were standing. Before South Sudan, before the former Sudan, we already been structured in a way that every region has to govern itself in a way that, that was how it is. We were having budgeting and everything. As you can see, all these things were been there. So today, let us not mix up politics and the reality, the facts. People used to say that politics is a dirty game. So if you start bringing everything that Mr. X have written, then apply it to you. What does it put you? What does it define you? That is the most critical point. Now, those people have taken the government against our will, we the people. Now, those people deserve to get out by the way. For those who brought them to a negotiation table, they wouldn't define it the way how it is. That is a civil war, trying to confuse people. Today, look at the situation today. How did we reach? Today, those people are now playing the game of erupting the entire country so that the next day they will get out of the hook, which is a serious point. This is a serious matter. It is something that now we have been put into that because of all these things that we start confusing ourselves about, science and all that. No, there is facts. There is facts. A small child can even be, you can be able, if 2 people were to fight, you can't say the entire house is fighting. No, it is easy and simple. Leave alone that, those people, they are one party. They were SPLA by the time. SPLA, where they were combined of all those as an ally, they were one. They will all take over the government, the regime. When they took over the regime, they were one individuals, which could have been defined as a party. Now, this one-party system is now ruling that country, claiming that they are opposition at the same time. When did these governments declare himself as opposition? Where began, when Dinka, the use of Dinka to Uganda troops, when they came in, start going after the Nuer field threat. And there was almost an elimination kind of thing going on to the Nuer people. When this guy went on turning his page and saying, they're claiming that, he's an opposition. These are oppositions. You are a part of the government by the time. You can't be an opposition in a way how it is. Leave alone that the conflict is a tribal conflict between the 2 elements. That is what confuses us today. That is what reaches us to that point. That means we seem to be saying that everything is going all right. Now, for you, I'm still confused. You say you're a signatory. So if you're a signatory, what would be the problems? If at all you are a civil society, you would have gone and fight inside, not outside. Because those who are out are non-signatory. It makes me confused, for somebody to say I'm a signatory and then trying to get to the non-signatories. So I don't know how will I explain myself here. What will I say about myself? That's totally confused. Thank you. Yeah, you can go ahead. Proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
just only for clarification, not more than that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Can you mute me?
Yes, CJ. Just make sure let him finish, and then you can interject later.
No, mute me.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brother Rajab. Go ahead.
No, it's just only an interject. I'm trying to interject to put some things clear so that because we may be able to get to it later.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not a presentation rather than questions and answers.
Of course.
Yeah. That's what I mean to say.
All right. Thank you, CJ, once again for this interjection. I think it is appropriate for me to start with this interjection, and then I go back to the other questions that you asked earlier. First, you dismissed this as not being a civil war. It was a war between 2 people or 2 groups. Yes, that was exactly the picture of the whole thing. that, people were targeted based on ethnicities, and largely it's the ethnicity of the president and the ethnicity of the first vice president or vice president at the time that fought. The issue here that puts this as a civil war is that one party used the power of the state against its opponent. The opponent can be a political group, the opponent can be an ethnic group. One party used the power of the state. So as long as one party in a conflict within a country uses the power of a state, it constitutes a civil war. Interestingly, the power of the state includes the weapons used, powers, used forces that includes some of your relatives as well. So it was not entirely just that. Mobilizations were done along ethnic lines, but heavily the power of the state was used in that context. So that's why it qualifies as a state involved in the war. But of course, there is no doubt and denial that most of the mobilizations were done ethnically, because it has to be that our tribe is under attack for you to get the sympathy of the tribe to support you in fighting your political, games. So that was partly that. Now, you went on to say we do not have a constitution. I am very careful in using these terminologies and dismissing some of these things, because if I want to hold someone responsible, there must be a legal basis to do that. If I'm going to go to court to hold either the government or individuals in the government accountable, I am going to use the Constitution. This transitional constitution of 2011 that ushered South Sudan to independence, it is a formal document, legal document in the country. Now, the Constitution outlines what is supposed to be the rights of the citizens. And it is these rights that have been violated. So you have a case in this situation. If you take away the Constitution, you don't have these rights guaranteed anywhere except by nature and the traditional rules and some of these. So we need this Constitution. We believe that it exists because it exists, because it is there that you will then point out and say, President Kiir, you are wrong, because you are supposed to protect us based on the Constitution. You did not. President Kiir, you are wrong to hold on to power for this number of years without an election, because the Constitution provides for periodic democratic elections. All of these things are guaranteed in the Constitution. What we would believe is that the Constitution is not perfect, especially articles that vested most of the powers in the hands of the president to remove governors and some of these. They even violate this Constitution. The Constitution says if you remove a governor, they should be elected. Now here you can now say someone is wrong because they have not followed this. So we may be angry that the Constitution is not being implemented, it may not be perfect, but dismissing it entirely dismisses also the rights we have in order to hold people to account criminally in court and the rest of this. Now, before the Sudan, you say it, in the former Sudan, we were already structured and we were governing ourselves and all of this. Yes, those arrangements were there. However, again, the things have moved. So Sudan has changed to become Sudan and then to become South Sudan. Now we have South Sudan cut out of the Sudan. And if you will, you advocate for secession of Equatoria, if you will succeed in that, you are going to have a complete new formation for Equatoria. That may not necessarily be the same with what is here in South Sudan or even what was there in the Sudan. So we have changed in history and the political setting. We now have South Sudan structured in these 10 states with decentralized, and in fact this system is federal in theory, but in practice it is heavily centralized and all of that. But if you have an independent setting, Equatoria and other regions of the country, there will be ways they will also be arranged. So let us acknowledge the reality of history and exactly where we are as a matter of reality, and see how we address our situation from what we have, and perhaps based on the history we had, that we perhaps want to get to a better thing, if it is the better past or something better than the past we had. Now, I want to assure you from my heart that I have never for once said and believed that everything is going on right in South Sudan. And I have made this public in my statements I have signed up to, and in my press submissions like this. I do not believe. I know that the country is in trouble. And not only that, I have survived this myself. I have many people close to me who have survived this, my family members. There was a moment my family spent 2 weeks in the bush, hiding for their safety with many other citizens where we had a situation of violence. So I am not blind to this reality, really. But the issue here is that we have to find a way to address this situation. Very unfortunately, really, as we know, the reality also is that there is this heavy system that is running this situation. And for me, I believe that changing the situation has to go with really changing this system. And that is where the system comes in. Anyway, I am a signatory. I am outside the country. I am outside the country because the system is not working. We signed the agreement to be implemented. I said earlier in my explanations that it is the agreement that is being used to undermine all genuine efforts to restore peace and stability in South Sudan. And that includes its violation to the extent of silencing voices that genuinely raise concerns about the situation. What did I do? I said these arrangements are not being implemented, the peace agreement, but as it may be, if it was implemented, it would have helped to change the situation to some extent. It is not being done. And I had to raise these concerns. When I raised these concerns, I became a target. And because I became a target, I had to find a way to be safe. You know, I could have submitted myself to be handled by the state as they would wish. But you know, it is not in the best interest of everyone to do that. So I am out of the country because I believe that what we signed up to is not being implemented, and there was no reason for me to continue to be part of it. That's simply what I did, and all of that I did to get to this agreement was in good faith. And we strongly pushed for the demands, including Chapter 5 of the agreement that calls for justice. It is heavily the making of civil society. In fact, the whole of that chapter was largely drafted by the civil society. And there were attempts to dismiss that chapter. We strongly demanded that it should remain in the agreement. And we protected it. And so many of the reforms that were outlined in the 2015 agreement, by demanding that the revitalization should only touch Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. So that the reforms so that the humanitarian arrangements in Chapter 3 were not affected. The reforms in Chapter 4, they were not in fact affected. The transitional justice in Chapter 5 were not also affected. Anyway, we did that in good faith, but as you may know, this is not being done. But it is good to have that as a witness that there is a right process that has been rejected. So now we have a case to raise against the parties to the agreement. For us to raise this case genuinely, we will hold up the agreement, go article by article. The agreement provides strong articles for protection of civilians, protection of women, and all of that. Most of these things have been largely violated. So now you have a case against these people. If we did not have the agreement, they were going to say there was no agreement. That's why they were doing all this. We had the agreement. Now they had the national dialogue. If it was not done, they were going to say the national dialogue would have been the only process, a homegrown solution. They have done that homegrown solution. Now there is no way they will say they don't want the agreement. It is imposed on them. They do not want, they want a national dialogue. They have a national dialogue they are not implementing. So they have no case now to say the agreement is working or to say the national dialogue they did is working. That is now where you have a genuine case to say all of these things have not worked. Now you as a separatist, Mr. CJ, to say a lot have been done, you will now go on to count that when our people joined and fought in the liberation struggle in 1955, in 1983, they did so to have a better South Sudan. This has been avoided. This has not been implemented. So the vision for which they died has been rejected or abandoned. You have a case against the authorities. You have a case to say you do not want another similar peace agreement because it failed in 2015, it failed in 2018. Now you need a new process. You will also have a case to say all these things were done to keep South Sudan united, but these have all failed. Now you want to demand for secession. And you can present the constitution as a justification. It is not being implemented. It is being violated. The agreements are being violated. So take some of these things as your defense for the call for secession as you pursue that. Now, let me go on to the other question, where you talked of the structure of the the structure of the roundtable conference is not fully settled. First, there are outlines of provisions and provisions that would demand for inclusivity. And South Sudan, when you talk of inclusivity, this inclusivity comes in handy when we use the three regions. So the representation should be based on that. The representation should also be based on political affiliations. It should be based on gender. It should be based on generational differences. That means the young and the aged. Different sections, for example, the traditional authorities, in fact, all different sectors should be able to come together. So it is an all-inclusive process, and that inclusivity will have to be defined in many ways to ensure that the representation is fair and it is inclusive enough to bring in all the grievances of the diverse groups. Now, did I play a role in the government before I left? First of all, my work has entirely been with the civil society, and I explained some bit of that. I had 3 months in the state government of my state. Now, this is how it came about. Based on my role in governance, because all of those things I was doing was relating to democracy and governance, my work in them. When things have also turned in a manner that the political structures are not even working, unfortunately. So when people want to appoint people in power, when authorities want to appoint people in power, instead of asking the political parties, they go and ask either counties or communities or something like that. Towards the end of 2015, is it 2000? Yeah. There was an arrangement, a new arrangement in my state. The state governor asked our county, because we have 10 counties in Western Equatoria, so they asked our county to nominate people that they would appoint in the state government. Now, honestly, by all surprises, my name was sent to the governor. And then I was called by our leaders and our people and said, we have submitted your name. The people in the county called me, and others who are also based in Juba said, we have sent your name to the governor to be appointed in the state cabinet, and you should accept our recommendation, and all of that. I had just resigned from an international organization and and now started to get to work with a civil society group. So when this came up, I had really a difficult time to take a decision. And these people insisted that if your community wants you and you reject them, the next time when you want them, they will reject you. So under pressure of this, but also recognizing the desire of the people in the country, I went to the state and served as the state minister for 3 months. Now, at the end of the 3 months, there was a decree increasing the number of counties number of states to 28. So we were then supposed to go. That means Western Equatoria had now several states. One of these states was my own county, Maridi. we were now to go. There were only 2 of us from Maridi. In fact, I was the only one from Maridi County. The other colleague was from Greater Maridi, but from Iba County. A lady who was formerly commissioned. So there were 2 of us, and the consensus was that those of us who are in the state government should be part of the state government in the new arrangement. And so I wasn't so comfortable with this. And I then went back to Juba and started working with the civil society. So I just abandoned all that arrangement. So I had 3 months. In those 3 months, I also learned a lot of things, and I also made my contributions as someone who came from the civil society to that position. And I learned quite a lot. That also improved my understanding of the context in South Sudan. So yes, I played a role for 3 months in the state cabinet under the recommendation from my county, and I left when the states were increased from 10 to 28. So that was early 2016 that I went back to the civil society after that decree in December 2015. Now, you are asking me that it is difficult. Are you outside the country? And is it difficult for me to go back to Juba and come out of Juba and all this? I was responding to questions raised by Didi earlier. Sister Didi was asking if, like, for example, we hold a roundtable conference and there is consensus, and so outcomes of the roundtable conference should be implemented. Of course, they will be implemented in Juba. And if there is consensus, it would mean that we would have a change in the situation to be able to implement the outcomes of the roundtable conference. So if we happen to be in Juba, what would we do in terms of other things that she was asking? But you are asking whether it is easy for me to go to Juba and go out of Juba. I did not leave Juba. I ran out of Juba. I fled Juba. I fled the country. Because when we made the declaration, the state became so aggressive on us. It was not me alone. I had other colleagues who did not even sign the declaration. But by the fact that we used to be very close together as leaders in the civil society, they were innocently also targeted. They had to also flee the country. So those were conditions imposed on us. And so when we say things are not right in the country, we are not saying it just because we assume it's happening. It's a reality that we have witnessed with many people, and we have also faced it on ourselves. Our colleague who remained in Juba got arrested, detained for 17 months. Honorable Governor Kwela Aguera, as you may know. And he is an elderly person. The situation would have been different for some of us who are not as elderly as him, who may get some sympathy and some respect to some extent. So that's the situation. So Juba is not an environment that is peaceful, because the rights of citizens in the agreement, that is the right to freedom of expression, is not being respected. Those rights in the Bill of Rights in the Constitution are not also being respected. Yes. Now, the other question you raised was Kir and Machar are running a tribal regime and armies. Now, the integration of the army, especially the necessary unified forces, has been largely also 2 tribes, so that kind of a situation you raised. Now, the question about this. The situation in South Sudan has always been that people go to their tribes to get political support. Let me leave Kir and Machar alone. Let me go to individuals. When people are appointed in government, they come to Juba, they forget the constituencies completely. I remember when we were doing the constituency dialogues, there were MPs who came to Juba, and when we said, let us go to your constituency, so you have a dialogue with your constituency to understand what they want, to also inform them of what is happening in government so that they could share their views. And then if you got back to Juba and in the parliament, your views would reflect their views. Say, no. One of the MPs said, I'm not going there. I'm going to Nairobi. My family is in Nairobi. I'm not feeling well. I have problems with my eyes, so I'm going to go for medication. And then we said, well, these people sent you to Juba. Why don't you just go with us? You go and tell them that you can't be coming to them because you have problems with your eyes, and you are the family in Nairobi, so you won't be coming to them. So that they would not be hoping that you would be coming. right? You know, so people get stuck in Juba. But now when these people are fired from Juba, after coming to Juba and serving themselves and their families probably, they do not go back to their families and say, we have been fired. They go back to their tribes and say, our community has been fired from the government. If it was me from Marida, I would go back to Marida and say, people, Marida has been fired from the government. Or I would go back to my tribe and say, our tribe has been fired from the government. Now, those who do not have political agenda for the country are not able to mobilize the nation around a common political agenda. And therefore, they use their ethnicities to mobilize and to maintain political power, which they are very afraid to lose because they do not have universal support in the country. They then fall back to their tribes and pity tribes against others. You may be familiar with situations where people can say, this power is ours, this is ours, to try to get this community against the other communities. This has been used very effectively. So I am not surprised that in very close circles of some of these individuals in power today, you would find that their tribes are largely the ones involved. We are also aware of discussions that go on national issues being discussed as families. A political leader would then convene his family to decide the things that are supposed to be discussed in the political party. There are news in the black market that there are discussions on transfer of power, you know, in Juba. But these discussions are more of family discussions than political discussions in the political party or using the framework of the peace agreement. So those are things that happen. Now, with the forces, you are aware some of the mobilization of the forces happen along ethnic lines. And there is no surprise that the unified forces would reflect some of this. But the intention was that it should actually have reflected all the regions and diversities of South Sudan, the unified forces. Of course, that objective was not fully achieved. Now, we, in our suggestion of a unified force for South Sudan, that South Sudan now really needs to build a new professional army. That professional army should come from the different regions of the country and maybe from the states if you want, or the counties actually. You go to the counties because these counties are demarcated based on the colonial demarcation. So they are fairly counties, not tempered with in terms of their boundaries so much. You go to the counties and recruit. For example, there should be a condition that each county provides maybe 200 or 100 or something individuals to be taken to the unified, to be trained and built up as a nucleus of the National Army for South Sudan. That is the only way you would have forces that are largely representative of the diversities of the country. But if you are going to reform or restructure these forces that have been mobilized, some of them along tribal lines, it is very difficult to have representation of all the sectors. So it should not come as a surprise, CJ, to see that reflected in the unified forces. Now, there is a concern about the issue of land, and you said separations happen because of the issue of land. It is always about land. What is the guarantee that our people, in that case I know you are referring to Equatoria, will get their land back? And you referenced the core, writing, I guess, of Carol Berger that said tribal leaders were saying that they would occupy lands of different communities, and if those communities got back, they might get to the land but not own it or something like that. Now, this is where the state is incapable of protecting the rights of citizens. Issues of land are always very clear. The demarcations of our country are very clear based on the post-independence the structure, the map of South of Sudan, where the 1956, 1st January 1956 map of Sudan, the independent Sudan, was the reference point for all the boundaries. both the internal boundaries, that is boundaries between one the administrative area or ethnic community and another, and also the international boundaries of Sudan, of South Sudan, which is the borders with other countries and so forth. 1956 has been the reference point. And if this is altered, unless it is altered with consensus, it is going to obviously affect. And so you need an authority that will protect and guarantee those rights as they were, and also rights of citizenship and issues of movements and settlement and all of that, where all of these things have to be regulated by law, and there should be an authority that enforces this law, which for now is largely missing in terms of authority to enforce these laws. Now let me get to the last question that you asked. I may not have answered you adequately, but of course we are in a conversation, so you can interject and we can provide responses as much as I understand. Now the last question you asked was about Ethiopia and Eritrea, that they went into an alliance to fight Mengistu when Eritrea was already there long ago, and that it was an alliance that appeared in the later days, but not at the early days of the struggle of the Eritrean people. How do we then guarantee, in your question, the rights of Equatorial nationalists and the Roundtable Conference and all of this? Now, let me go back first to this issue of these guys having an alliance at the later stages. I am quite confident that the Eritreans were not going to fight for decades for independence if they had worked on the alliance long ago, or in the earlier days, as you put it. They tried to do that by themselves, and they did not effectively succeed. It took them more than 3 decades or so. Now, what happened then was that they combined forces. Of course, those were all, Eritreans were Ethiopians. So those were all Ethiopian regions. So there was this region, and there is this other region of the EPLF and so forth, who then pulled together, say, let us do this together. And when we do this together, we achieve our interests together. First, the interest is to remove the authority that has blocked everything, and we cannot even talk about what we want in the country. Once it goes, we can then say, okay, why don't we then agree on this? So those were things that there's an alliance that they then build out of experiences of the past. So in our case today, we may not necessarily need to build alliances. And for that matter, as someone who is a separatist, you may not necessarily need to build an alliance. But if you want to benefit from the history of some of these countries, then thinking about an alliance is also good. It is a similar thing with South Sudan. And I said earlier that those who fought and got independence actually fought for unity in order to get independence. So the SPLM worked with almost all groups, marginalized groups, they attempted to do. And that is why they had people from outside the 1956 borders of South Sudan, the Nuba Mountains, the rest of the places. And even Arabs were there, like Ayasir Rahman and others. So the issue of having this different thinking of these different alternatives is important. And I would recommend that as someone who is genuinely concerned about the issues, and especially of Equatoria, you need to look at lots of options and also strategies that would allow you to be successful. And as I said earlier, there is no only way in politics. Politics can have millions of approaches, and you need to be open to look at what approaches would allow you achieve your intended objective. Now, with regard to the question as to whether would the rights of Equatorian nationalists be guaranteed in the Roundtable Conference, some separatists or Equatorian nationalists had their applications thrown out. First, we have insisted and saying that this Roundtable Conference makes meaning only if it is an inclusive process. An inclusive process in terms of the regions in the country, in terms of the gender in the country, in terms of the different political interests in the country. Your interest is not necessarily the same as the interest of another political group. And so until these groups are all fairly represented equitably and fairly represented at the table, and that consensus is built that all of these groups agree to, it will not be possible. It would have no meaning. A roundtable, an only inclusive roundtable conference will have no meaning. And we should learn from that, from our history, that when these parties had only political or elite political settlements, which is what they have at the moment, this has not worked because it is only serving the interests largely. They are using this to serve their interests, but not the interests of the large section of the society. And so, in that regard, those of us who wanted the agreement to serve the best interests of the society have a reason to say it is not working as it was intended. And for that reason, if there is a new arrangement, if it is going to be a peaceful process that involves people talking to themselves and understanding themselves, then it would require that you, as CJ, should have a place at the table, a place for an Equatorian nationalist at the table, where you sit there and say, these are the grievances that we have. Unless there are guarantees for these grievances to be addressed, we don't see ourselves in the agreement that would be reached. We would need an agreement. South Sudanese would need an agreement among themselves that would constitute the social contract that a reasonable, a meaningful or a people's mandated government would implement in the interest of everyone. Those are the only steps that would help South Sudan to remain united. And that is what our people said to the Arabs and the British colonialists long ago, in 1947, in 1954, and also in the SPLA negotiations, that we should make unity attractive. And if it is not going to be attractive, then the other options will be attractive. And we actually got to that because of the adamancy to respect the genuine concerns people have been raising. And this is where we are repeating history. We have become an independent South Sudan. We have chosen to do exactly the things of the old Sudan. And the things of the old Sudan led to Sudan disintegrating. And if we also do the same things in the new, what we now have as the independent South Sudan, it is likely that we will obtain the same results that Khartoum obtained, or Sudan obtained. The regimes in Khartoum got when they adamantly refused to listen to genuine concerns of the people of South Sudan. These concerns are being expressed in many ways. The fact that our people who cannot speak out on these issues, who are not politically aware like you, CJ, but they felt that things are not working, they walked away. That in itself is a vote of no confidence to the situation. They are expressing their dissatisfaction with the situation. Unless someone listens to these voices, it will be difficult for us to have a peaceful, harmonious, united South Sudan. And so there is no reason, and I will guarantee you, as an individual and as the People's Coalition for Civil Action, we will never participate in a roundtable conference that is not inclusive enough. That is not inclusive enough. By being inclusive enough means we may not have almost everybody or every citizen of South Sudan. In fact, that will mean shutting down the country and everything else. Everybody coming to the roundtable conference. We may not have fairly, exactly equal representation of all the aggrieved groups, but we will have at least a representation that is inclusive enough. If this one criteria misses out, PCCA and myself as an individual will not be part of a roundtable conference that does not subscribe to these ideals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Rajab. I will not ask question right now, but I'll give a chance to keep it low. Keep it low. You have a question, but you raised your hand earlier. CJ, before keep it low, CJ, you have anything to add, or you will wait? Can you unmute yourself and tell me, please, so I can know? Mr. CJ.
Hello?
Yes. Yes. Do you have anything to add to what Mr. Rajab mentioned?
Yeah, indeed. I
And
appreciate,
I just want to remind before you say anything, I just want to remind you guys we have been here for 4 hours. We have to like
no, I'm sorry.
Make sure we go to 1 hour, and if there is any limitation to question and answer,
briefly, let me just add, Brother Rajab, I appreciate, your answers to all that. Well, I need to get, you need to put some clear definitions, and you have covered up actually all these questions. Despite them, some areas, of which, of course, there's no doubt, it's just only, it is good that, you have put everything clear. Now, my main point, my last point that I had to add to you, so it's up to you to answer it or not. Well, regarding the United Nations, the U.S. troops, and those who are now present in South Sudan, about nearly 20 million, nearly about, if not above that. I wonder, as you can see, those people are now, they are trying to strengthening the ongoing regime, when in real facts, there's total absence of security, because security should come first. No, I don't know. What's your take on that exactly? That's what I mean to say about it. Because this is one of the most critical issues, to empower somebody who's really destroying the entire country. And then, expecting the international community could do the best. If you could, take our lands, if you could compare it to what was happening in Lebanon between Israelis and Lebanese, and the Israelis and the Arabs, Lebanese and the Israelis in that border area. UN troops have been brought to the borderlines where they had to separate those who are mostly in conflicts. Whenever there's a conflict, people used to separate the others. In our case, they didn't take it that way. Now, such as Equatoria was one of the peaceful areas by the time. If at all UN was really concerned, they would have helped out of stabilizing Equatoria as it was, as the way how it was, rather than allowing it to go far. It's unfortunate. For me, I don't feel happy about the situation over there. The role of the United Nations, I don't know what's your take on that. That's one of my main concerns. Something that is very, very important. We need to address it. I need to have your opinion on that.
Okay, thank you very much for raising this question on the status of the UN forces in South Sudan in terms of their mandate to protect civilians. I have a lot of experiences with the UN forces. I traveled with them. I worked with them and engaged with them, and witnessed their level of readiness to protect civilians. I want to assure you with the confidence that they will not protect civilians as you would wish. First, let me recall this. When we were in the peace negotiations in Addis, those guys were asking that they wanted people. I mean, they did not. Their security was not guaranteed the opposition. Those of Henry Roar and Angelina Teny and others. And they were asking that their protection as opposition who would come to Juba should be in the hands of the UN forces, because there was largely an agreement that they should not come in with their forces to Juba, like as opposed to what happened in 2016. And so they said if they were not going to go in with their protection forces, and that if the necessary, and that was why the necessary unified force was agreed upon, that necessary unified force was to be there to make sure that it was able to provide unified security for them. They were insisting that if they were not going in with their forces, there should be protection for them from the UN peacekeeping forces. My office was close to J1, just on the opposite side of the road in J1. I was based at the South Sudan Council of Churches. And so I saw what happened in J1 that time. when these guys had a J1 dogfight. When we came out of the office that afternoon, colleagues were calling us and saying the weather was not good, we should leave early. They had quite a lot to do in the office, and so we left a bit late. And when we came out of the office to the roadside, we saw those forces, the bodyguards of the president on the fence of J1, facing the other side of the road, and the forces of Riek Machar were on the other side of the road around the Ministry of Mining, and those fences facing the fence of J1. All of them were standing up, holding their guns in a manner that you would realize that there was something bad. We left that place, the office. It didn't take us like 10 to 15 minutes when they started shooting themselves. And I was in Juba. I moved around after that fighting. A few days after that, I saw bodies on the ground. And I saw how those guys sacrificed to die for Riek Machar and for President Kiir. I told those opposition guys that there is going to be nobody from anywhere in the world in a UN peacekeeping force who would come and sacrifice to die for you like this in South Sudan. Just because you are, political opposition also, and you get in UN peacekeepers who are citizens and nationals and fathers and so on and mothers from different countries to then come and be mowed down the way those guys accepted to receive bullets for you. And so that is one thing. We are not going to get people coming from other places, especially those who are not Africans like us, to just come and die for some of these Africans like Jesus did on the cross. It's not going to happen. So we should not expect much from the UN peacekeeping forces because of that. It is not their country. It is not their agenda. And they just don't see any reason why they would come and die. I moved with them initially when they came. We went to different villages, and we could come to places in some of the parts of the country. You would find trees falling on the road. These guys were ahead as an army in a Land Cruiser. They would sit in the Land Cruiser without getting down, especially those who were from Bangladesh. We got down, we had to get access from communities in the area and go and chop off those trees to remove them from the road for vehicles to pass. And some of the forces from countries like Zambia, some of these African countries, did that, worked with us. And they were saying, and their colleagues from Bangladesh and others were sitting in their vehicles, they could not get down. If someone cannot get down in order to remove a log on the road for his vehicle to pass, don't expect this person to stabilize Equatoria or any part of South Sudan. Some of them are even not well trained. They have no experience of fighting. You shoot a bullet, they faint. I remember in Maridi, you know, South Sudan, they used to celebrate 16th May, where they shoot bullets into the air and all this. Sometimes even, RPGs are fired and all that. In Maridi, one time, we had this force of the UN peacekeepers in Maridi. These guys had the SPLA shooting at night around 7:38, shooting bullets into the air as part of the celebration. They immediately, and because, Maridi, we were attacked by LRA some time back, around that period, and we knew the direction the LRAs were coming from. They knew the direction. They just started shooting in that direction. And even they had a truck on the fence, parked in the fence in that direction. They even shot that truck down. And the SPLAs had gunshots at the UNMIS. And they got in their Land Cruisers and rushed to UNMIS. They thought that these guys were under attack, perhaps from the LRA. When they got there, they started asking, what is happening? What's happening? Then those guys stopped the shooting. Now, what's happening? And several of them were got on the ground. Some fainted, some eased themselves on, and so forth on themselves. Because of the fear of the environment, this is the shootings in town and also the shooting from their own colleagues. When the SPLAs asked them, what is happening? Are you under attack? What's wrong? And these SPLAs, honestly, these SPLAs that came from the era of before the CPA, not now these ones that have been diluted. Those guys were somehow good, in fact, in their training and also level of professionality in a way. Of course, not perfect, but somehow better than what we have today. They were aggressively asking, trying to see whether the UN had come under attack. And these guys then came, one of their officers came and said, no, what's happening? That SPLA fire, Bangladesh fire. In other words, they were saying, we had the SPLA shooting, we also started shooting. Now, people who are not well trained and would not even understand whether this shooting is an attack or just shooting in the air, and they would faint even when they had the shooting, would not be people who would provide protection to citizens in any part of the country, and Equatorial, to be specific to your question, CJ. Besides that, experiences have shown that even if you go inside the UN camp, if people want to go and kill you there, they do that. It happened in Bor, and it happened repeatedly in Malacca. And so there is now no way we would have faith in those forces. So our recommendation to the parties initially was that you make the security arrangements work for everyone in the country. And that everyone would then include you. But if you want to have a security arrangement that only works for you, UN providing you protection, the rest of the country doesn't have protection, you are not safe. So there is no faith in that. So it has to be us. The other thing is that these guys have been abundantly clear to us that peace in South Sudan is the responsibility of the South Sudanese. Some even go to the extent of saying this call, these utterances that we are here to help South Sudan, we are here to deliver peace to South Sudan, is not honest. They would say, we are here for the dollars. If the dollars dry up, we will not be here to help you. So if you want help, you help yourselves. So those are very clear points. But in terms of reports, the way they would report, they would take a picture of a UNMISS soldier in front of children and say they are protecting this. They said we have deployed. They said we have done this. I will give you millions of experiences with these guys. In Yambio, one time, there was an attack in the town. We had a very challenging situation in South Sudan. Stories of South Sudan are very funny. There was a time rebel groups were attacking from the north side of the town across the road and from the southern side of the town. And the governor had to negotiate with one of the rebel groups and handed over part of the town to them and said, take charge of this security here. We will provide you food and so on. So we, even government officials at that time, who were on the other side of the road, were actually handed over to be protected by the rebels. That kind of a situation. So one time there was an attack on the town, and people ran to UNMISS compound. They locked up their own colleagues could not get into the compound. They closed their compounds, deployed their tanks around their compound, and maintained. Then after that, people, of course, found ways and so on. Then after that, they had a disagreement with the government. Some ministers who wanted to go to Juba, they used to offer flights, and the ministers felt that there was something that was not right in their protocols and so forth. So the minister of local government was very angry. And then the following day, they saw these guys now moving, deploying their tanks to town, and trying to do patrols that they report about. They would do these patrols in town, and then they go back and write a report and say, today the town has been peaceful because we did patrols here. So when this guy saw them, he went and instructed them to go all back, drive back to the camp, drive their tanks back to their base, and then told them, listen, we do not want you to do patrols in our town. We needed that patrol when there was an attack on this town and civilians were running to seek shelter from you. You chased them away, you closed their gates, you could not offer them protection. Now that we managed to stop this fighting and it is over. What is the purpose of this patrol now that the situation has changed? We do not want this patrol. And of course, these guys have a very big backing in Juba and also the international community. And the reports were that the state government was now impeding the work of UNMISS, blocking the work of UNMISS. So the state authorities were then compelled to allow them to do their patrols and so forth. But that is the situation. Some of these patrols that are being done, they are not necessarily there to really provide the safety. We have seen situations where people have been killed in their presence and all that. So don't put your hopes on the UN peacekeeping forces. I have seen them reporting, even some report that the UN peacekeepers are protecting crops in South Sudan. I was at Manchester and we had one, what was this, someone who was doing econometrics, and he put up a very good paper, and in the paper he was saying that his findings were that UN peacekeepers were protecting crops. Then I said, listen, are you very honest with what you are saying? Say, yes, you.
My apologies. Back. This is the problem with being live on a StreamYard and Clubhouse. Sometime in this live thing, there is always unpredictable technical issues. So I understand that Brother Rajab have some technical issues. Once he's back, would be great. But while we do that, we just can put like a short break. Well, you have anything to comment, Mr. CJ? I don't know if Keep It Low is there, because Keep It Low seems to be here. If you're here, brother, we'll give you a chance to ask your question, if anyone have a question. But I have so many things to say, but I will not say right now because I just want to best just be disciplined and listen. And then later.
Well, I think it's... Hello?
Yes, sir.
I think it's enough for us. I mean,
yeah, I know.
It's enough.
But
we don't
asked the
proceed,
question, he didn't even finish to answer you. Let him finish.
I understand. Never mind. Well, it's okay. It's all right.
It's
Never
all
mind.
good. It's all good. Thank you. Let me play this short break just until he comes in. Give me a second.
Bila na urjo bonga igaratia sata boker karena buryo adi kuda udung baya doketi dengong baya kuda udu tulio doketi momaran tulio ina de kweja adi kuda kodangona ko do moran ngona ko kuda kodangona ro doketi moran ro perna ngona ro kuda kodangona ko dokona kina mugu kudokona ngonaro dokona kina mugu kudokona ngonaro dokona kina mugu kudokona ngonaro dokona kina ngiro lele katanye laga aule konda mugu kuena korju lenga ule kango mama le padumunda esita ati ikindada wakata atikia ule aula dumara nuesita aule anyola pari kubona etaroji Yesu natokota aule kuotu iba awenga sukulu nene Ario ngaji kino na kwa de kilo abari awule adumu na yasitate atiki ngaji kilo wanyo atiki ngaji kilo wanyo ngaji kilo nyo estanaga mangote na sekarang atiki aule boy sana suma dukangiro kele atua ikikoyu lelelo anyo ajiji bitali ngote na ayingi aweke jibitali yu le papo kipija ngiroyo danyo sunyo le papo kipija ngiroyo danyo sunyo ngirolo akuya adi awula tikina sesi nakwana apokigwiye nakwana apokigwiye agwiye tinade monabu dokona kina mugu dokona ngonaro dokona kina mugu dokona ngonabu dokona kina mugu dokona ngonaro dokona kina mugu dokona ngonabu kona sikonu kina dokona kina mugu kondi nabu dokona ngonaro dokona kina mugu.
And welcome back, Brother Mahandis. You're back. Seems you have a network issue. I just played a short music clip, but we can go ahead with you were trying to say, and then you got interrupted from your network. So go ahead, and then from there we will have if anyone want to say ask questions. So we're just because we've been here for almost 4 hours and a half. So yeah, but go ahead. Welcome.
I actually talked at length and concluded.
Oh, okay.
And then when no one spoke out, and I thought that I perhaps was talking to myself. I don't even know, but I already provided responses to CJ. I'm not so sure where my network broke down.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, that's good.
Move on.
That's good. That's good. I said that's great because earlier you had just been silent, so I thought maybe your network, like earlier, you had some issues or somebody called you, and that reason we just thought maybe you had some interruption, but you'll be back. So that's great. Let me welcome. Before I welcome Kibitlo and Yai, I hope I pronounced correctly. Didi, CJ, I think you had enough from all the questions. Didi, you have anything to add, or we just go ahead with the guest audience?
I think, I just want to thank you, Brother Rajab. You have tremendously really had the patience really to elaborate really more into details. And it takes really a great person with patience really to explain a lot of things and remain calm. I think I will say that it's best for new people who are coming to also have the opportunity to refresh different perspective. Thank you.
Great, great. Thank you, Didi. Again, we welcome all the audiences who are here. Today is supposed to be the topic about the roundtable, Q&A with roundtable procurators, those who are, you know, advocating for this roundtable. And we thank Mr. Rajab greatly for coming up here. We have postponed this topic for many times, but finally today we did open and we did actually open this discussion. And we also, it's late for him, but he had to give the time and he sacrificed his time to be with us. So that's really great. And we are honored. So without further ado, I'll go ahead to the next um, audience who want to have questions. Mr. Kibitlo, are you there? If you're not there or you're busy, we can go ahead with Mr. YAI, and maybe later you can also ask a question because it seemed like you want to ask some questions. You've been here with us all the way. So are you there? If you're there, please blink and open your mic and throw your questions.
Thank you for welcome.
Yeah, I was expecting keep it low, but go ahead, Mr. I hope I pronounce your name Yai or Yay. I don't think it's Yay, but it's
Say correctly is Yai.
Yai. Okay, correct. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Yai. It's your first time here with us.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I've been listening down here earlier, and I'm not actually correctly, what the topic is. It is round table, and what's the topic beside round table? what is the topic? The real topic that you really brought up as a moderator.
All right.
Before
It's a sincere question you asked, honest question. We want to know. Thank you for that, asking us. The round table, I don't know if you're familiar with what's been going on in the political arena with the issues of South Sudan for almost from mid last year. People are talking about round table, especially came out and promoted mostly with the non-signatory groups, which mostly are the oppositions, and then also add to it civil societies from South Sudan who are calling to have a sit down. And Mr. Rajab is one of those procurators who are behind this idea. And he explained a lot. You missed a lot today. You came late, and that's the problem when South Sudanese most time, unfortunately, there'll be topics they will come in late, and sometimes they will miss a lot. But I will tell you, we asked him some question. He narrated a lot of things, or clarified many things, many questions to us that we asked, and yet some of it we are preserved to give our opinion at this moment, but we respect that that's their views as people who is sponsoring and advocating for this roundtable. So the roundtable, particularly, it's focused on bringing the issues of South Sudan in table, trying to kind of like find a way. And please, Mr. Rajab, correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys are the main protagonists of this. So jump in and you can elaborate more. So they are the one who's trying to find a solution through roundtable. So maybe I'll give it to Mr. Rajab. He'll be better to explain to you in a summary of what roundtable is. So please, Mr. Rajab, I think some South Sudanese are not aware of this roundtable because that's the main topic today, the roundtable procurators, the Q&A. We know because we follow and we have criticized it and we have also put our reason why. But today you gave your own views to publicly to everybody to know what's roundtable. So please, could you summarize the thing to Mr. Yai? And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I explained earlier, from our side of thinking, the idea of the National Roundtable Conference emerged way back early last year when we made a call. And of course, different actors also made a call. We wrote a part to IGAD, put up a memo to IGAD on the 15th of March putting IGAD on notice that the agreement was not meeting its intended objectives and was not viable as a solution to the situation in South Sudan. And we were confident that it was not going to conclude with the elections by the end of last year. And so there was need for a new arrangement. And one recommendation we made was for an all-inclusive political dialogue, what we refer to as an all-inclusive, broad-based political dialogue. And we then had conversations with the non-signatory opposition groups. And we had this conversation discussing the situation in South Sudan and the likelihood of no elections to conclude the transitional period and lack of viability of the agreement. And so they picked up these as well, discussed and also put out a statement calling for a roundtable conference. We had several other actors who acted independently and also made the same calls. We had a meeting that was held in New York, in a university in New York by militaries, which they called for the same. We had a civil society group in Juba that also made the same call when the push for an extension was being done, and they called for really a process that would be inclusive post February 2023. And so the PCCA, which is my group, civic group, engaged with the leaders of the non-signatories. These guys were initially SOMA, known as SOMA 1 and 2, and they merged into the non-signatories group. And so we engaged with them and agreed to convene a meeting that would bring in more other groups to discuss and have a joint position. So it was out of this meeting in August last year that we then put out a joint position. So initially it was us alone, it was the non-signatories alone, it was others. Then we then came together and put up this joint position under what we then constituted as the National Consensus Forum, calling for a roundtable conference and rejecting the extension of the transitional period because we believed that it was simply going to be an extension of the difficulties our people have been facing. And we are not wrong in that, as our records would show. From the time we started making these calls for us as PCCA in March last year, and together as NCF in August, until as we speak now, thousands of South Sudanese have been killed in violence in different parts of the country. And so if we continue with what we have and an extension of the transitional period in the current situation, in the way it is being implemented, we believe that more of these unfortunate situations will continue to repeat themselves. And so we feel that a new arrangement is important that would negotiate a new social contract for South Sudan and have this in a manner that grievances of all sections of South Sudanese would be reflected and consensus would be built on the South Sudan we want and how we deliver that South Sudan we want. And once that is done, everyone would see themselves in a new social contract and then have also a new political arrangement or a transitional arrangement to begin to implement that new social contract. So that is the background of the roundtable conference. As it stands, the National Consensus Forum is mobilizing, but also developing documents that would define these aspects. And we believe that this is one way, not a universal solution, but it's just one approach to the situation. And if it is taken, it has the potential to use peaceful means to deliver a change in the situation in South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for breaking it down. I'm really appreciate you for breaking it down, and I'm really convinced. Thank you, brother. I'm actually, I may be a part of this. If I'm wrong, correct me. The reason I was asking, because I just came in and I don't really come on social media easily. The reason is I was so attractive. I was so attracted to this topic. That's why. Now I can talk. What I'm going to add to it, you guys have to continue doing this, and I'm going to be part of it because what you guys brought up, the election is very, very soon, to come. We really need to come to the conclusion because South Sudan needs a lot of works to be done, but the current government is not going well. I'm not going to blame Kirmiadi. I won't blame the people that working with him. He's not doing anything wrong. Kiri is not doing wrong. It is people that is, working with him are the one that letting him down. And he need to work on that. We are part of it. If somebody close to him, to Kirmayadi, 3 or 4 or 5 advisors are working with him, working for him, are the one that supposed to tell him, hey, this is right, this is wrong, and move on. Development is one that is the one thing that I always crying for. And this is what all of us are crying for. We need development in South Sudan as a whole. One hand cannot clap. We all need to work on this. We came out from the north. What we need now is development. How this thing gonna come up? How is this going to work? I say one time, all the lost boys that came to the United States, we open the door. We communicate with Congress, South Sudanese. And when we go back trying to convince our government, they are not cooperating with us. How are we going to develop our country? United States can help us if we cooperate with them. China now took over, and they are not been doing nothing to South Sudan. They are taking our oil and the money. Where is the money go? We don't know. We are outside. We are talking here in the clubhouse, but there's nothing that our voices are not going to be heard back home. We just crying here, but what we are doing here is not going to help our country anyway. I don't know if one of you are thinking what we are doing here is going to help our country. I don't think so. But if the only thing that's me, in my opinion, the only thing that can help us right now and help our country as South Sudan is when we have connection with our current government that Kirmayar government, if we have people there that communicating with us and change what they are doing there right now and set up a rule of law. That's one thing that I can say has Yai can help our country and change this government. But it's going to take a while, guys. It's going to take a while for us to change our country. The money is there, but they don't know how to use the money. I cry all the time. And bus type Fikuma, but I left my parents when I was 12 years old. I went back when I lost my mom. Then I went back again when I lost my father. My father, my older brother, was killed in a war, South Sudan war, when we were fighting with Arab. I never gained nothing. I never even see Sudanese pound. I never see it in my hand. I never gained nothing from what I suffer for until now. So I know that all of you guys are like me, and we all hurting. We got nothing to do, but we are still trying so bad to fix and see how are we going to build our country. If we were like British, when they fight in their civil war, eating money, putting money into only one man pocket was not there. What they were doing were just to build their own country and to make your name to be known tomorrow. That's what they did. But he's not there in South Sudan right now. If Kir can do that, Kir will be a legend. Why is this current government putting money into few people pocket, but not into the land of South Sudan? Build the roads, build hospital, build schools in South Sudan. Invest money, set up taxes. Like here in the United States, all the taxes go to the government bank. There's no set up government in South Sudan. There's no rules. There's no law that can, killing is there. Killing is there. Somebody can kill someone and get away with it. There's no security. A lot of things need to be done in our country. I talk too long, and I'm going to stop right there, my brothers and sisters. I'm going to give a chance to let somebody else talk. Thank you. Appreciate you. May God bless both of you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a question for you later, but I think I will ask if, keep it low if you're on, so that you can have your chance and so that you don't get more delays. Keep it low.
He may be sleeping or something.
No, maybe at work. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Earlier he was raising his hand. He wanted to say something, but now he seems to be busy. So once he's ready, I'll bring him up. But for now, I'll drop him. But if he's ready, I'll bring up. But go ahead, Didi.
Yeah, I was wondering. I think I heard hi, Yai. I heard you saying that Kir is not a problem, but the problem are the people who are working with him. And then you talked about, for example, the system is not set up well. You know, they need to set a proper system of the government. But if in your view, if you have a country, for example, with the president and those under him, beneath him, and a president is a leader, who do you think is to set the system out? Who do you think is to make sure that the system is working? And what do you think is the job of the president? What do you think is the job of the president? And if you're living outside South Sudan, the countries you're living in, who do you think that who manage these systems that are functioning properly? Is it the ministers or is it the president? Or because somebody has been put to be overseer, to be a manager, managing all these people, hiring all these people with all this qualification, to run all these jobs and making sure that these things has to be implemented that he wanted according to what to be done. So who do you think should be the one who's accountable? Thank you.
Thank you for asking me that question. I'm gonna give you guys an example about America, where I'm in. I've been here for 21 years. 22 years. And I have a citizenship, I have passport, and I do understand the rule of laws. They have been set up long time ago, 200 years ago. The way laws works, laws came from attorneys. Judges are the ones set up the law, and they have to agree with the current president. That's me. The way I understand it. Judges are the ones that have to set up the law, and all the judges have to be selected by the parliament, the current parliament. And I think, according to the United States of America, from George Washington, there will be no change of the laws that were set up. They're just adding new laws to the current laws that were there. That's what I know. And I read that from the civics of the United States that they put out. No one can break the current laws of the United States. If we could have had those laws, we cannot follow as South Sudan. South Sudan have to set off their own laws. And then the president, the current president, have to follow the laws. For example, the states, if there is something going on in single state in South Sudan, this is the only thing that I disagree with Salva Kiir. He's not supposed to change. If people are complaining in single state, then Kiir gonna go in there, take that governor out. I'm talking about governors. He's gonna take that governor out and put a new governor there. It shouldn't be like that. The single state have they have right to have a campaign.
If I just, do you mind if I can just interject with you a bit? Before you lived in America, where did you live first? Where did you live first?
Say that again.
Before you lived in America, where did you live first?
Oh, I was actually in Red Army. I was in South Sudan, and I was in in army for 7 years, and then Piang Demajok asked my general. He told me, "Yai, it is not your time. You have to go to school." He put me in a car, brought me to Kakuma, and then from Kakuma, he brought me to Nairobi.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know because I just wanted to know shortly that part, because it seems like you a little bit didn't know what's the job of the president, because you mentioned that you lived in America. You live in America, currently, and you gave some example. But in America, what I know that it says that the power of the executive branch is vested on the president of the United States, who also acts as the head state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The president is responsible for implementing and enforcing the law written by Congress. So,
president is actually.
It's not talking about the judges.
Yes, president is actually have his own spot. 3 branch: judiciary, executive, and then president have power. But each state, 50 states, have a different power. Have their own power. And a president cannot violating what's going on in each state. If it is something that concerning him, yes, he can jump in. But he can not go. He doesn't. President is not having power over his state. His states in the United States, they have power. They can do their own states. Their own rules in their own states. So we I agree on that. South Sudan should have had the same thing, as we call ourselves as South Sudanese democratic country. Why can we follow? If we agree on that as democratic states, then we should have follow what democratic country do. Does. We should have followed that. President cannot go to each state, 10 states. He cannot jam it there and change government.
Okay. Let me see. Sorry, I just wanted you to know that the fact that it's called a Congress, what they have a parliament where the members of all the states, they come into the parliament and they sit down with the president, and this is where the enforcement of the law and what where the enforcement of the law and stuff like that, where they carry their policies and stuff like that, and he makes sure that these people follows what he assigned them to do, because they work for him. He employs them, basically. President employs people to work with him, and they come down and sit with him. That's why they have what they call the White House and the stuff, because the ministers work for him. They work with the ministers together to accomplish, what the head of state, the task that they were presented by the people they're leading. So it's not the other way around. So I think you need to read a little bit the how the system in United States work. It will help you to understand. I feel like a lot of South Sudanese really actually don't know what is the use of president. They just thought that a president is just meant to exist there, just doing nothing, exist just for the sake of existing, and the ministers and the people below him has power over him, and that's not true. But then you could see, like, for example, in a country like South Sudan, you see the president, he's calling so many shots which are wrong, things which are wrong. He's basically making reckless decisions. He's actually triggering and antagonizing situations around the country, and he's the head of state, you see, and he's doing all these things, and he's president, and he has power. So he basically appoint who he wants to appoint. He remove he can remove, because he has power.
You may allow me to. You may allow me to.
I'm just letting.
Okay,
I'm gonna let you talk. I will let you talk. I'm sorry, but I just wanted you. I was trying to help you to understand this, because I know that every intellectual person knows this. So I just wanted you to know that, so that you don't say things that you actually, then people look at you like you don't actually know what you're talking about. So I will really urge you that you need to invest your time and reading that, knowing the powers of the president, why we have a president or a prime minister or a king or something like that as head of the country. So thank you. Just sorry for interjecting, but I just wanted to help you to understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, can I interject?
But then Rajab interject, then we get back to
you. I just want to say my last
2 minutes if possible, please.
Yeah.
And we can go back to the main topic of the round table and what we were talking about earlier. Further.
Okay, I'm going to say my last word. Actually, in the United States, they have Senate, and then Congress. Senate, if they did not, approve what the president requests, if they did not pass it, president have to either to agree with it or uh, executive order. President can do that. President have power.
No, it's called veto.
They can be, the president can veto that. Yes, you're right, Ango. So in South Sudan, we don't have that there. And this is the only form that we have in South Sudan. President have to request Congress, including Senate, if they disagree, and then it can just veto it, as Kim Law said it. Yes. So I'm gonna let you guys go on, and I'm going to be listening.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming.
So Rajab, go ahead. You want to interject, and then from there we go to keep it low.
Yes, I wanted to, but maybe you really actually give chance to keep it low. So I would combine if he has questions for me together with the response to EI. Keep it low has been here for long. Thank you.
Absolutely. Keep it low. You have any question? I know you've been here earlier, and earlier we called you. You were not responding, so we dropped you down. Once you're ready to come up, we said just come up, and you did. You raise your hand. You're here. So you have heard all what Brother Rajab was mentioning and explaining. So please go ahead. You have any question or comment about the run table in particular?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Let me say thank you to everybody upstairs and downstairs. And I will not mention uh, people names. Uh, yeah, uh, yeah. Let me say what's going on in South Sudan is 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 something. It's called political problem, and also also is trouble problem, and we don't know how we're gonna fix it. That's what we need to know. We don't know the solution. We don't know the solution. Nobody knows how we're gonna solve it. For sure, to let you guys know, the problem the problem of South Sudan is nobody knows how we're gonna solve it. To let you guys know what is the problem. How are we gonna solve the problem of South Sudan? Nobody knows. If somebody said he knows what will be the problem of South Sudan be solved, I don't know. So I can say, yeah, my brother, Rajab, he said, he, yeah, yeah. Thank you for your word, my brother Rajab. But to me, as a Kibilo, I don't know what will be the solution for South Sudan. Nobody knows, because everybody has a gun on his hand, you know. So, and it's hard to take the gun from the civilian. It's hard. So Yeah, that's the problem. So yeah. Anyway, let me stop there and let me hear from you guys.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keep It Low. I think Brother Rajab can go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Rajab. And again, I want to thank you for your participation, Mr. Keep It Low and Mr. Yai. So we go ahead with Brother Rajab. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Odysseus, for the opportunity once again, and thank you, Chief Yai and Keep It Low for your responses, for your questions and contributions. Now, allow me start with this submission from Yai. Yai said earlier that care is not the problem except the people he is working with. If they advise him well, he will deliver development in the country. And Didi said it right. Doesn't Kir now have any authority to authority and also the capacity to hire and fire people he appoints, and to hire the right ones if he knows that the others are bad ones? Why does he spend national resources on advisors that are bad, if at all it is the advisors who are bad? You see, let me go back to an example I should share with you. Sometime back in my school days at the university, we had a situation where our colleagues who were students went out and they were taken, some were on a motorbike, 2 of them on the motorbike. They were going back to their hostel. Now, when they got to some place, there was the taxi that was parked by the roadside, and suddenly they opened the door of the taxi on the side where these guys were riding. And the rider of the motorbike could not control because he was moving at a high speed, and it was very close to the vehicle. So when the door was opened, he banged himself on the door and they fell. And of course, it was an accident now. And so the driver of the vehicle took them to the police and the boys. Now, what happened at the police was that these 2 students got detained. They were of course not nationals of that country. They got detained. The driver left. The driver of the taxi went. Also, the ride of the motorbike went. The owner of the motorbike who was carrying them. These guys were passengers on the motorbike, and when the accident happened, the passengers were the ones who were taken to and detained at the police. I happened to be a guild president, and I got information the following day that our colleagues were in police, detained in the police. And I asked what happened, and I was told that they had an accident and they were taken there. So I knew that some of the students would drink and they will always have problems. They would be taken to the police. So I went to try to understand what was happening. And when they told me, when I got to the police, they were brought out. The police knew me as the guild president and always handled the issues of the students. And when they brought out these students, I asked them what happened. Then they told me. I got really, really mad at the police. I said, how do you detain passengers and not the drivers, not the one of the car, not even the one of the motorbike? These were ordinary passengers sitting on the motorbike. An accident happened and they even were victims. They got injured, and then you detain them as passengers. What law are you using? And the police realized I was really angry at them.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense.
I demanded immediate release of those students and said if there was anything else, we would settle it later. But first, these students should be released unconditionally. It was in a foreign country, of course, not our own. But the way I charged that the police was so bad that the police feared, they immediately released those students, of course. This is a situation that we have in South Sudan. We are blaming passengers, but not the driver. The driver is innocent, or the pilot flying the plane trying to crash us on a mountain is totally innocent. It is the rest of us, maybe the attendants in the plane and the passengers who are guilty for what for the wrong ride or driving or flying of a plane, or driving of vehicles and so forth. Yeah, that is extremely unfortunate. In situations where leadership is exercised correctly, even if it is your subordinate who has committed the mistake, you stand up and take responsibility because you are the supervisor of this person. I really sympathize with us who would then have a president and say the president is innocent. It is only the people around him who are messing up these things. He is not firing these people. He is still innocent. He even uses national resources to pay these people who are not doing the right thing. He is just innocent. The buck stops with the president. If a commissioner commits a mistake anywhere, unfortunately, I will consider, I mean, the way they do it, they fire the commissioner from Juba. Appoint from Juba, fire from Juba, not by the people in their respective.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now,
thank you so much.
That in itself, if a commissioner commits a mistake in any village of South Sudan, the president takes responsibility because that is his government and that is his appointment. So let us stop these things of blaming everyone except those who are mandated with the responsibility and our sovereignty as per the laws. Now that is one. The second thing is that we are crying in the clubhouses and these voices will amount to nothing. The social media has been a big force for change in many countries, and South Sudan is not an exception. I remember there was a time they wanted to drag the Nile, I mean, some tributaries of the Nile in South Sudan. It was agitation on the social media that stopped that. There was a situation where they wanted to pay a lobby group to block the transitional, block the formation of the hybrid court for South Sudan and the other transitional justice processes in the peace agreement. Serious agitations also, averted that situation. We just wanted to pay for over 3 million something to someone to find ways to block that, and people agitated, especially including the social media, and that stopped. So there is no way someone in the 21st century who understands how things work would undermine the social media as not a force for change. It is a big force for change. It is used for public information sharing. It is used for public mobilization. It is used for public awareness. That is going to be true for South Sudan, and it has an impact. These guys follow these kind of communications on the social media, and so it has an impact in informing and empowering people to demand for their rights, but also causing governments to change course, especially if they wanted to do something wrong. Now, you also talked about your father having been killed in the liberation struggle. You got nothing out of this and all that. I grew up in the liberated areas, and we were also trained in the forces. But because we were trained as students, primary school students, and we were young, following the split in 1991 and the accusation of John Garang that he was forcing children, soldiers, there was an international attention, and journalists were being sent to investigate. So at that point, we were made to go back to school, and those who were aged enough were taken full-time into the forces. So I understand what the SPLA was communicating. There was nothing in the communications of the SPLA that after the fighting, each one was going to be paid something. And that applies to all our relatives who died in the liberation struggle. And we do not expect that, they were doing that to get something. But of course, it is true that the sacrifices were made to have a better country for all of us. And in that better country, all of us would benefit, because then we would not have oppression as it used to be. We would not have discrimination as it used to be with the Arabs. We would not have economic marginalization. We would not have marginalization in governance and all of those things. We would have good hospitals, and we would be seen as first-class citizens in our own country together with everyone else. Those were the benefits we expected out of the sacrifices made to create South Sudan as an independent country, and not individual benefits to individuals. But as long as these ideals have not been achieved, we have a problem, not only with the old Sudan, but with this version of it that we have now, and that has to change. Yeah. So let me get down to this submission of Keep It Low, which is good. I say that the problem of South Sudan is political problem and tribal.
I was actually
hold on. Rajab, yeah, I think we just want to tell you thank you for your participation. لأنه عاوزين نقدر نحن finalize. Brother Rajab have been here for a while. And maybe next time, if you don't mind, because do not interrupt, please, Naman, the moderator Rajab, because he's the guest today. He's giving us his thoughts on what's this, and he was responding to you. So please have this decorum where we can let the others finish their point, and then you can come back if you have any question. That's why I said you can be back here until you're satisfied with the answer, then you can go down. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rajab. Just hold on. Yeah, it's a good haja. Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, if you don't have anything, yes, you can drop yourself down, and thank you so much. Until next time. Now Rajab is trying to respond to Keep It Low, and then from there we go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Brother Rajab.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again. Yes, Keep It Low said, yes, we have political problems, we have tribal problems. Absolutely right. We have political problems, we have tribal problems, and many others. This is true. What is not true in the submission of Keep It Low is that we do not know the solutions. We have been articulating the solutions of the problems of South Sudan and Southern Sudan from the time of our grandparents to date. These problems have always almost been the same. Issues of governance failures, issues of, sectionalism, tribalism, in the case with the Sudan, it was racial and all of these, and marginalization and economic and development and deprivation and all of that. And there was no shortage of articulation of the solutions. All along from those years, our people who have been struggling to get a better South Sudan, from the colonialists to the struggle of 1955 to the SPLA time, there were clear articulation of the solutions of the problem of the Sudan, which are actually almost exactly the same, the problems of Southern Sudan today, or even worse. Now, if you go to the people in the villages and ask them, and this is where something surprising happens. I have engaged with the people in the villages. These people do not mince their words. If you go and ask them what their problem is, they will give you clear answers. If you ask them how these problems should be solved, they will give you clear answers. Kir made a mistake last time and went around to ask the people what went wrong in South Sudan and what should be done. And the people said, in summary, that there was serious leadership failure in the country and there was political deadlock. And specifically, it was between Salva Kiir himself and his deputy, Riek Machar. And that this political deadlock between the two can never be broken. And when they were asked to propose solutions, they said these guys should leave power immediately to allow this political deadlock to be broken and for South Sudan to make progress. These are the illiterate villagers that we have. Now, when you come to Juba, you find us with the PhDs all over the place. Now, it is here that we do not have solutions to the problems. We do not know these problems. We do not have solutions to these problems. The solutions clearly exist, only that they are being abandoned, neglected, or avoided. Otherwise, if we want the solutions, these solutions are there in literature and our history. These solutions are there with the people. You go to ask them, they will outline those solutions to you. And many have been outlining these solutions. Now we're talking on the platform of the Equatorial separatist groups. They have their version of the solution to the situation in South Sudan. And if you ask them, they will outline this. There are solutions. Salva Kiir himself spent most of his life fighting for a better South Sudan. He understands clearly, and they were the ones actually telling us in the liberation days what we wanted as the new Sudan. So this thing of refusing to make South Sudan a better place for all its citizens is deliberate. It is not because we do not know the solutions. It is just because we do not want the solutions that would work for everyone. And that is where the problem now is. Thank you.
Mr. Kibitlo and Mr. Yai, I'll drop you down, and so we're just going to be putting our conclusion here. But thank you for your participation. Until next time, thank you so much.
Okay. Can I say can I interject? If there's no solution, what the solution that?
Mahuasa Daka solution without Mr. Kibitlo. Either can listen to the later recording, you will understand what he's talking about. Right now, yeah. Thank you. Just
Lakini al-Junub Sudan ma few solution.
Well, that's your opinion, but because you guys could bring the solution by yourself, but for us Equatorial nationalists, we know the solution. Like he mentioned, we have our own way of solution. They have their own way of solution. You just have to figure out yours. But thank you again, Mr. Kibitlo. We appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing me up.
You're welcome. We'll see you next time, inshallah. Thank you. Okay, Didi, CJ, anything you want to add before this? Because I have a lot to say, but unfortunately, right now, I will not. I will try to abstain from putting a lot of thoughts. But this is just a clarification to all those who are listening to us, especially our Equatorian brothers, Equatorian nationalists. Like I said, our position is still the same. We Equatorian nationalists, we never seen. We don't promote unity, but yet we listen from all sides as an Equatorian and open-minded to the understanding that yes, when we have chosen this decision to be a nation of our own, this is out of many evaluations. We search around and look at every corner, and this is where the decision finally we decided is to be a nation of our own, and there is a reason why. And we will, in coming days, we will elaborate it more, which is going to be explanation on this Equatorianism and Equatorial national. And there's one thing that Mr. Rajab, before I go to ask you a question, but I want to just clarify to those who are listening, because they think maybe you are promoting Roundtable. No, we have questions for Roundtable, and the questions was answered by our brother Rajab, and we thank you so much, Rajab, for joining us. It was a great honor. I know it's tough because some people, when we oppose them and we call them even to come and have a debate or listen to them, we don't even have to debate them, but listen to them. We ask them question and they answer. And then from us, we're going to have our own later respond or way of responding to what we see we don't agree upon. They fear, they fear really to the extent that they don't want to be around us because they feel like we're going to clash. But like you said, if people want solution, they need to dialogue. Regardless, we agree or disagree. The most important is that we need to leave this as a record to the people who will come after us and the people who are with us and who are against us also, because this is a national case, a national issue, and no one supposed to reject everyone calling, for coming to ask questions and to have a clear, understanding, so we can understand if we really misunderstood each other or we are in a clear understanding. And this is what I really appreciate, Mr. Rajab, for your bravery and courage to come up with us and have this kind of great discussion and question Q&A. And we look forward to, inshallah, next time we have a discussion or something, we can talk about it. Definitely, if you could tell me you have convinced me with Roundtable, I'll tell you no. Just being honest with you. There is nothing in the Roundtable still I could see myself as Equatorial National in it, because there's a lot of things that I want to know, and also just confirm to me this from your side as people of the Roundtable. If you said that it's inclusive to all, then you guys need to make a statement, clear statement, putting that, saying that all and not excluding people, because I have seen from the rhetoric of the non-signatories, and most of them are the oppositions, despise the idea that any Equatorian nationalist or those who call for separation to be put around them or to sit around them, which to me, I don't care. I'm not even going there because I know what they are standing for. Like, I know their ideology. I know what they're looking for and what's their interest. What they don't want to hear is the Equatorians speak for their right. The more they think they actually doing that as strength for them, is actually their weakness and defeat. Even if they come to convince us or try to beg us to join them, there have to be a real acceptance that Equatorians have the right and they have a case. They don't have to say it out there, and then suddenly when it comes to um, national issues or dialoguing this issue of what's happening in the country, they begin to exclude and say, oh, no, we cannot accept those people because those people are going to ruin everything. Listen, the country is ruined and they are part of the problem. To be honest, I see some of them are part of the problem. I'll be honest with you, my brother Rajab. There are people who are part of the problem, who are now part of the non-signatories and part of the signatories. Both are the problem because they are, even when you hear them, the definition to the conflict up to the point of the issue of Equatoria and the definition between issues in Upper Nile and issues in Equatoria is completely different. Yet they will say, uh, you know, many things that does not, bring the cure to the symptom. So different cure for different symptom. But our issue, Equatoria, is clear, and we are very adamant to it, and we stand on it. As Equatorial nationalists, we're proud on that stand. But my question to you, said sectionalism. What, if you can define to me, what is that sectionalism, my brother Rajab? Because you mentioned that thing. Um, seems like I heard this tone from those in the opposition and those from Upper Nile in particular, and Bahar Ghazal. They always put that word when it comes to us. Is that what it is, or because what is sectionalism to your definition, or to your standard of definition? Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for these questions. Let me start by saying the purpose of this conversation, of course, is not to convince and make you a disciple of the Roundtable Conference. The purpose is simply to share the ideas of the Roundtable Conference, so you see. And of course, to encourage participation in this process based on your beliefs as an Equatorian nationalist or separatist, for that matter. And so I am happy to have engaged in this conversation and would love to do more. The second is the need, and also, by the way, for the rules that you convene. I was so interested in the recent one, I think the last one you had about what was it? That the problems of South Sudan cannot be solved by arming communities. I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, that time I didn't. I was a bit occupied. I didn't get time to participate, and so I'll be happy to engage in some of these conversations. Now, you have asked this question. I mean, you have raised this concern that if it's true that the Roundtable Conference would be an inclusive process, there should be an open statement reflecting that it would be an inclusive process. I would believe that what you might perhaps see to be convincing that it is inclusive, it may be to mention that it is inclusive and perhaps mention that for Equatorial nationalists altogether or Equatorial separatists. But otherwise, in all the statements that I quoted earlier and all the statements so far released, they have all said an inclusive political dialogue, an inclusive and all-inclusive roundtable conference, an inclusive citizen-driven process, and all of that. Those are the languages that have been used. And of course, there are so many of our groups, and not all of them have been named mentioned by name as a part of the inclusivity. But once it's said inclusive, it is meant to be for all. Now, if there are people who have said things, who have said something to the contrary, then that is really not reflecting the position of the Roundtable Conference. But I know that there are people who would really be interested, who share the belief that South Sudan should remain united. And perhaps they may be confronting those who say South Sudan should be divided, those who are in Victoria and also other parts of the country. That difference one may not rule out. And that is where the issue of divergent views come in, and each one is allowed to, or reserves the right to exercise, to have this difference in opinions. No one is allowed to suppress your opinion as a separatist or nationalist or Equatorial, and no one is also allowed to suppress opinions of others who may think differently from what you think. So that's one thing on this, and this is open. All subsequent statements will reflect that. That is one. The second question was on sectionalism. Now, sectionalism is another word for, it's a more encompassing word for the differences in the country. We have always known tribalism. I used this word responding to, was it Keep It Low? When he talked about, say, the problem of South Sudan is political and also tribal. Yes, now tribal is not necessarily inclusive enough. When you say tribal, there's what someone referred to as the gun class. It's a cartel group. It's a group that is not necessarily tribal. It is a group of people who claim ownership of the country because they fought in the liberation struggle. And so because of that, they claim the right to benefit from everything in the country, and even at the expense of the rest of the people. That is not a tribal group. It is a group that's just emerged. There are groups like that. I mean, even a religious group may have a different opinion on the situation in South Sudan, and also the civic group. So these are not necessarily tribal, but they are sections of the South Sudanese society. So when you say sectionalism, it includes tribal groups, it includes tribalism, it includes racism, if it was by the time we had the Arabs. So all those are sections. Race is a section, tribe is a section, and so forth. So that is the context from which I used this point. I just wanted to broaden the definition from tribalism to sectionalism, which then means that there are many sections other than only a tribe to that situation. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Odysseus, are you there?
Yes. Go ahead. I see CJ want to say something. Go ahead. Yeah. Didi also can. Go ahead, CJ.
Brother,
can you get close to your mic? You seem like you're far away again.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I clear now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
You're clear.
Oh, yes.
We hear you. Go ahead. Yes, it's clear. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. All right. Brother Rajab. Oh, thanks a lot for staying until this time, elements, Let me say hello to those who have joined us lately. One more time. And to the others who have been waiting for long. We thank you for the time, for joining us at this particular point. What I mean to say is that Brother Rajab, he seems to have elaborated the issue of tribalisms, concluding that, if I were to understand it clearly, that all people are involved in this tribalism. Something that I totally disagree with, for a reason. If you could look back to our history, going back to the former Sudan, and how did the Addis Ababa agreements, the self-autonomy that we were being guaranteed, how did it come to transferring to what's so-called the civil war? What is the 1983 civil war that got erupted all of a sudden during that period of time? It is the same element today who are still playing the same game. Yet the question is, if at all any one of us were to ask you, now, who was the most troubled, some group or individual or a specific, let's say, section that is causing havoc all over the country, threatening the existence of other tribes, unlike the period when we were in one Sudan where everybody hold on.
Sorry guys, my network just kicked me out, so I'm gonna get back. Hold on, my apologies. This does to me all the time.
Are you saying that we are all failed? If we were to agree with you, if I were to agree with you, to disagree with, agree with you, are we all fail, or there is a specific group that leads us to a failure? This is one. Now, secondly, as you're calling for this round table, I also get confused. The idea of timetable, this initiative that you have brought it to the table of South Sudanese people and Equatorians. Now, is that a proposal that you are bringing it up so that people could gather through around it and decide to come up with some other proposals? Or it is something that, you just take it for granted as people, but means decisions that has to go for all, whether they like it or not? Because the process that this this round table went through it, for me, as somebody well experienced in all these fields, during one Sudan, I doubt it. The way how we process it doesn't help bring us together. All right? Because the structure, you put it is a similar way like what those of here are now doing it. Here is the constitution, here is the government, and everything. You like it, okay, this is the way, my way or the highway. So this language will not help bringing us together. The second thing is that, the issue of the mistrust between us. Now we know it clearly. Over the time, we have come to a realization that there are some elements in the country that we are now in, where most of us, millions of us, half millions of the populations are outside the country. There's no trust. There's not any longer trust between us. How should we resolve this issue of mistrust? And with this conference, will you allow the most wanted among those people to join you? Do they have a room? Are we supposed to allow them in? And those, including those who have spoiled the country? Well, they're clear out there. Anyone can see them. They're doing their things in open, in the daylight. There's no excuse of that. Killing people, raping, and doing all this bad stuff, even pushing people, displacing people in numbers, genocide. We're now elements worse than what's so-called Rwanda. People are killed in a slow killing. People are eliminated for the sake of land occupations by the young lead government. So is that the way how things has to go? Now, the way how we bring this to this round table as well, I see people are not supposed to go start from the grassroots and then move up to the top. Or do we mean people on the top, if we are to pretend that we are politicians and everything, that everything has to come from us? So that's how things, which is difficult actually for me. I look at it very difficult to be addressed. The only way out, we have seen, you can't pretend that, somebody who has come with his laws, establishes laws, in a way, in a dictator way or colonial way. You can't call the colonials, who have arrived to our country, that the law that they have brought to us, that is the law that we should follow. No, we shouldn't have followed that. That is not the way how we have to do it. We're better off than them. When we sign you to London, to England, to study, or Europe or Britain, it doesn't mean that you have to come and apply what is in Europe. The law that is, the entire law that is in Europe. It was supposed to be some kind of a guidelines or a reference where you have to go and you start bringing all these people, establish your own, where people are participated and shared equally. Another way where people are participants, not masters and slaves. That is the structure of the government that messed the entire African countries. The government is supposed to be the servant of the people, not the master of the people. Because after all, the law, the basis of the law and everything is the people. That's why it comes to the point that, I understand that that point sounds beautiful and great, but many, many people have failed to reach it. That is to say, the government of the people by the people. It is not existing, my friend. I wish it should have been existing. Former Yugoslavia, under Joseph Broz Tito, managed to get a combinations that lead his country in a peaceful manner for a period of time, not until Tito government come to an end, and then step some other corrupt individuals that destroy Yugoslavia. So let us not stick and say, well, democracy is everything. No, democracy is not everything. The countries, some countries where we are living today, people are suffering. The law doesn't stand in a way that people could appreciate it. The law doesn't stand that the way how people are supposed to establish it or come together and then establish the constitution and everything. It doesn't work that way. It was just only the master's way. And that is what is causing all this trouble in countries like ours today with the Africans. People, there was embezzlements long ago. Nobody got account for. You cannot bring a criminal and then give him the power. Somebody who had killed someone today, and then you'll bring it tomorrow and says, okay, let him govern. If he was supposed to be a responsible guy, or somebody, administrator or anything else, you can't bring him and say, okay, that's the guy. Let him lead the country. No, it's wrong. We are supposed to be the one who will establish our law and order, combinedly, not individually. Now, if you can see the structure of the revitalization peace deal, it is not other than that, it's an outsiders. It is the foreigners who are extracting it. You say you have attended you was part of this deal. I wish you would have tell us how did deal come up into a play. Have you been participated discussing all these things step by step? Then sum it up the way we would like to have it, or it was something ready, but it was just being drawn to it that please sign here. I have heard that. That is why comes those who rejected this peace deal, that this is not something that is going to hold that country, that's going to unite us together. So I wish you would have tell us a little bit about that as well, whether or not when you come and sign that peace, were you free? Was it your ideas collectively, or it was something that was being cooked and then you were being brought into to sign it? I know, I'm sorry, to give you, we've really exhausted you, gentlemen. We're expecting your colleague to come in. If unfortunately he didn't make it, I don't know for what reason. But I appreciate your answers and your courage, to put, to do it. I mean, to try level best to answer all these questions. I know it's too much for you, gentlemen. But somehow this is something open for all of us to think about it. And I believe the solution is quite easy, as we have put it clearly, as separatists, as people who are calling to go to square one. In a similar way, how Sudan make it? Sudan and Egypt was once one country. Then comes the Sudanese and says no. Egyptians were insisting that they had to stand together as united country, but Sudanese refused. So was the South Sudan as well. Comes our turn as South Sudanese. Again, we end up to separations now. So it is not something, it's not something impossible. It can be possible if we will have a wise minds, people who are light minds, who are kind enough to cooperate, so that each of us will have our own. That's why Equatoria, because Equatoria was there. Equatoria is not South Sudan, as we used to say repeatedly. Equatoria is an independent country. We've been forced by the colonials to come together without any proper grounds or guidelines of unifications where we would have come together. Randomly, we have been brought. The killer, the criminal, and the good, they were just being brought to the table. That, oh, come on, sit here. Sit on this table. We're being forced to. So Equatoria is now simply saying, leave us alone. Because you can see in Equatoria, it looks like over the time, we're going to inherit this kind of bribery and, brutality and all that kind of things. That's what we don't want it. Nobody respects your boundaries. People can come to you and kill your entire communities because of the gold that is there, because of the minerals over there. All these exploitations, that's too much, my friend. So for the round table to work, I believe there should be an equal participation from ground up, from bottom up. That's what I can say. Other than that, it will not work. For an individual to come and comes on the table and says, okay, follow me. No, that's not the way how it is. If indeed there is a human rights and right of opinions and expressions of everyone's where to have a right, his right. So that's what I'm expecting. Thank you. That will be our recommendation mainly.
Okay, CJ, Pesana then is a kirkum, because we've been here for 5 hours, and thank you again, Rajab, Mr. Rajab, for your time. Welcome also to Comrade CPI joining us. Good to see you. But make sure and how if you can limit our question. لأنه في عندنا a lot. I know it's good you explain a lot of things, and Rajab will come up and answer it. Because now it's some places I think it's also late for you and late for us, but we have to do our best so we can condense. But thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rajab. Just want to remind you. Go ahead. Fadal, Mr. Rajab. Are you there? Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Odysseus, and also thank you, CJ, for these interjections and comments, questions, and also comments and recommendations. Let me respond to some of these questions or concerns you raised. One was the issue of tribalism. Is it among all of us, or it is only some groups? First of all, I didn't really say that tribalism is among all of us. I simply said I used the word sectionalism to define, to upgrade the tribalism. That sectionalism would mean tribalism plus other forms of congregation, people coming together on certain particular interests. So things like racism in the old Sudan would not be tribalism, but it is sectionalism. And so forth. The gun class we talk about, the groups that say they claim ownership of the country because they fought and they say therefore have more rights than others. These are sections, not necessarily tribes. So that was what I said, but I didn't really specifically say tribalism is all over. But let me get back to the same question which you also asked, whether we have failed as all of us as South Sudanese, or we have failed only others. Yes.
Sorry, you don't mind if I just correct you on something?
Okay, yes, please.
Because earlier, I'm sorry to cut you, but I have to, because this word sectionalism, you've been repeating it. It seems like it's actually not about a tribe; it's about the region. Because this term came in the during the like this the first word actually phrases came in the United States, where those states were going against each other. There was a time there was a conflict. I think that would led to civil war, even to that revolutionary war at the beginning. And this based on region, because it's a section of region. I don't think you can define a tribe in a section base. You would find a tribe based on their genealogical kind of like background, like so this tribe is this is the family, because family are not section, are not like some object you can define. And if you look at the definition of the sectionalism, it always goes with something that is not like, it's not been, I can't how to describe it, Yani. It's more of,
I can help.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's actually based on something that mathematically, I forgot the word, I just couldn't, but I know it's not actually the word for define on the tribe. That's all I want to say. It's not on a tribe. Yeah, that language is actually used by
sectionalism means it is like the view of a regional than a country. It's not a tribal base.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your observations. Now, I am familiar with the word sectionalism. A region can be a section of a country. You can call it a section. A tribe can be a section of also a country, and so forth. So a section is specifically a group that represents part or a fraction of a bigger group. So a section can be a tribe in a bigger community of tribes. It can be a region in a community of regions. So we should not limit it only to region, but not taking tribe as a section of a society. And also other divisions that you like. So I would be open-minded on this definition, not to limit it only to a section as being a region, but even a tribe is a section. So when I say sectionalism, it is for me, it is an encompassing word. And if I got it wrong in the linguistic manner, then it is my own definition. That anything that is a fraction of a whole, if it's a fraction of a country, it's a fraction of a society, a fraction of of anything, that then is a section that manner. That's how I see it. But that is not the major part. The question actually is, did we all fail, or it is only some groups that fail? And that, to my understanding, refers to actually the ethnicities in the country. Is it all the ethnicities that failed, or only some ethnicities? And goes back to the first question of whether tribalism is exercised by all tribes or only particular tribes. Now, I would go back to recall, like in 2011, we had public opinion survey throughout South Sudan. And one of the questions was about the issue of ethnic domination. What do people think about ethnic domination in South Sudan? That was the question. And the outcome was that people believed, in fact, in percentages, I'll share the report, I have it. And we did that as we worked with the National Democratic Institute, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this conversation. The outcome was that the findings of the report were that, one, at the national level, there are two ethnicities that dominate affairs, South Sudanese affairs. And so that was the Dinka ethnicity and the Nuer ethnicity. That came out clearly as like ethnic domination exercised by this at the national level. Now, when you go down to the state levels, within the states, there are also issues of ethnic domination. There are certain tribes that dominate others in their respective states. Now, it depends on which state you go to, they will give you their version of the concerns. Now, there are states that are largely, purely, actually ethnic, one ethnic community. Now, when you go to those states, the outcome was that within those localities, there are sections of the ethnicities that were dominating the others. That was the case with the Lake State, for example. There was Atwot, Agar, and so forth, and there's one that was believed to be dominating the political affairs of that. So there's ethnicity or ethnic domination at the national level. This has been confirmed by experiences, daily experiences and research, and also ethnic dominations, even down to the county levels. We will find these. It only differs in the levels, but they are realities of the situation we face in South Sudan. And so those who have been prominent in these situations have obviously been directly more responsible, I would say, in exaggerating or propagating these differences and also causing the failures that the country is in. Now, you come to the question of whether the Roundtable Conference is meant for to bring people together, or it is for everyone, whether they like it or not. I guess I have explained quite a lot on this, and I may not dwell much on this because I say it throughout in the documents that we already have, and also in the statements that have been released and the explanations that we have been giving. The Roundtable Conference is meant to be an inclusive national process that brings in everyone, the different sectors of our society, and the diversities of our society. And I talked about inclusive enough representation, that no matter what we do, the representation will not be 100% accurate, but it must be inclusive enough. Yeah. So
can I interject, please?
Yes, please. Yes.
Clarification, please. One clarification. You know what I mean is that about the round table that you have brought it to the South Sudanese. Is it a proposal that people have to talk through it and then come to a conclusion, to agreements or not? Is it a proposal or something that is tangible and meant to be for all of us being cooked or prepared by a specific individual? They had to bring it like a politician, call yourself politician, call yourself civil society or any groups. because, if the issue that is brought to the table is a proposal, well and good. It is something that is subject to discussion and debate. But if it is something that you already cook it and says, let's go, this is the way, and then that's where the disagreement comes. That's what I exactly mean you to address it, not the other way around. But you have said, I hear that clearly, and I understood it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Whether it is cooked and just brought to the rest, or it is meant for everyone to participate, I would say it is an idea that has been floated as a suggestion, simply as a suggestion and as a proposal, I would say. And it is not cooked and cut on stone. In fact, lots of things in this in the roundtable conference have not been defined. For example, the agenda, the rest of these things are made as proposals, and that if this were to happen, people were to come together, they would actually first of all shape the agenda, agree that yes, we did what we want to discuss is included, and that was when they would endorse the agenda and proceed to have that. So it is not cooked, it is not imposed, it is meant for people to have this conversation together.
Again, objection. Again, objection.
Sorry? Yes,
objection.
Yes.
Then why is there any applications? Remember, there's a group that says, you need to apply. You need to write an application so that it can be approved. If you are to go and leave alone that there is, I guess you have a section down there also that is concerned about examining, or by means, that kind of things. So why isn't that an evidence that somebody is trying to dictate here? Or somebody has already cooked the food and says, well, this is the way. Can you say you disagree with that? Because there is something there. It's already there. So that keep me doubt about that. Thank you.
Okay. The difficulty here is actually that this proposal is made by a small group of civic and political actors. And as I said at the beginning, there will always be a starting point to something. That starting point can be one person, it can be one group, it can be few groups that would then eventually bring in more people. So that's exactly what is happening with the roundtable conference. The second thing with the issue of application. Now, this call is made open or public. At least I know that you, as CJ, are a member of Equatorial Nationalist Group. I know you. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of other South Sudanese civic groups, political actors, women, youth, religious groups, whom I personally do not know. You do not know them. And those who are in the roundtable conference, the National Consensus Forum, there is no roundtable conference as of now. It is a proposal. We are in the National Consensus Forum making this proposal and mobilizing South Sudanese to participate. Now, it is not realistic that we would naturally and suddenly know all of these South Sudanese groups, number one. Number two, know that they all want to participate. Number three, get all of them activated by their names, locations, and extend invitation to them. And that is why there was the call that those who have had this call for the roundtable conference show up and say you are interested to participate. Now, once you show up, you are interested to participate, definitely there should be a group that should consider that. And the idea is that there should be actually a neutral facilitator, not those who are part of this political crisis and part of these issues, to be sitting there as judges and then the rest of the people sit in front of them as subordinates. So it should be a situation where, and we are recommending this, that there should be either a respected religious authority or respected African personalities, like former heads of states, to facilitate or moderate this process. You remember the Addis Ababa Agreement was moderated by the World Council of Churches. So we would look at something like that. Now, this group would actually be mandated to do most of these things to ensure that participation is adequate enough, inclusive enough. And on that note, there should be a way to do a selection, my brother, so that not all the participants who will show up may come from one state, South Sudan, or one region of South Sudan. And so there is need to look at this so that if for example, 1,000 different groups apply, there should be a process to ensure that they are equally representing the different regions. And now, the best representation of the country is taken based on the regions. Even when the country was divided into, 32 states, even the government still was struggling to use the 3 regions for some work and all of that. So that would be one of the best ways to divide the representation. Now, when you go to those, you would also consider in the region, there are different groups, interest groups, and so forth. So those are things that would be taken into consideration. It would be completely unfair to have, for example, the non-signatories group doing all of that, or the PCCA doing all of this, because for some of these groups, they are adversary to others. They are kind of competitors with the others. So other groups would not accept to subordinate themselves to a competitor in that sense. And that is why this has to go above these different political groups and fragmentations into hands that may be seen as neutral enough to be able to bring in South Sudanese and ensure that their participation is made equal in that sense. I would leave it at this. The other issue was the issue of trust among ourselves. How shall we handle the issue of trust? The issue of trust is a problem. Trust among ourselves is broken. And that is what people say, our social fabric has been broken. Now you go to trust between, those who are in leadership and the rest of the country, it is broken. So trust has been broken in many ways. And until we agree, and the only way to build this trust, if we want to do so, is to find consensus. Consensus means your grievances are addressed. The grievances of someone who is an opponent to you, let us say, is also addressed in a manner that you are not at a disadvantage and another group is not at a disadvantage. So when we find a win-win solution, that is where we begin to build the trust. First, we agree to a win-win solution, which will be a common vision. And then out of that, guarantees of how this win-win solution or vision would be implemented to address the grievances of all the different sections of the society. So until we get to that point, trust issues will continue to exist. And because this has gone so deep, it will take a lot of time to build trust among ourselves. But it is easy to do that. There are societies that have managed to overcome trust issues, and we can manage that as well. Now, you had raised the concern about shall we allow those who are most wanted to participate in the roundtable conference, either participate as participants or be part of maybe the National Consensus Forum. And I guess you also, that kind of a situation. The challenge we have in this situation is really a matter of strategy. The country is full of what you may call the bad boys or the bad people. People who have been directly responsible for the crimes that we have suffered in the country. Now, unfortunately, some of these people are in positions of authority, and they may be determined to fight to death to protect themselves against, any situation that would subject them to accountability in different ways, and that is the country we have. If you want to achieve your objectives, if you had the power, if anyone had the power, the best and easiest way to do is to collect, arrest all of these groups or people or individuals have been responsible or suspects of these serious crimes in our country and take them to court, and then authorize a new formation that does not include any of the suspects. Unfortunately, no one seems to have that power to do it. And so you either mobilize power to do that by force, by use of force, or by means of popular uprising or any other means. Unless you are able to do that, these guys are going to be at large. Now, the other situation is that the law does not also just allow people to go around killing everyone. Otherwise, the other way you would do it was like God was doing for the Israelites when they were being taken from Egypt to Canaan, where they were misbehaving and disobeying the law. God would open up the ground and swallow all of the stubborn ones, and they would die and so forth. One thing you could do would be like that. You know that this group has been very bad, you kill them all, and then you have a clean the setting. But of course, you are not going to be allowed to do that by all means. So it is a challenging situation. You have people who have committed crimes, and you have innocent citizens and all of that. Now, if you are going to work as a strategist, in fact, CJ, for example, I always believe that for you to succeed as an Equatorian separatist or nationalist, you have to get to dismantle the system in Juba. And to do that successfully, so that you will establish the headquarters of the new Republic of Equatoria in Juba, you need to find good strategies to do that. Now, there are people who are suspected to have committed crimes. If they remain with the government in Juba, it is going to be extremely difficult for you to challenge the system in Juba. Unfortunately, they would even add up to more crimes, either on you or on your constituents. So as a strategist, you might need to find ways to neutralize them, either undermine their support to the regime in Juba or change them or move them out. If they abandon their support to the regime in Juba, that is good for you. If they abandon it and they support you, that is good for you. If they abandon it and go and stay elsewhere, that's also good for you. So for you to dismantle Juba, you must dismantle the pillars on which Juba stands. And so you need really a strategy to do that. So when you see us who do not have the force of arms calling on those who have weapons to stop the killings and sit down to a roundtable conference and have a conversation, it is because we do not have powers to arrest some of them immediately and take them to court. And so we also do not have the means to fight them and neutralize them, their capabilities. And so as a civic group, we would propose that we undertake a peaceful process, which would be the roundtable conference. It is not a way to have, like, you know that people are criminals and you just want them to work or lead the country. Rwanda gives us an example. When they ended the genocide, they followed an agreement which actually had a Hutu president. They started with a Hutu president before Kagame became the president, who was the deputy. So there are ways you can handle situations and ensure that you build trust and all of that. So it is a complex situation. There is no single way out of this crisis. The roundtable conference is a very, very small suggestion. It doesn't provide a magic solution to all of this. So many more alternatives are recommended. You can suggest anything that would work, and work not only by suggestion. Like we suggested the roundtable conference, it is not compulsory that it would work. Anything else that is suggested might work or might not work as well. So it is really a form of trial and error, but recommending suggestions that you think are reasonable. Should it be top down or bottom up? Now, top down, bottom up would always be the best approach. Have the people take decisions. But the way it will work in our setting today is that many things will be top down process. It is going to be difficult to have the people to make decisions in the miserable situations they are in right now. Millions of them are in refugee camps. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, are sheltering, either squatting with relatives, or they are in IDP camps, or they are running for their lives, and so forth. Others feel they are under threat even to speak alone. And so, in a situation like that, it ends up with active, politically conscious groups like yours and many others to be able to reach consensus on how the country moves forward, where people are completely disempowered the way we have in our country right now. There is no authority that is going to mobilize the people to talk. So you will have to build that authority. And somehow you might need to do that as a top-down approach. First of all, establish a system, and then gradually now resettle the people, and then create an environment for them to freely engage, and then allow them to, now give them the power to decide who they want to govern them and what laws they want for themselves and all of that. But without that, it is going to be a struggle of the politically conscious groups, call it elite groups, to be able to, first of all, really come with some political agreements that would form of guarantee the things, preconditions like safety, right to speech, a right to get back to freedom of movement and speech and all this, before we get to some of those things. Now, you have raised the concern about a dictator. That the dictator wrote the constitution. That would be my understanding. So it is unwise in your words, possibly, not to consider the constitution that was written by the dictator. Now, that is the situation we have, unfortunately. By the time we were becoming independent, we did not have enough time. The declaration of the results of the referendum were made in February, and we were to secede in July. Between February and July, with all the confusions in the country, then it was completely unrealistic to have a national constitution making process that would allow all South Sudanese to participate in the constitution making process before the declaration of independence. And also we had only an interim constitution of the CPA. That interim constitution was another elite-based constitution. Why it was meaningful and respected was because powerful elites provided checks and balances to themselves. That is how it works. Now, when we came to the independence of South Sudan and the constitution, the transitional constitution, we had an elected parliament at the time. The elections may be challenged, but we had representatives who spoke, who contributed to the constitution-making process. The constitution had a challenge, they had concerns, our representatives, including my own MP from my state, from my county. They had deep concerns about the powers vested in the president. And these MPs and those MPs had lots of arguments, all SPLM MPs, that something was wrong with that section of the constitution. Now, how it was done was that most of these, in fact, I was very close to those processes that time. And I can assure you that there was even, people even exchanged slaps and so on in the process of demanding for this. And people were summoned at the SPLM to pass this constitution. Most of the sections of the constitution define accurately the issues of South Sudan, including vesting sovereignty of the country and the people. There are a few sections that have problems. Those are sections like where the president is allowed to dismiss elected governors and so forth. It's a tiny section of the constitution. Now, if you want to have legal case against anyone, you have to justify that they have violated your legal rights. And these legal rights are clearly indicated in the constitution. That is why on my part, for purposes of legalities and also challenges that if you want to mount, you have this as an evidence to present to court that this is where they have gone wrong. Otherwise, without this, it becomes difficult. This constitution has been amended many times against, of course, its own provisions and the law, but in line with the provisions of the agreement. So there are all these issues of concerns that are right. I do not personally agree that yes, everything that has gone on is right. That is why I advocate for return of powers to the people. And that can happen in any ways. If I had the powers, I would dictate that it should happen immediately. Now, you had a concern with the issue of how did the RRCs come up? those of us who participated as delegates, did we really contribute to this, or it was just imposed on us? I want to say this, that first of all, there are concerns that the agreement is not being implemented because it was imposed on the parties, that it is not good, it cannot deliver peace in the country. I don't believe in those things. These parties were given enough time to discuss the content of the agreement. They did. And they reached situations where they had deadlocks. Even some of the small parties had deadlocks. And they were given enough time and options to suggest and to do all this. So most of these parties actually consciously agreed to these contents of the agreement. Most of it were recommendations that they made that were incorporated by the mediators. What we saw as a problem was that the mediators would harmonize the different views. Now, the parties would refuse. They would take a lot of time to read through to ensure that what they wanted was in the document. Now, how the agreement somehow favored the sitting government at the time was that there is also the issue of political power, the powers involved in the negotiations. If you go to a negotiation from a weak position, you will get a weak, you'll get a weak outcome. Most of the political parties were very weak. First, militarily, they were not very, very strong. Those who were somehow militarily strong got some higher advantage. Some were not diplomatically strong as well. The region had its own interest in the agreement as well. And so some of them had more diplomatic advantage over others. Some had financial advantages over others. All of these things were brought in as powers of the parties to influence the process. Some of the parties really were extremely, almost weak to contribute much. So somehow the outcome of the agreement was shaped by that. That's why you see some parties have more percentages of what we call the responsibility sharing than others. But all in all, we have an agreement. The agreement provides a lot of provisions. If I go with you reading section by section, if they implemented those things, the country would change. Now, I don't believe that the problem is with the agreement. Even those who say the agreement was imposed on these parties, who say the agreement is not good, some of them went to Rome and signed an agreement with the government. They signed the wrong declaration. They signed the wrong resolution. Both of these were also completely violated. So it is not about the content of the RRCs or the content of the wrong resolution or the content of the wrong declaration. It is about the entities implementing this. So I can say with confidence that CJ, if you bring Jesus and he writes an agreement and gives these guys in Juba now, they are not going to implement it. And that explains why any new transitional arrangement must have to be different. And as people said in the national dialogue, it should also not be led by those who have reached political deadlock that they cannot break. So that would be my concern about the agreement. Otherwise, we contributed immensely to the text of the agreement. And by the time it was finalized, we wrote to the parties, all the delegations of the parties, as civil society representatives, all of us signed a petition to them that they did not sit among themselves to talk to each other about the agreement and implementation of peace in the country. So there was no peace among themselves. And with that, they are not going to implement the agreement because they had not reached common understanding as parties to the crisis. And the government side looked at our document and said, these people, civil society, was possibly influenced by the opposition to do that. And when the opposition received our document, they also said, look at these guys, they are possibly sent by Juba to send this letter to us. So each one of them suspected us to be a sympathizer of the other. They neglected that idea of them really sitting together to have honest conversations on how they would implement the agreement or restore peace in South Sudan. And that's haunted them until today. There is no peace among them. There is peace on paper, but not in practical terms. That is, I guess, what I would say. And finally, you would say that Equatoria was forced on the table, and now Equatorians have decided to say they should be left alone, and all of that. Yes, we had the colonial issues. Equatoria was there in the colonial time and the post-colonial time, in the colonial political project and the post-colonial political project. Now, this is what we have, the Sudan and the South Sudan that we have today. And of course, they have not worked out well as we envisioned from the colonial time until today. And that explains why you are up trying to find ways to change this situation. Now, to change this situation, you have said the best option is to have Equatoria as an independent state. This is coming because all those colonial and post-colonial political projects of forming the nation did not work effectively. And I agree with you, that's the situation. And all options are being suggested, including what you are suggesting. I would leave it here. Thank
you. We have some people, new gentlemen. Let me give a chance to CPI. CPI, please go ahead, and then later Clement. And we'll go put our final thought after that. Go ahead, brother CPI.
Thank you very much, Comrade Etika, CJ, Rajab, our guest, and Comrade Didi, and our also member that we invited today to share his views on the topic, Clement, our brother Clement Andrew. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you, Etika and Didi, CJ, for organizing this room, question and answers with the roundtable procurators. Of course, procurators are pretenders, okay, that try to represent other people, but with unknown objectives. First and foremost, I want to thank you all, our moderators here, our people of the Equatorial region, Equatorial nation, that is FDR, Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria, and all our colonialists, those who believe in unity of South Sudan, unity of colonial South Sudan, and especially our brother also here, he's from Equatoria, but he's also representing colonial South Sudan, brother Rajab. I just joined now, and it's too late here, and I just have a few things. I don't want to disappoint my comrades, Comrade Odessa, CJ, and Didi, when they have this room. I say, let me just come and say thank you for having this room. I appreciate what you are doing. Keep it up. That's why I come here. Yes, Comrade Etika, Didi, and CJ, we are not opposed to engage our colonies like Rajab. We are not opposed to engage them. If they are ready to talk with us, like the way you bring him, let's talk about it. If they are not ready to talk, we can leave them. Brother Rajab, as a Equatorian, I salute you for coming to our separatist room. We Equatorians, we belong to Equatorial region, a nation, and we are a country of our own. We identify ourselves as Equatorians, as a people from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Your participation here as our son, who is collaborating with our enemies, we have no problem with you. But tomorrow, after 10 years, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you'll join us on our vision. Ethically, Madidi, I used to fight them. When I was either blind, or when I was emotional, or when I don't know that who I am. I salute this Ethica. I salute Didi. I salute CJ. I salute Patricia, Tima, all those separatists who stood firm for Equatoria. But not even that. I stood firm on December 8, 2014, before those of Ethica come here. I say any region, any state that is not going to benefit from a united South Sudan, we have a right to fight for our own independence. I was the one who did it in Paga conference. I just want to give you a background on that. I say, if we are going to be marginalized, discriminated, we have a right to what? To get our independence. That's the principle I keep up to today. I'm the first Equatorian leader in the SPLM-SPLIO. I don't want to talk about history. History, some people will come and talk about it. When I die, they cannot talk about it now, but they will die. They will talk about when I die. My brothers Equatorians, our citizens, Ethica, Didi, CJ, you did a good job to bring our brother Rajab. Questions and answers with the round table pretenders. First question. The round table conference say national, they name themselves as what? National Consensus Forum. Yeah, my question to you, brother Rajab, if you are saying National Consensus Forum, is Ethica included? Is CJ included? Is Didi included? Is Charles included from Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement? Maybe, sorry, I did not introduce myself. For the records, yeah, Rajab, so that you can note for your National Consensus Forum. This is General Charles Pearson, the Chairman and Commander-in-Chief of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. I'm Equatorian. I'm a citizen from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. So, if you say National Consensus Forum, I'm not a South Sudanese. I'm Equatorian. How will it be National Consensus when you bring somebody from another country into your forum? That one disqualified the name of National Consensus for the round table conference. There's a lot of questions that we should be asking. I cannot ask now. But remember also, I'm the first person, yeah, Rajab, maybe if you know, you don't know, but your members who may know, or your leaders may know, I'm the first person who responded positively that will participate in this conference, round table. That time it was called round table, not National Consensus Forum. I say I will participate in it. Why? Because I want to address our Equatorial of interest, the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria interest. And I told you, a spokesperson, why we are participating, why we are questioning you as a South Sudanese, because you are colonizing Equatoria. The second question I may be asking Rajab, another confirm you are listening to me.
Yes, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Along, condemn Equatorians and say that we cannot, we as Dinka, we cannot leave Equatoria because our children die there. Let Equatorians collect their bonds and then we can leave Equatoria. I have not had any condemnation, any response from National Consensus Forum, from even your organization, your Rajab, Field Action for Sunusuru Kirade, even from National Salvation Front, even from Real SPLM, even from DRN, even from all other parties, condemning General Paul Molong on saying that we liberate Equatoria and we will live in Equatoria because our citizens died for it during the liberation. The third question, can you account refugees, IDPs as liberators? If you are not in the SPLM, SPLA, okay, then I will just explain how these people die in Equatoria. Because Nas al-Mutubi in Equatoria, they cannot be IDP. Nas al-Mutubi ma'alajin. إذا ما تناكل بيجيبوت ليه عيان بيكون فيه وهم بيموتوا فوقه ده ما تحرر. If you want me to explain to you, then I'll explain later on. Yeah, brother Rajab. I have a lot of questions to ask, but you know, and then there is also a concern be raised. Brother Sabata submitted his application later on the National Consensus Forum. Up to today, his application has not been accepted. Why? Anna, I'm the one who started first. That time to contact me, email me, group Zato. Before even you join it, I accepted it. But Sabata, who submitted his application, why is not accepted or why is it rejected, and what is the status of his application? Al-marhala of the application to the win. Hal wurudu, or abao, or amaru abao, or rudu, kelete urulan, sukran. Abaro Dakar Bems by Swala. Sukran Anteka, Madidi, Masije, for your patience.
Okay, thank you, CPI, for your questions and interjections. Let me respond to them, beginning with the question on the National Consensus Forum. And you have said there are many groups that are not included. You have named yourself, CJ, Etika, and DD and others who have not been included. And I can add the last one. You have also recalled that you submitted an application. Sabata did the same, and they have not been. You have not been given a response, I guess, meaning that you have not been included in the whole thing. Now, I will start by clarifying between the National Consensus Forum and the Roundtable Conference. And now, the Roundtable Conference is a proposal, a suggestion. There are many of us who agreed to this suggestion, who put forward this suggestion, who are trying to mobilize for this. How do we call ourselves? I come from the PCCA. Pagana Mum comes from the Real SPLM, and others, and many others come from different entities. Now, we wanted to have a common name. Initially, it was the PCCA and the national, the non-signatories that convened the meeting to begin to have this conversation. The idea then came that we should have a name. The name would obviously not be non-signatories because we are not part of that group, which is the group of the SOMA. And it cannot be PCCA because not everyone was PCCA. So we needed one name for that group. There were suggestions that there should be an organization formed, and we rejected that. Some of us rejected forming an organization. So we had agreement that we should form just a forum, a loose coalition, that we would agree to simply share ideas and work together in mobilizing for the Roundtable Conference. Several names were suggested. One of the names was National Consensus Forum. That our major aspect was to build consensus on national issues. That was these groups that had started agitating for roundtable conference. So then we would not be referring when we signed a document to be under one name. So out of the several names, the name National Consensus Forum was proposed. That we are not an organization, but we have come together as simply a platform, which is a forum. That we are a national, interested in the national issues to build consensus on the national issues. So that explains why the name National Consensus Forum is so. National Consensus Forum is not the Roundtable Conference. Now, the Roundtable Conference is a suggestion by the groups that are in the National Consensus Forum. The National Consensus Forum is not necessarily everyone. The Roundtable Conference is meant to have ideally everyone. So the Roundtable Conference has not started.
Okay, before I lost my remembrance on what you say, my question is, do you want to tell us in this forum, Greater Equatorial Nation, that there is a different management for National Consensus Forum and the Roundtable, or the same management?
Now, yes, there will be that arrangement. We are suggesting that the Roundtable Conference should be administered and facilitated by a different group that should be viewed as neutral. So we have made the proposal as the National Consensus Forum that South Sudanese should have a Roundtable Conference. We also made the proposal that this Roundtable Conference should be facilitated or moderated by a respected group of either African leaders or a religious entity. So that,
okay.
So that group in its judgment of then sorting out the participants and is inviting them would be fair than having groups that are perceived or known to be part of the crisis. They have opponents. If they are the ones sorting out who are going to participate, that process would not be seen as fair. Those who are opponents to them would believe, or rivals would believe, that they are not going to be fair. Even it would remove confidence if it is some of these people that people see them as part of the problems in the country. So that is how it is working. Our role as the National Consensus Forum as a group is simply that we are proposing that there should be a roundtable. Discussed and consultations are being done to try to understand what best work in this arrangement. So that is about the Roundtable Conference and the National Consensus Forum. And so, yes.
Thank you, Rajab. I have not been rejected. I did not apply, but I was the first person who responded. I say, when Pagangamum said that everybody should be included, I responded in June last year. Before even the formation of the National Consensus Forum,
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you here is that Rajab, yes, you have explained it. Yes. But the name itself is exclusive of other people. Etika, CJ, Didi, and myself, we cannot be included in the National Consensus Forum. We are not from South Sudan. When you say National Consensus Forum, it's South Sudan National Consensus Forum. We are not South Sudanese. I'm Equatorian. Anyway, that one will handle it.
Finish. Let me respond to your question. Let me finish.
بس تعريف للكلمة ده أخوي رجب، المعنى بتاعه بعربي منتدى التوافق الوطني, which is National Consensus Forum for those who don't know in English. باللغة العربية منتدى التوافق الوطني. بس ده نقول لكم. Thank you.
Okay. Now listen.
هل ethical سؤال بيكون هذا هل انت منتخب من الناشونال وطني ده ولا شنو؟
لا انا ما هنا بس انا قاعد نقول تفسيره I understand even انا اسئله لكن انا بس ده نخلي رجب put his point and later we will respond later for what he's saying. Go ahead.
Addition. Thank you. We have named ourselves as a national consensus forum. Anyone can name themselves anything. We should be allowed to reserve the right to name ourselves as what we want. We can actually say we are Satanist group. Give us the right to call ourselves what we want to call ourselves. That does not mean we are going to begin panel beating people into a formation. It simply means what we choose to call ourselves. We associate with the national crisis. We want to build consensus on the national crisis, and we are a forum. That is exactly the meaning. So it has nothing to do with how
Rajab got a whole network.
Okay, sorry, someone interrupted. So that is one aspect. So don't bother about the name. We are free to name ourselves what we want. For example,
No. Yeah, Rajab. Yahe isim tag de Rajab. Lo jibugal isim de Charles. Maita baba. Abuta kama rudu Charles. So National Consensus Forum, I'm not arguing here. I will argue the day when I join you. But
okay.
But there's
fine.
no let me finish. I know I don't want to predict, I don't want to say it. But I have a question to you, Rajab. ITUM, National Consensus Forum. You are fighting for the unity of the colonial South Sudanese people. For the unity of the people of South Sudan. Am I right?
You are not right. You are not right.
Huh?
You are not right.
Oh, you are fighting for the division of South Sudanese?
We're not fighting for colonization of South Sudan. That is not correct.
No, I said you are fighting for the unity of the people in the colonial South Sudan. That's what I said.
That is your opinion, which one we may respect.
Because I'm Equatorian, I'm not a South Sudanese. I'm not a South Sudanese. You are here invited in Equatorial nation. In Equatorial nation.
Just a minute, CPI, leave it there. Hold on, let me finish on the questions you have already raised, then you will bring in other attentions. And I am coming to that.
Yes, and don't forget Clement.
You just had very few questions. You had very few questions. The other one, the second last actually, was on the issue of condemnation to Colonel Malong when he said, you see, when he said something like, I don't know what he said, but you said we did not condemn Paul Malong. The issue here is that, honestly speaking, there is no organization that will run around and provide a response to all opinions raised by people, even if you don't agree with them. And that is a simple way also to exhaust yourself. There are things people say, organizations say, and governments say, and whoever. There is just no way you will find responses to everything. And that explains why.
Rajab.
No, you have to hold on. Let me finish answering your questions, then you bring more questions. So that would be my perspective on that. The last question is on the issue of colonialism of, Equatoria is not part of South Sudan. I am not going to spend time discussing that. On a legal basis, I know that Sudan, by independence, included the 3 regions of Equatoria in 1951. We have all been part of that Sudan.
South Sudan is South Sudan.
In 2000,
South Sudan is not Sudan.
Equatoria had been part of the Sudan, including the 3 regions that we know, Bahr el Ghazal, Upper Nile, and Equatoria. That has been part of the 1951, 1956 borders that are respected for Sudan, that included Equatoria. When we seceded in 2011, Equatoria was part of this. It has always been that way from this arrangement. Now, there has never been a time that Equatoria became an independent country. If you want to fight for the independence of Equatoria, you are fighting for the independence of Equatoria from the country South Sudan. If Equatoria is an independent country, I don't see why I should argue about it. You go ahead and govern the independent country as it is. But this question of saying Equatoria is not a part of South Sudan doesn't have any meaning at all. Equatoria legally is part of South Sudan. You want to fight to make it independent from South Sudan. South Sudan was part of Sudan. We fought to make it independent from Sudan. So this logic of saying Equatoria is not part of South Sudan, I don't understand where it is coming from.
Okay. Rajab, can I just answer you?
Don't worry. We're gonna debate this. Yeah.
Ethica, let me answer, please. That's why, you know, sometimes when, you know, I come here, I respect you, Ethica, CJ, and Didi. When we are discussing issues affect our nation as Equatoria, Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria, we have to address the root causes. My brother here, Rajab, I want to let you know that the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria has never been and ever been part and parcel of South Sudan, colonial South Sudan. The borders of 1956, January 01, is very clear. Rajab, I don't want to go because I respect Ethica, I respect JJ, Didi, I respect CJ. I could go very rough on you because you are a counter-insurgency. You are not a revolutionarist. You are not a nationalist. You are not a revolutionarist. But you are a part and parcel of the regime in Juba. So when you come to this type of rooms, you need to know who you are addressing to. I participated in the SPLM liberation struggle. I participated in Nasir faction. I participated in Equatorial Defense Forces. I participated in SPLM. Can I ask you that with Rajab? Rajab, can I ask you, please respect yourself.
Okay.
I participated in the campaign for Equatoria, South Sudan, allow colonial South Sudan independent. All these things are documented. And even after our independence, I participated in the campaigning against the genocide on the Nuer people, December 2013. I participated in the SPLM-IO. And the first Equatorian, the first South Sudanese to lead the light for the liberation, a new South Sudan. I participated. These things are recorded. They are on social media. You cannot argue it. If you want to forge it, do it. The world is more complicated today. You cannot forge it. Something that I talked 10 years ago, you cannot repeat it again today. Even though you forge hardly, can just be investigation, you get into trouble. I got cool documented. Nehna ka Equatorians, yeah, brother Rajab. The question raised by Ethica and Didi and CJ, question and answers with the round table procurators, pretenders. Yahi, if I ask you another question, why you don't recognize Sabata? Sabata apply to the membership. Even it was not me. I want to correct this. I was not the one who applied for it. Because I asked for it, nobody sent me the email or communication. Until after 4 months, I got the email address to submit our interest in a participation, but I was formally, when I discussed during the South Sudan Political Club, my Edward, with the Pagamamum, I say I want to, before it's Zato Rajab, before you join that Ajide, Manas Abraham, Lolik, Pacific Ladu Lolik, before you join it, I was the one who said to Pagamamum would participate in it. People were opposing me. I said, no, we have to go there and give our Equatorian perspective. So, Asa Sabata give his letter asking to participate in the conference. What make it for the National Consensus Forum not to answer Sabata in 3 or 4 weeks now, or 1 month? Hal, is there any criteria? My question is, Rajab. Hal itum, the National Consensus Forum, do you have a specific date and time for the approval of the members who want to join the forum, the roundtable forum? For me, as the chairman and the commander-in-chief of the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement, a movement fighting for independence of Equatoria, the name National Consensus Forum is not our, I cannot join this type of forum. But I'll make my own suggestion. In order for us to compromise to make this forum equitable. So, what makes Sabata, who asked to join National Consensus Forum up to today, not to be allowed to join the movement? And you guys, the National Consensus Forum, Molong condemn Equatorians, Molong make allegations, Galumon, Nastomon Mutufi, Equatoria, to liberate Equatoria. Hal, itum National Consensus Forum, itum Burudu, Lajin, refugees, IDPs, haikun nas, yan nas taharin, or nas mutaharar, or nas nationalists, or nas freedom fighters, and nas almutu bejan, ma ayan, ma wajabatna, ma ayan akil mafi, yal gulude galna suhurin. Shukran.
Okay, قبل ما هنا ده رجب بيانسى عندنا ندي فرصة لكلام اللي كمان قاعد هنا بعدين نجي نرجع لكلام يكون له سؤال لكن في حاجة عاوز أوضحه في كلام بتاع brother CPI. Yes, أنا agree مع كلام إذا قلت سباتة لكن who knows, maybe they already gave him approval but he will not have to tell it or disclose it to people. So it's not really our business and I'm not worried about him if he want to join. like إحنا Equatorian nationalists مبدأ بتاعنا واضح. إحنا اللي بنؤمن بإيكواتوريا كنيشن عشان يكون دولة. إحنا أصلا ما we don't acknowledge بكل احترامي لأخ رجب, we don't acknowledge this so-called round table ولا national consensus forum لأنه في something هنا which earlier Mr. Rajab mentioned, and I asked him earlier for those who were not here, mentioning in particular ليه هم قاعدين dictate or make say inclusive and then the same time you have to apply. And earlier, Brother Rajab mentioned some things that kind of like, no, everybody's welcome. But if everybody's welcome, why then people have to apply? Which is really just don't make sense. بمعنى ده group بتاع ناس معينين هم ياو بيجي بيقرروا, they will decide who is the good citizen and who's not the good citizen, or who's the good person and is not the good person, which is the same thing like dictatorship بتاع Salva Kiir. It's exclusive club, you know. It's exclusive club for people that be work with skill and they get in there. So that's why احنا كإيكواتوريان nationalists are really radical and militant in our call and our cause. We don't see it, with all due respect. We just want to hear the perspective. لأنه دائما احنا بنسمع من جهات احنا لما نجي ندي رأينا في ناس قالوا انتوا ما قعدتوا تحت كلمتوا, او احنا لقينا اخونا رجب, welcome to him, thankful to him who جاء and sat down and he spent his time, even woke up in the middle of the night and being with us all this until morning. وانا بشكره. فانا ما عاوزين نطول, لكن عاوز اقول انه this thing برنامج هنا ده يعني to be honest احنا كإيكواتوريان nationalists militant. We are suspicious of it because fi hajat not clear, and also is contradicting to the point اللي بيخليك ذاته to wonder what is the objective behind it. Like in the end, it's not like we don't know what is the purpose behind it. Like in بوريك there is insincerity هنا. في insincerity واضح, and there's a big insincerity within this project or program going on. For us Equatorial nationalists, some people are undermining us. We're going to talk about our land of Equatoria and the people of Equatoria. We have more legitimacy, more strength. Even our call for independence of Equatoria is more guaranteed than those who call themselves opposition to get any solution or even the round table. And I will tell you this with all confidence, because as a Equatorial nationalist, in our fin project bitana kef mashi, lakin hina we want the people to hear and to make judgment and let them be wise enough to understand. قبل ما انا ادي فرصه اخوي رجب يتكلم, انا بدي فرصه لكلمن لانه كلمن قاعد هنا. Elder Clement, welcome and thank you for being patient with us. شكرا.
Okay, thank you so much, Associate Ethical. CJ, DD, General Shardes, and Mahandis Rajab, and Mustamain, and I salute all of you. Actually, I have direct a question to Mahandis Rajab about what is the round table, I mean. So my question is actually, if my memory or experience is not misleading me, so governors of Equatorial, they had like, two roundtable conferences, if I'm not mistaken. And then a resolution of those, roundtables, and then they give it to President Kerr. And plus that, there was national dialogue, almost like a roundtable. Those were Angelo Beda. And then the same resolution or result of it is given to J1. And of course, those uncles in J1 that undermine. They don't implement this, result of that, roundtable. What is the guarantee that this roundtable, of course, those in J1, they're going to accept it? That is my question. And then number two, I don't know, because if you take a look at the situation of our beloved country, especially those who lead us, yeah, if you take a look at whatever whatever, everything's good, we will have it. I don't think they're going to implement it because this SPL, South Sudan, the Hagana, not the Slavic Clash Cup. So they always undermine whatever people try to do. The only thing they believe is SPL. See, the system in J1. So this is what they believe, because even though conditions they want to make it sure it is in their favor. No one above them. You see? So that, and then it became like, it is too much, like it is like temper or a hunger. If they're gonna need really like a hunger management, so that our country we can direct, we can go, we can go to right direction. Because a lot of things, it's not that we South Sudanese like we don't know, but a lot of things just because it's misleading, or those who are in J1. Because if they deny everything, it means that international deny. If they agree, it means that international agree. How are we going to deal with those kind of situations? So I will stop here, and I will thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rajab, go ahead, please. Anyone want to add any question? Well, CJ, Didi, I think CPI, you asked the question, so Rajab is ready to answer both of your question, Mr. Clement. So CJ, Didi. I know Didi, come on, she's not feeling well, but thank you, Didi, for being with us. Please, if you have anything, just say. Go ahead, Mr. Rajab.
Yeah, so we see you could.
Okay, thank you.
What's that?
Recover, Didi.
What's
I
that?
said we should quick recovery.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Clement. Didi, Mr. Clement says quick recovery.
Thank you very much, Clement. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
Thanks, welcome.
Okay. Odysseus, should I proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you for your patience. Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good. Just a couple of things. I have responded to most of the questions that CPI raised, especially why Sabata was not approved to take part. I gave an explanation. If I can summarize a bit, that one, there is the issue of really outlining the issues of how this process would go. These are being developed in terms of a national consensus statement from the NCF, and also there are other ideas being put together as suggestions that we would put forward. The issue of the roundtable conference really is still being discussed and suggested in a manner that would be more comprehensive, and also in a manner that would earn trust and confidence of those who would participate. That means if those who are calling for it are also the conveners, then there would be the issue of, there would be the questions on conflicts of interest and so forth. So ideally, there are suggestions of having a more neutral conveners or moderators or facilitators, as you may.
Sorry, Gatak, and as if I apologize to Gatak, like if I am with him, I have to ask you, what is really the objective of this roundtable in your own word? What is the real objective of this roundtable? Thank you.
The objective of the roundtable is to build consensus on the crisis and the way out of this crisis. That it should be an inclusive process, that we have all the different sectors of our society agreeing to how the country would move forward, as opposed to the country being managed by only a small group of people, political elites who are based in Juba. That this process, that there should be an inclusive process, political process, that then defines the country, how it moves out of this current crisis. So that's the primary or the overall intended purpose of this roundtable conference.
Raja, Brother Raja.
Yes.
You talk about why there are some guidelines why Sabata are not, it has not been admitted. Is there any guideline for admission of the members in the National Consensus Forum? If there is any, can you send to me at the Equatorial Blog for Equality and Justice Movement email, EBEC, EJM@yahoo.com? Because if there was a criteria, that criteria should apply to individuals who joined the National Consensus Forum. It should not be applied for Sabata alone. Shukran.
Okay, thank you. I actually already explained that at length. I'm not so sure if I did that when you were here or you were not. But the whole explanation is that there has been a starting point to this. And the starting point was conversations specifically initially between the PCCA and the non-signatories. And then this conversation went on to a meeting. And that meeting then said, instead of calling ourselves as these different actors, we call ourselves a common name. And that name was the National Consensus Forum. And the criteria that we're talking about is the criteria for participation in the roundtable conference as such. So there is always this difference between the roundtable conference and the National Consensus Forum. Now, let me leave this there and quickly respond to some of the questions you raised, which I actually kind of answered. The statement on condemnation of Paul Malone, I would leave that at that. And then the others were issues that you simply made submissions to, which I would also leave at that. Now, there was this concern about why we allow refugees and IDPs to call themselves revolutionaries. We do not have the authority to confer titles of revolutionary to individuals or groups. And so it is not us conferring the titles in any way. The question from Odysseus as to things are not clear with the roundtable conference, whether there is a contradiction between being an inclusive process and also putting in applications. I have explained this maybe in other fora that the purpose is to have an inclusive process. In one discussion that we had some time back, people said, well, it should be inclusive and all South Sudanese should be allowed to participate. I asked the question, is it realistic to have 8 million or 12 million of our citizens participating, depending on which statistic you take for our population? It is obviously not. Is it even realistic for all organized groups, civic groups, of course, including civil society, women, youth, all of these intellectual groups and so forth? Is it possible that we have each of these groups participating? Unfortunately not. It's not that realistic. And so there should be an arrangement to guarantee inclusive participation to the extent realistically and humanely possible. That means we can have maybe 20,000 different groups and individuals interested to participate. But because logistically no one can manage that, we should be able to narrow down to a number that is reasonable. It can be 1,000, it can be 2,000, it can be 500 people. But then they should be composed in a manner that they represent the 3 regions of the country, they represent the different groups in these 3 regions, and so on and so forth. And it is only when such an arrangement is made that it would be possible to have an honest representation that is inclusive enough. Otherwise, you would have more people coming from maybe one region, disadvantaging others, or any group, having more representation than others. It is something that actually the conversations we hold, there were lots of rooms discussing this in the clubhouses months ago. Those conversations also helped us to begin thinking of this idea separately. They helped in actually shaping this concept of the roundtable conference, which is very important. And so this is something in progress. It's an idea that is being developed, and it is open to recommendations and comments and so forth. And it will be, if it is convened, it will be open to the ideas being shaped. So the purpose of asking that if you are interested, show up, doesn't mean we want to screen you and reject or accept. It simply means that at least those whom we may not have known that exist or are there and interested would actually be seen. So instead of only having all the common faces that we have known, even those who may come across this call and have not been also open would also be adequately considered in that process. So it is a process that is being developed. Now, it is just a suggestion to the situation in the country. And this suggestion mainly came after realizing or confirming that now this transitional period was ending, election was not going to be conducted, being based on the realities on the ground, and so forth. So then the question always is, if you reject the end of an extension of the transitional period, what suggestion do you have? So this is one suggestion that we floated. And it does not mean it is being imposed. No one is compelled to participate. We would be actually encouraged, I personally would be encouraged to see more realistic suggestions being floated and being pursued to success. Now, there was this question from Clement that what is the guarantee that J1 will implement the resolutions? The reason we're calling for this is because we know that J1 cannot implement anything, not even an agreement that is delivered by Jesus, by the way. In fact, you are aware that they were in Rome and the Pope was there with some of the clergy recently. All of the things they discussed with the Pope in Rome, and I believe those that they recently discussed in Cuba, are not going to be implemented. In 2019, when the Rome retreat happened, there has been no change. In fact, many of the conditions actually worsened after the Rome retreat. So there is no amount of anything good we would recommend that the current political establishment, that our people
in the country said has reached a deadlock would implement it. So this suggestion of the roundtable conference is actually to have a more viable transitional arrangement that is not headed or led by the same actors that we have known to have been failing us all along. The worst thing to do is to believe that these actors will still do anything better for South Sudan or for ourselves as citizens. And so the purpose of the roundtable conference is to even agree that we have a new transitional arrangement. And we proposed something that has been a point of controversy as well, discussions about that there should be a technocratic government. Now that means you do not need the political actors whom you know have been in this situation to be those to lead a new viable transitional arrangement, which will be viable if some of these guys are not. And secondly, you also do not need people that some of the brothers here and sisters and Didi were defining as people who have been directly responsible for this, even if they are not in government today, even if they are in opposition. And so these guys should be out of the way to allow South Sudanese to get in people who have not been part of active partisan politics all this while to lead the country. Now, you can name it anything. You can name it anything. We call it technocratic government, which means that you get in people of integrity, Mr. Clement, people you know of integrity, some lawyers, South Sudanese who have stature in society, who are well qualified and can lead a government to form that technocratic government. The purpose is only to lead a transition to allow South Sudanese, now the bottom-up approach that someone talked about earlier, to allow South Sudanese to resettle, to stabilize the security situation, the political situation, allow South Sudanese to resettle and have their rights guaranteed to exercise their fundamental freedoms of the right, I mean the freedom of speech and expression and so forth, to use that to then elect. That means this government that should not include people who are active in partisan politics would only deliver the country in terms of stability and then democratic elections, credible democratic elections. We are talking about credible democratic elections because there are elections in Africa that are not democratic at all, but they are called elections. So that you have the elections and you have the people decide who will lead them from whatever level to the national level. So that is the basic idea. And so we do not intend to discuss and have a consensus of how South Sudan should come out of this crisis and then put those recommendations in the hands of those who are in J1 today, even after we know that they have not been able to do anything good to transform this country from this crisis. So that is the understanding, Brother Clement. And finally, Surun raised the question in the chat room and saying that I was a signatory to the agreement, and why should I be forming a group with the non-signatories? I was a signatory to the agreement. Up to this time, I respect the content of the agreement because I know that South Sudan would not be the way it is. Thousands of people who have died since 2018 following the signing of the agreement would not have died if provisions of the agreement were implemented. One of the simple provisions was complete cessation of hostilities, which means permanent ceasefire and so forth, including heavy provisions on protection of civilians. All of these things were simply ignored. And so we have more people killed, we have more people displaced, more people abused, and all of this. So I respect the content of the agreement. I don't think that content will implement itself. I hold responsible those who have the authority that have misused this authority not to implement the agreement responsible. Now, on that note, I decided to walk out of this process because the only reason I was part of the peace process and part of the mechanisms of oversight of the agreement was that the agreement should deliver on its intended objectives and should deliver peace. Now that it was delivering death, and in one of our statements, we say the agreement was turned into an opportunity for political elites in Juba and a death sentence to the rest of the country. So I cannot continue to be, even if I subscribe to the agreement and signed it and participated in it, I feel that now it has been turned into a death sentence to the people. I was there as a representative of the civil society, which means the civil population. And if the agreement was not delivering for them, I felt in my conscience that I was wrong to continue sitting there to represent them, delivering death sentence to them. And so I have challenged that status quo and feel that there is need for alternative processes, including peaceful demonstrations against the authorities not implementing the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I see someone. It opened the mic or something. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Rajab. And I know you've been here with us for almost 7 hours. We almost have like 30 minutes. So I just want you guys to put your final thought in like 5 minutes each. That would be great. And then, Rajab, thank you again for that great 7 hours. We heard you. Our questions were answered, even though not to what we expect, but it was great. From what I know, just because remember, like I said, we're still not change because of the answers, but it's just good to know from both sides. And I hope next time you get a chance to come and join us in another debate or another discussion. Um, and again, please take some water while we give others to speak, and then to put their final thought. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And start with Mr. Clement. 5 minutes is anything that so our addition to what you said.
No, actually, I want to excuse. I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Just I want to draw myself down.
All right.
So just I want to thank all of you. And then Didi, I wish you, quick recovery. And that is already ethical. I don't have nothing. Just I came to ask, this question. And just I will say that, thank you guys. I wish you guys all the best. So I will draw myself down. Thanks.
Thank you, Clement. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you. It was great. Mr. CBI, I hope you're there. I know you're late over there too, but yeah, please go ahead. Put your 5 minutes if you're there. Let me see. Okay, I think CPI might already not around. So CJ, are you there? Oh, Didi, sorry. I know my shift. You want to go ahead, or I know Kamanita exhausted. So thank you for your time, Kaman. Well, you guys have been here 7 hours. I really appreciate you, and and forgive us also for taking that long. So please go ahead, Didi. Thank you.
Yeah. So is it? Are we concluding?
Yes, conclusion. Yes, that's what I meant. Conclusion. If you have to add anything, or on what you have heard, what do you your own opinion, your own thought, your own questions, just go ahead. Feel free. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I don't have anything much. I think I thought it's about time because he's really being patient and he answered a lot of questions for these long hours. Yeah, for me, I just want to thank Rajab and thank everyone who have been here with us this long, and thank you, Odysseus, for making the room, and CJ and CPI and Clement too. Thank you. You raised a very good question. That make me even thought on it really. Also, I want to thank Down. Keep it low. Yeah, I was gonna say down low. Keep it low for being up here, and Yai. Thank you guys so much for coming and participate. Participation is good. It doesn't mean even if we agree or we don't agree, but at least we're keeping, we engage with one another. We know the views of each other, and people reaching to conclusions that they want. So once again, Rajab, thank you so much. Well done for being here and being patient. I hope and look forward that we can so much have more dialogues with even more of the members of the other groups if we have questions and then they can answer. It also help other, Equatorians and other South Sudanese, even though they didn't come up, but they're sitting diligently and patiently and they're listening very attentively to what they questions that they have and they want answers to. What brought us here today is all the worries and the different thinking and different solutions, like Odysseus said earlier, that or I think Rajab also, you said that everyone has their own solution to what they want. Like some people still want unity and they have hope, and then here we are also saying that we had enough because of the ongoing really massacre and atrocities that are happening, and it's one that is really so traumatized. If you see even in on my photo here up here, my profile, it has one of our Equatorian tribe, the what do you call the Lopit, and then something that says written in it that really beautiful. When I ran into this picture, and I thought that's really awesome, and saying that our culture is our identity. And then I thought, let me add on saying, in our Equatoria, our land and our people, and saying Lopit is, all our tribes of Equatoria is our pride, the pride of Equatoria, because this is what makes us, the harmony that we have among ourselves. But it's so sad today that this unity of South Sudan that brought us to this conclusion that some of us, we are now looking to part away because we saw that we have struggled, we have wrestled against each other. We wrestled so much since, like you said here, and 1972 to 1982, 83. And it's just the wrestling keep going non-stop. It tells you that sometimes you begin to ask yourself, but I think we're not meant to be together. Because if you're meant to be together, things will work out. Like in Equatoria, we have many tribes, the largest region with many tribes in it. But they can get along. And then you got two other different regions with lesser tribes in it. Then cannot get along with Equatoria as well. So there are many, many issues there that people never had breaks. We never had a break at all. Just one problem, from one problem to another, one problem to another. And then you feel like when you see that the same person that you suffer together in the hands of different people, and then the same person started abusing you, and you look at it, it's like it's not worth it. You see, I thought I knew you, but then to realize that you're repeating the same pattern on and on and on, that means you meant it. A mistake done once and corrected is a mistake. But if somebody keep repeating the same thing on and on, that means that person actually meant it, even though sorrow cannot even begin to heal it. Because in reality, today, even if you tell me sorry, it's never going to heal me, you say. The loss that I'm in is never going to bring anything. That's why in Equatoria, we never looked for sorry. We never asked for sorry, because this sorry is never going to heal anything, never going to bring my relative back. Because actually, I've never engaged with anybody. We never engaged with anybody in war or to allow ourselves to be subdued, to be conquered in our own sanctuary, you see. But it just raised a lot. And then that's why in this map that I had here next to the picture, I added the map that Odysseus is having here, the map of Equatoria, with a drop of blood in it, the red blood showing that Equatoria is bleeding continuously, in the hands of South Sudan. Equatoria is continuously bleeding. So, well, that brings us to the round table, which there are a lot of questions that some of it probably it might pop up later for us as well, but many of it has been raised by CJ, Odysseus, CPI, me, and some people who've been here, and Clement as well, which is good. I'm really grateful that we have this day, and I think I don't have much or any questions to say anymore. I just want to be appreciative and to thank you guys, and that's it here. Thanks.
Thank you, Didi. Thank you so much. Mr. CJ, are you able to speak? maybe step. So then CPI, CJ, they already late for them. So Mr. Rajab, please go ahead with your final thought. And thank you again. We want to really appreciate your timing with us, and it was great just to we have a lot to know from you a lot today. It's really great privilege. So welcome and thank you again for your participation and also your patience with us. For many questions, and you were really good at that, answering all these questions, and you have a good memory also on responding to the questions. Thank you so much. Fadlan, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Odysseus and Sister Didi for convening this session, and thank you to the CJ for CJ, and of course the other brother CBI and EI and Keep It Low who are here in the conversation. It has been great.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Well, in a very civil manner. It has been very constructive, and I like such conversations. I think this is the second or so time I've been coming and participating like fully with you. We had the other time, the conversation was also about the roundtable conference. I joined in and had a lot of time with you. And I appreciate you reaching out to us. And I know maybe our colleague, Lual, Honorable, might have been occupied. That's why he did not show up. Maybe you can still reach out to the other actors to be able to invite them to engage, just to have an understanding of the different perspectives people share about the roundtable conference. But of course, we should also have more conversations on the national issues and how we find more viable and quick solutions to this crisis. Even if some of these solutions may be temporary solutions, it is important because some of them may help to halt the suffering of the people, the abuses, the killings, and so on. And as they halt them, even temporarily in the short time, you have time to then organize for more long-term solutions as people are safer and alive. Otherwise, the urgency now is to halt some of the bad things happening so that we have time to focus more on the long-term solutions. We do not want to get the solutions after 2, 3, or 5 years. And by that time, when we look back, we will find all our people are in graves, which may not be good, or all of us may be in that situation. So that's what I would suggest. And I consider this roundtable conference as a proposal. And as I've repeatedly said, it provides no magic solution. And it is a proposal, it has not been implemented. And so the success would be determined by how it is organized and implemented and facilitated, and how the outcomes are implemented. And why the outcomes will be determined by the discussions and endorsement from the roundtable conference. But obviously, we must have some ideas of the end in mind at the beginning. This would include things like, would we, the question Clement asked, shall we put the outcome in the hands of those who are currently in J1, or we would have a different arrangement? And that is why we have been looking for a different arrangement, a different viable transitional arrangement that does not include those who are active in partisan politics all this while, and we know have been directly responsible for this crisis in our country. That also then answers in the question of having some of the suspects really out of the way to allow for citizens to decide how the country moves forward through more neutral and more technocratic transitional arrangement. And so on this note, I recognize that this platform is a platform of Equatorial nationalists. And the Equatorial nationalists are advocating for secession of Equatoria. I am an Equatorian. I come from the Equatorial region. And the matter of secession is a matter of demands and rights of the people. What I would recommend is that, out of experience of this, and also, out of experience and of course literature on issues of secession, there is so much to do with secession. And as I mentioned earlier, you really need to be open-minded to different alternatives and suggestions and experiences, especially of other people. And some of these good examples are these examples of Eritrea and South Sudan, which I said earlier, that they attempted fighting for secession, but it was not so successful. At the end of it, they fought for unity in order to get secession. So there are different approaches that you would need to really look into, and being open to different alternatives and actively engaged in terms of seeking solutions would be a better way to go. Interrogating the national dialogue, the call for roundtable conference, interrogating us in terms of academically, intellectually interrogating, not in terms of police interrogation. This idea, questioning it either to help shape these ideas and process, or then provide even alternative suggestions that would be more viable. And finally, I would say that while I believe that Equatoria has a history, that at some point it was there before even perhaps South Sudan. Sudan as a political project, and South Sudan eventually. For now, the coincidence of history has tied the life of Equatoria to South Sudan in terms of legal basis of, definition as a country and also a region in that country, and as a matter of fact. So this is something that we may not necessarily ignore, because if you want to have a successful struggle, that struggle should include comprehensive understanding of the context as it is, and going deep into the regional context and beyond to see how both the internal dynamics and the regional dynamics and the international dynamics influence your ideas and the path to the success, to the intended objectives. Once again, I thank you very much. And Didi, I think you deserve an applaud and sympathy, because you have not been feeling well, but you managed to be here all along. And Odysseus, once again, thank you for reaching out and for convening this. I want to thank those who have participated as audience, listening to this, but also by contributing ideas through the chat room. And so I would leave it at this, and looking forward to other engagements with you all. Thank you.
Just has a network issues. Probably
Yes.
will come back.
Right.
Oh, okay, you're back.
Yes, again, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Rajab, for your patience and for your great input. Again, like I said to my fellow Equatorian, Greater Equatoria people, we are not promoting anything that does not promote Equatoria, but regardless, we are open-minded to listen from both sides, even from the opponents that we see maybe might not benefit us, but still we need to be also aware and knowledgeable about all the sides, if it's from the opposite sides or our sides. We have to be open-minded to that extent. And I really appreciate Mr. Rajab for his patience to bring up all the answers that necessary answers, that because we had many questions, and he was good to answer them in his best. And of course, we will not put all our thoughts in this right now, because there's a lot of things to later review and listen. And of course, we will come back and maybe we'll put our own thought, because I know we Equatorian nationalists, militants, the hardcore, you know, we don't budge for, especially anything that will try to assimilate Equatoria into something that is not. And that's why people do not understand why we Equatorian nationals speak like that. Because Equatoria is our identity. And like Didi mentioned, she put a profile in her profile in one of her I forgot what is it in her profile tab. She said, "Our culture is our identity, our people, our land, our power, no pit pride of Equatoria." Of course, all the tribes of Equatoria are the pride of Equatoria, like she mentioned. And then, of course, this the blood picture on the map of Equatoria. This is something that really we need to look at it seriously as my fellow Equatorians, because I know some of our Equatorians still hesitant. But for how long are you going to be hesitant when your people are being massacred? How long are you going to be silent and neutral when your people are being displaced, marginalized to the extent their land occupied, their people, in million of them are in camps outside the country, and there is no solution for their pain to stop. So for us as Equatorian nationalists, we see the only solution is our independence. Of course, I know it's very controversial for some, but for us, it's just natural because it's our land. We're not taking anybody's land, but our land, the place that we live in. And this South Sudan is just a word to us. It has nothing significant because this is not our identity. You know, we already region, and I know my brother earlier mentioned about sectionism. These things was used during Civil War in America to kind of like you know describe those who are standing on their regional kind of like interest and policies, and they have maintained this language against those Confederates. But anyway, that's not our issue. But the main thing that we are looking at, the important subject, is that we Equatorians in this South Sudan, the more the conflict is not really clearly defined, the more we are the one who going to lose. Let us just remind our people. The more we just mix ourselves with this conflict and it's not even defined accurately, it's always we're going to be in the losing side. Because if you look at us right now, we never even started the fight. The fight started by two groups, and these two groups want to expand the conflict into almost a national issue when the issue is not national. The issue has been two groups. Yes, they begin to use politics as a tool for them to expand this tribal grudges, so everybody could be involved. And now you could see the tribal anarchy extremely rising up in a dangerous level. It started in Upper Nile, now trying to spread to Equatoria, and we will not allow it. And we don't want to be in this kind of a failure. Even Equatoria at this position, they are in the receiving end of losing their territories and the people. And now our lands also are being exploited. Add to the people exploitation. Some of our people exploited within the country, within the region of Equatoria. And our territory is our sovereignty. Land is where your independence starts. It's not where a title starts. South Sudan is a title that we don't even have, because at the end we're not even considered South Sudanese in that country. We are considered as foreigners. You have known how they used to call us name Nyam Nyamu, Udoro, Asami, Ali Shatayim Fogula Equatorian. These are the names that they define as us. Add to it the abuse and the brutality committed against our people is never stopped until this moment. So my fellow Equatorians, it's up to us to stand for what is, noble and righteous, and then standing for something that calls us only to be destroyed and assimilated into a culture, into a mindset that we, the people of Equatoria, never wanted it to in the beginning. We never call it, call for. Because Equatoria, when they start their revolution, they started with a noble purpose that they want to defend the land, the women, the children, and the future to come. So when they die, they will die in a land that they are safe, and nobody can assimilate them into something like calling them Arabs, because that was the first fight that Equatoria have faced. We are holding our identity as Africans. We will not be assimilated to anything called Arab or anything else. But then they try to assimilate us. Now we are in the third or the fourth, phase of fight. And this fight is a survival fight, because Equatoria is not only in South Sudan. Equatoria is also in Uganda, Kenya, Central Africa and Congo and our people, the only way we can save them is us to save save ourselves first here, because we're the only hope today. And we're going to discuss this because I have like topic that coming in, not today. It's supposed to be today, but unfortunately I didn't have the time because time was focused on this. But there will be a topic that we're going to have talk about the assimilation of Equatoria. It is really dangerous, and this is based on a very accurate assessment information that I collected it, and I'm going to present it. And it's really heartbreaking that we Equatorians really don't know how dangerously are we living in. We are living in a dangerous moment where Equatoria, if they don't open their eyes clearly, we are going to be no more. I repeat it to you. If we don't open our eyes clearly, we are going to be no more. This is a fight for survival. You remember the people of Israel when they were fighting for their land, when they were chased from Europe, they had no place to go. Only Israel. They had to fight for their survival because they said, if we don't go to that land, we have nothing left. They fought. They did anything in their will to make sure the land of Israel belonged to them. They didn't share it with the Arabs. They didn't go and say, oh, إحنا كلنا عيالة Ismail, عيالة Abraham, let's come together. No, this is my land. That's what they call it. That's why they had Tel Aviv. They had this. The only disputed area is Jerusalem. Now today, those of Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, are wanted to take Equatoria hostage under Juba, calling it this the capital, the national capital of the country, like the capital. Yeah, I forgot the national capital. Sorry, English is not my language, I remember. So sometimes you get a you know to be blabber around this English. So they made it as the national city, the capital, when we did not choose that. Yet they forced themselves on us, like they forced themselves in the government. And plus, remind to those who say that this conflict, Equatorial cannot, has no way of actually fighting this. Let me remind them, legitimately, we chose only to be a nation, but never chose to have a government. What type of government? Because when people voted, most of the people, majority of them were illiterate, and most of them were just excited. They never understood the consequence or the responsibility after becoming a nation, what will be like. So we voted, but what happened after the vote? Then we found ourselves being, hijacked, like the country being hijacked by the SPLM organization, and then they claimed themselves to be government when we already have an institution was built in Equatoria. There was institution already built. So even that word of, saying that we might not be, we don't have any, like, we're not a state. If you look at it in under the Sudan, the old Sudan, we used to have actually administrative power in our own territories. So that by itself proved to us that we have that power to actually, stand for ourselves. But we don't want to be in the three states. We will be as once we used to be, Greater Equatoria, one Equatoria. Only we're going to have a different system where will be counties that will help us, to progress ourselves as a society. Because Equatoria is not only the one that now is known in South Sudan. Equatoria is also in the territories that have been annexed to those countries like Uganda, Kenya, Congo, and Central Africa. Those territories belong to us, and our people is there. So we need to bring them all together so we can form our desired and beloved country that is called Greater Equatoria. Because our people, when they united, they fought against the Ottoman Turk. They didn't fight as individual tribe. They didn't fight against each other. Or if they did that, they would have never been Equatoria. But because they were so strong, that's why our ancestors had withstood the colonization until the colonials had to respect them and fear them in the same time by dividing them into territories, which is now we see them in those neighboring countries. And yet we know this is another issue that we're going to face after what we're facing today. But let's Equatoria stand for itself. It's time for Equatoria to be proud of that identity, not to be proud of South Sudan. If the people in Upper Nile cannot even take pride in South Sudan, more they take pride on their tribe, then why are we have to be the victims of South Sudan? Let us be honored with our own identity first. If they cannot even honor that name of South Sudan, but they just want to use South Sudan against us, then I don't think we need that word South Sudan to be even applied on us. So I'll stop here for now. But again, I want to appreciate Brother Rajab for his time and for his great, uh, answers to his to the question of the roundtable, because we want to know more about the roundtable. And I want to thank you again, Mr. Rajab, for your great participation. And I look forward for next time, inshallah. And God bless you all, guys. And happy Valentine in advance to all those um, around the world. I know for others they already maybe tomorrow, but for us it's going to be the day after tomorrow. So yes, I see CJ blink his mic. I thought you were sleeping, Mr. CJ. Go ahead, please. You want to say your final thoughts?
Just wake up again. Hello, can you hear me, guys? Am I
Yeah,
clear?
سامعينك اتفضل. شكرا.
Oh, thank you. Shukran. Well, let me say thanks to Brother Rajab, CPA, DD, wish you quick recovery. I'm sorry, just heard and you're sick. So my prayers that you may recover soon enough. So here's what I have to say, Brother Rajab. Thank you, Ashwano, for coming in. Here as Secretarians, I believe if we're to sit together as Secretarians, I've got no any doubt about you. There's always, I can say, what I can say is that, for us, we can easily be able to reach a consensus. It's unfortunate. The big picture that I'm looking at, is the other parties. There's one thing that you have just reminded me, 2 points most probably. One of them is that you say, remember, if you're talking from a weakest point, a point of weakness, then you will have no any other result. There won't be any result for you. That means you'll always have none. You'll come out negatively, empty-handed. Now, if you look to the situations that is ongoing in this country today, it was too late. It's already been too late. I was about to talk about the issue of disarmament, and the army. Although I raise it to you, yet you cover up some areas. But my main point is, in a country that has been structured to this year, 11 years or 12, if we were to calculate it from 2011 to this day, now the foundation has already been set. Yes, we can go and say, let's go for round table. Yet, Rajab, I know I and you, we have no any problems. But the big picture, as I've said, is the other parties, which is the other regions, Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, where those elements you have mentioned have been controlling for a while, moving to Equatoria. They have now 99% armies, all those groups, Dinka and Nuer. Equatoria has none. If you look at the higher positions, the regime that you say is, well, we should recognize it. You could say that, there is a government. No, for me, I say that is what is there is only a deed, because after all, it is the people who decide their destiny. It is not the United Nations, as you have already explained it clearly. The role of United Nations troops down there. You have experienced it, you have witnessed it, you have been around among them, and you know who they are. So it is the people who have the right to decide their destiny. We don't necessarily need to have recognition, but the main point is that it is we who have to decide our destiny and the structure of our country. Now, looking to Dinka and Nuer, the root cause of the conflicts, if indeed we will all agree and come to the realization that those two tribes have gotten to a complex. This complex, instead of resolving it in earlier days, they leave it open to introduce their plan. You know, you might have heard of the plan, the Dinka plan, the 39 points of Dinka plan that is ongoing to this day in that country, where people have been deprived of their rights, even, you know, as farmers, to grow their crops so that they could depend on it. The Equatorians have been self-reliant ever since. It's unfortunate. Today you can see all this. Now, by saying that, you know, let's go to this round table, do you think without resolving the issue, without bringing those two tribes, you know, and put them accountable, that means, you know, put them, you know, let's say, try to get them, comfort them, and tell them to come to a reconciliations or resolve their problems, do you think there will be a way out? I don't think so. As you said, the stronger you are, everyone will listen to you. If you are weak, now Equatoria is now under existential threat. Most of our people now, education-wise, soon enough, we may have a problem. Our people have no educations, no water, no food, no anything. Now, if we were to go and sit with those elements in a table who are not organized, whom we can see some of them are in and out, like Malone, for instance, this guy, imagine his role. How many alliances they established? And the guy was there. How many of those people, the army, the armed forces, you know, those who have decided to struggle and liberate this country, did this guy fought a bullet? Did he did anything like toward that thing? No. So we have some bad elements who will come to that round table. Never know that, thinking that, you know, oh, they are the good guys. Those people, I can trust them. I may trust Rajab, but you know, the others, it's difficult. I can't be able to trust them at all. Because they may use Rajab as a tools, as a means of how to get to their goal. At the end of the day, I and you will be the losers. So let's be careful. They say charity began from home. Did we ever, with your call for, your associations with those elements, who says, you know, you become a part of them, having been part of them, have you asked yourself once that, as Equatorians, what are we supposed to do in the first place? Walking out from your house, then going to a town hall, and says, okay, I'm with you guys. Every one of you can come from any side. So let's say we are in subdivisions, then every one of us can come from inside, from anywhere, as Equatorians, supposedly as Equatorians. Then we crash to that meeting. Do you think without proper organizations, proper word from us, one word, not two, some of us seems to be scattered minded, saying that, no, I'm for unity, I want that country. No. As you have said, anything is, you know, it's possible. Now the Ethiopians, if you look to the situation in Ethiopia, even the alliance together with the rebels that was against Mengistu, it was the environments, the world environment, political environments, you know, that worked to their side. It wouldn't have been if Mengistu didn't fall. You know, it fall against what? You know, because most of the nations, when this Cold War took place, that is when some people in Africa, such as Ethiopia, got affected. They become weak. So all these international groups,
Guys,
you know, those Westerners, you know, they were
Facebook,
first,
soon this
they're
thing will cut
after
off,
the communists.
YouTube, Twitter,
so because of that, it
you guys
contributes
might see it,
positively
those in
to
Facebook, this thing
to those people defeating Mengistu. as well as
maybe
we in South Sudan.
2 minutes.
If it wouldn't have been the Iraqi war, we wouldn't have get that chance. So
it might cut off anytime.
There is a wind that can come, suddenly.
But I will
a wind may come, but you need to be prepared.
The thing again.
We as Equatorians need to, prepare. What means, let's say, organize ourselves, put ourselves, and come with one resolution where we have to comfort our opponents, one way or the other. Now, are we well? Did we prepare our words as Equatorians? We are not. We have never prepared ourselves. We're just going there randomly, as I've said. So that's going to hurt us. If you can think about it twice, it's going to hurt us sooner or later. So how many times are we supposed to be pulled? We shouldn't be pulled several times. During Farmer Sudan, those people, these two tribes have been holding the government against our will as well. Yet to this day, and still we're saying, okay, let's go and join them and sit down and see the solutions. We won't be able to really reach solutions. We'll be, the lambs that they will enjoy. We will be without them if we didn't work it out. So let's think twice. Where is your people? Where are they compared to the others? To the other regions? Don't tell me that, those regions are fighting each other. No, this is a tactics, my friend. This is a tactics. They have to do all these things. Like I've said, a government cannot kill its people. A government cannot arm, tribes. As Equatorians, we have no any conflicts in our home country. They try to create problems. Yet, Equatorians, the way how I and you are talking, and the others, that is who we are. We're totally different people. That's why we were there. And you seem to have about you can name yourself anything. You can say you're Equatorians when CPA says, well, we're not South Sudan, we're Equatorian. My friend, here's what I have to tell you. Like I've repeated, I've reminded you that, this country, before the Europeans could come to that country, we were kingdoms and ships. So we were separate entities, but we used to get along as Equatorians. There's a bloodline among us. There are many factors. Today, the bad guys are now inside Equatoria, try to eliminate us using our own. So where will it lead us? Why wouldn't the initiative be Equatoria first? Then we could look ahead. Did you think about that? Why do you step from Equatoria and go there and say, let's go and establish this? So let's go and join that people. Why? Why do you have to join? Now, looking to your PCC, I know among you, when you was there, when you went for demonstration, there were some elements among you. So looking to that, I wouldn't, I have nothing to say actually. I don't know what to say. But rather it was the environment that he was in, he got involved in. Now, is Rajab a new guy today? Well, that's another thing. So as Equatorians, I trust you, because after all, at the end of the day, you'll always be for the interest of Equatoria. But yet, the record can tell me that, because in countries like US, it always holds your reputations is always a problem. Any reputations, any involvements can be a setback to you. If I told you to run for any office in the country or nations, so that is there. So let's come to our sense. Let's put Equatoria first. Once we are well organized, once our people are back home, then we can think about that. Let us. Wouldn't have been stable by this time. There was a group who went on, run to the country and take it all. Then comes the peace. That are the things that Equatorial need to think about itself. Today we have no army. There's no Equatorial armed force. We have none. There was once Equatorial Defense Force. It's not any longer now. They came in and confused us. Now they began to work day and night to divide Equatorian along ethnic lines, to deprive them from any positions. We have seen it all worldwide. Today, those people can reach United Nations easily than any Equatorians. An Equatorian cannot be able to step there. But those people have so all access.
None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth.
I strongly believe that some of us do, because in the sweet days, in the honey days, all those people were in there. They didn't play the role that to structure, to put Equatoria in a place, in the right place. Where would have been the third party today? Today we had nothing. You have this Waniga. Waniga is not an Equatorian. He belongs to the SPLA. He is one of those. He has no say. Neither any one of them. So our situations, we are in jeopardy, my friend. We need to wake up and put Equatoria first. Then once we put Equatoria, then let's look to the others. You look to the neighbors. See if you can do that. We can be able to do it. If I and you join together and have one word, believe me or not, we will win or will prevail. And Equatoria will always remain for us. Our land is now being taken. So we don't know how long will it take us. Will this conference guarantee our right? That will be a discussion. That will be a long history. But if I and you can do it, I believe we can change anything in that country. We can change it. Because, as you have said, let us have Equatoria first. Then we can be able to speak from a position of strength and reach our goal. Yeah, that's the little I can say. So thank you very much for coming. Indeed, we were expecting, because one thing, and the additional one thing that I wanted to also tell you that is that, yeah, today you have said, well, we have come to satisfactions that this is a proposals. But looking back, when I look back, today is where I listen to all those who have established, who have come out with this initiative of the round table, my friend, their language was totally different than what you are talking today. Perhaps, what I would say is, well, because you're Equatorian. That's why I can hear that kind of a logic that you're now bringing it and recognize it, putting it in a proper way, unlike the others. So there is some kind of, mixed messages, something that I can say, even those groups that you're talking about today are not well in one, they don't have one words. They have differences. There are always differences. To this day, yet, they may claim that, well, we need to bring all those people on the table when the ideas of the others are totally different. That is a contradiction in itself. But we need to put a question mark on it also. Analyze it properly and see whether or not those people are really talking the truth or not. Thank you. And bless you guys. Wish you all the best. And let's always get engaged in such kind of conversations. And I salute you for coming in and your courage to come and talk to us. Though we almost lose hope, that nobody's going to turn up today. But I believe you, there's no doubt, as Equatorian, you're part of me, part of any one of us. So I believe it is quite easy. I appreciate that, and I thank you so much. And wish you all the best. Hopefully, you'll be able to encourage the others and give them a signal. Let's see if their ideas will be alike to yours. And that day, probably, we may see what's exactly what we may have. We may know about their minds, what's still on their mind. At least we will have the real picture from their mind as well. Other than that, I'll leave you here. And thanks. It was a long day for you, gentlemen. And I wish you all the best, and all our audience, and Atika, Didi, and Richard, and all those who are listening to us, who have joined us today. Despite the fact that you have been listeners, we were expecting you also to contribute, although there are some element among you who did it. We appreciate that. We appreciate their participation also. We look forward for the best to that country and to Equatoria to be its own in the future. Something that I believe in, and we all as nationalists, we believe Equatoria will one day, sooner or later, will be an independent entity, and I strongly believe that we are capable to lead ourselves. May God will. Till then, thank you guys. I'll yield back to you, Atika.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to play this music. Thank you again. That's it. The final music is going to be We Equatorian, our favorite song. I hear my voice. I'm gonna mute you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So let me play this music and say good night to all.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na, anina wani, anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatori, na sawa. Anina Equatori, beled wahid. Anina Equatori, anina Equatori. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatori, Teresia samagesi wanina, yeah. We strong, we stand together, yeah. Kanina guluwahi, Equatori ya birapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatori, nasawa. Anina Equatori, beled wahid. Anina Equatori, Anina Equatori. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, Anina Equatori, kelene na hivo nefusina, kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatori, nasawa. Anina Equatori, beled wahid. Anina Equatori, Anina Equatori.
Nina kulu sawa jama. Zoma Pelfanangala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya bunga ya baka, Ekoninga balanda bare, Kakuwa kilikuku, Lambo lukoya, Asante tokosa mundo, Nyangara morobe made, Mundare, Nyambara, Otumo pare makotudo, Lubara bunga ya lobe, Lodo zinare,
Mundo,
Nare,
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mavi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, anena wahe.
قسمنا هنا واحد one Equatoria. عشان كده أي شيء ده divide Equatoria we must stop it. Anything want to assimilate Equatoria to حاجة ما Equatorian we must stop it. Equatoria belong to us. We're the sons of Equatoria, the daughters of Equatoria, the fathers of Equatoria, the grandfathers, the grandsons, the grandchildren. حتى الناس المولودون في Equatoria ديل Equatorian. ما ناس الجايين مهاجرين من دولة تانية ديل يقولوا هم Equatorian. Equatorian are the real descendants of Equatoria. So long live Greater Equatoria, our land, our people, our power. And thank you to all who stand by us and stand for the land of Greater Equatoria. May God bless you until next time, guys. Thank you.